Step right up, spin the wheel, see what's next. Sneaky questions flying fast. No one knows which topic will last. One-on-one or chaos in the room. Every spin brings a brand new boom. Wheel of madness, let it roll. Twist and turn, take control. Mind on fire, sparks ignite. Every debate's a crazy fight. Who's ready? Who's brave? The wheel decides what you'll face. Strap in! Here it comes! Welcome to the Wheel of
Damn, I was supposed to use the other fucking intro. So one sec, let me start intro.
He's got no gold, no rainbow to ride. Just a keyboard clicking his clever disguise. Terry X the name and he's sharper than a tack. He'll twist your words and never look back. He's not here to charm or to be your friend. He'll argue circles round you till the bitter end. Craftiest leprechaun online, stealing your peace of mind. He's not after your pot of gold, just your patience he'll unfold. A riddle in his laughter, a trap in his grin. You'll lose before you even begin. He's got a knack for stirring the stew. You'll swear he's wrong, but he's outsmarting you. No clovers, no shalala, no lucky break. Just a sly little smirk and a verbal earthquake. He'll shake you, he'll bake you in his witty spell, and leave you wondering why you fell. Crafty as leprechaun online, stealing your peace of mind. He's not after your pot of gold, just your patience he'll unfold. Crafty as leprechaun online, stealing your peace of mind. He's not after your pot of gold, just your patience he'll unfold.
It's your boy Dirty Yak. How is everyone today? Let's actually make sure I got all this shit set up. Bada bing, bada boom. One sec. Yeah, 100%, William. So, welcome in, everybody. Welcome in, everybody. Here, I pin the links. Oh, yeah, I gotta pin it. Make sure I pin it. Bada bing, bada boom. Then, again, massive shout out to Speakeasy for the raid. Let me set it up. Welcome in, everybody. So, as always, like I said, we do the open panel shenanigans. If we get enough off the donations. So again, we got the beautiful donut bar right there, just waiting for you guys to get the donos in. As soon as you do, we open with the panel. Like I said, bada bing, bada boom. Let me explain a couple of things as well. So, like I said, we got a couple new emojis. We got a Shamrock emoji. We got Shazzy's bus emoji. So, like I said, if you want that, all you have to do is a little bit of this or a little bit of this. You know what I mean? Just so you do colon Sham or colon Shazzy if you want to avail them, but only for the members or the members, as I like to call them. And we got Prince of Dogs. See, automatically updates on the bar. You know what I'm saying? $2 says, let's fucking go. Exactly, dogs. Like I said, not only do we have new emojis, we also have new premium memes, my friend. I think I have like 4 premium memes. So again, like I said, we're gonna have to hit a lot of the YouTube goals tonight. We're gonna have to hit like 4 YouTube goals if we want to see all the new premium memes. Like I said, we're testing out. Some of them might hit, some of them mightn't hit. So, like I said, William and everybody, let me know if you're like, nah, Teriyaki, crash that one. Or no, we should definitely keep that one. All that kind of stuff. So let me know your thoughts. Got it. Yeah, 100%, William. Yeah, I was saying, yeah. Like I said, we need to there's going to be alterations. There's going to be fixes needed, all this kind of shit. But yeah, let me see. Definitely something to factor in. But one sec. Yeah, I think other than that, folks, let's start the motherfucking show.
Let's start the show. Let's start the show. Let's start the show. Let's start the show. Let's start the show. Let's start the show. Man, we got a damn good show for y'all today, man. Damn good show. I think this is gonna be one of the best. We got one hell of a show for y'all today, man. Got a good show. We got a good show for y'all today, man. We got a damn good show. Man, we got a damn good show for y'all, man. Good show. We got a damn good show for y'all today, man. We got a damn good show. A damn good show.
A damn good show. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying, folks? So, where are we at? Oh my god, look at this. I'm telling you, man, StreamYard has fucked up. It used to be like flawless, like it automatically come in with all the things and stuff. But you see the whole thing where it does the side screen shit and all that? Ridiculous, my friends. Tell you least. But yeah, we're gonna be doing a bit of modern day debate. So obviously, I think this is not too old. I think January 31st is the next one. Pretty sure this video is pretty recent. Not gonna lie, yeah. So 9 days ago. So yeah, like I said, next DebateCon is to give them a shout out. Houston, Texas, Saturday, January 31st. Tickets and starting at $100. Make sure you gotta shout the boys out, especially our boy Prince of Dogs. You know what I'm saying? But yeah, like I said, folks, if you just want to see the new premium memes, let me give you is like, for example, like I added in this one. This is not a premium meme, but this is one of the memes that I added in.
From doctors, nurses, and pharmacists to moms, dads, and caregivers, they have all put their trust in Tylenol.
So obviously, you know, because I'm Tylenol boy, we have an unofficial sponsor of the show, Tylenol. I'd like to congratulate everybody for me getting this opportunity. And also, yes, I forgot to mention as well, folks. We do have, or we're trying to get a Griff song for Little Leprechauns, they say. So yeah, like I said, going to be doing that on the not the forced Griff breaks. William gets you to is doing the forced Griff breaks. We're just going to do the Wheel of Madness song, but on the scheduled ones, because we have one of 2 hours and then one of 4 hours into the show. Then we'll be trying out that. We'll be putting the curtains down, and like I said, let me know your thoughts on it. But I'm not going to do it straight away, if you get me. So I want to do multiple genres because the genre that I was pushing for, the genre that I was hoping for, yeah, like shit's fucked up. In terms of like what I thought it was going to end up like versus what it came out to be. So I'm not exactly happy with the 2 songs that I have already, but like I said, we're just going to do it over the course of the next couple of weeks. So I'd say it'd probably take us about 4 weeks. Just to make sure everyone hears it as well. So like, for like I'd say the next like 4 days before Wheel of Madness, we basically play these 2 songs, see gauge how it is and all this kind of stuff, and then next week it'll be like 2 completely different songs. And then I think like in like about 4 weeks time, we mash them together. We get down to a final 4. We have a whole like award show. Well, not award show, but something like that. You know, meme it up, and we'll see where we're at, folks. You know what I mean? But other than that, like I said, let's get into it because everybody's like saying it's like Destiny this, Destiny that. Let's go through it one by one with our boy
Texas on Saturday,
Modern Day
January
Debate.
31st, 2026. Check out the tickets right now in the description box. You don't want to miss it. We're expecting it to sell out. Grab your tickets now.
If you violated my rights,
You're
I
not.
wouldn't
Nobody's
wait
violating
till-
your
Oh,
rights.
you know what? Let's wait
Defamatory
a
is not
while to
violating their
sue
rights.
this guy just so he could feel better. No, if I'm going to sue you, you're going to feel it. It's going to be immediate.
How many people in the January 6th were put into prison and
I think it was around 1,600 were pardoned by Trump. I don't know how many of those were in prison.
they were in prison for how many years, guys? Was it like 2 or 3?
Doesn't mean you were denied due process. None of those people were denied due process, though.
They were severely denied due
No, they
process.
weren't. Not a single one.
Not a single one was denied due process.
Nope.
How long? What's a fair time period for due process?
But what part of the process?
Any of it?
No, but what if they're like really anti-Israel?
That you have the right to be really anti-Israel as an American or as a visa holder or as a green card holder?
No, but we gotta support them, right?
What do you mean by support them? I
Like,
just support
they're
their
our
rights.
greatest ally, right?
What? My name is Stephen Bonnell. I'm known online as Destiny, and I'm here to debate 7 Trump supporters today. For my second prompt, I would say that the current Trump administration is weaponizing all parts of the rule of law that they can in a way that no U.S. president has done in U.S. history. And I think that's been exemplified in literally just this prior year of the Trump term.
In what way do you see this administration weaponizing?
I just want to say straight off the bat, I know William's already going to go mags and pause it already. We're only 1 minute 30 in. But just compare the set that fucking Destiny gets compared to the set that Jim Bob get. I'm just saying. You know, they didn't do all this like fancy stuff, like big white room for Jim. I'm just saying.
What you said, basically your prompt.
There's a lot of different places that I could go with this, but I would say one way would be the fact that Donald Trump personally, even as the president of the United States, is filing lawsuits for defamation against multiple companies because he either doesn't like the fact that he had a social media account banned or that he doesn't like an interview that was posted by 60 Minutes, or suing like a pollster in Iowa, Seltzer, because he thought that her poll was unfair to him prior to the election. I would say those are all really bad things.
What happened in those court cases, though?
For a lot of them, well, the people settled.
Okay. What about the rest?
Well, they're ongoing.
All right. Why would they settle if they're innocent?
Because Donald Trump is the president of the United States and the executive branch is in charge of a lot of mergers that these companies might be looking at going forward. And Trump has already shown that he's willing to come down harshly on people that won't play ball with his administration.
So you're saying it has nothing to do with guilt, has nothing to do with evidence or innocence or anything like that.
Correct.
All right.
Or
So-
it might not. I mean, fairly, we can't truly know. But I mean, I would say that the fact the president of the United States filing civil lawsuits against companies is so bad for so many different reasons that every American should immediately have revulsion to that idea.
All right. So how many civil lawsuits were filed against Donald Trump while he was in office or immediately after leaving office?
By the president, 0.
I'm sorry?
By Biden, 0. Biden didn't file any civil lawsuits against Trump or anybody in the media.
No, I wasn't asking. I asked just in general, how many suits have been brought up against Trump while he was in office or since he's been
Civil lawsuits, minus 0 by like lawmakers or whatever. Individuals might be suing, and that's up to individuals. But by lawmakers or by the president or people in politics, like those people, 0.
No, the one regarding his loans, his bank loans, that was not civil. That was brought up by city prosecutors. That wasn't a private civil lawsuit.
Yeah, but these are one, those are states, and then 2, I believe those guys were doing investigations for like criminal related matters.
Okay, so what was found in that though? Was he found liable? Did he lose any of these lawsuits?
I mean, the criminal ones in New York State relating to the 34 felony convictions he has. I mean, he lost that one, obviously.
So now, what was the purpose to bring those lawsuits, though? Was it
because he was misappropriating campaign funds and then directing somebody to lie about the source of those campaign funds to pay off people so that the stories wouldn't come out during the election season?
So you've got a lot to say about justifying why he would be tried for various things, but quick to dismiss any lawsuits that he's brought up on anyone else.
Well, filing civil lawsuits against people because you feel personally offended is a lot different than criminal investigations, especially those done by states that aren't directed by the president. But I mean, these are 2 very different things, right?
Okay, fair enough. So, all right, so he sued a couple of people for saying things that may or may not have been true, which is the only avenue for finding someone liable in the United States, because we are a free speech country. But if you can prove that someone said something that has harmed you in some way measurably, that's the only avenue, difficult avenue, to bring charges against someone. Even the founding fathers had to decide whether or not they needed to do that from time to time for themselves.
I don't think any president in U.S. history has filed civil suits against people.
Well, I don't know if while president, but definitely names that we know that from the first colonies, they did have libel lawsuits because people would say crap that wasn't real, and
sure, which is fine. But I think when the president is also in charge of like whether or not your mergers are approved or denied, I think that's a pretty scary world that the president could be suing you if you publish something that he doesn't like. So it's very scary.
So how many people has Trump or his DOJ had arrested from the other political party?
Well, they're doing a lot of investigations into people right now.
I said arrested.
Arrested. I'm not sure if they've arrested anybody yet, although they're recommending stuff right now related to Russia stuff for Obama and Hillary. But I don't know.
Okay. And how many U.S. citizens have been clearly denied due process by this administration?
I think that's being contested in court right now, so it's hard to say.
There's no number, right?
Well, it's being contested in court right now, so
I don't even know what's being contested. There's
stuff related to deportations.
Yeah, but how many of these how many of these are U.S. citizens are we talking about?
I don't know the number off the top of my head.
There's no U.S. citizens being discussed with deportations.
There are.
No, they're not.
Okay.
There's no U.S. citizens being in the deportation discussions at all.
Okay.
So that's a fact.
It's not a fact. Also, green card people are also a lot of due process as well. I mean, lawful permanent resident status is important, right?
No, I said citizen. If you can't, if you're trying to say other non-citizen categories, then that's not a citizen.
Okay. Green card holders do have due process in the United States.
Okay.
Okay.
All right. But you just said green card. We're not. I don't know. So, now the last administration, did they ever put anyone in Trump's administration or the previous administration? Have they put anyone into jail simply for being associated with Trump's administration?
No.
Yes, Steve Bannon at least. There are multiple people that
Just for being, Steve Bannon was being investigated on completely unrelated things. It had to do with defrauding some charity thing or whatever. They were running.
No, he was put in jail for refusing to speak to Congress.
I mean, if Congress issues you a subpoena, you can be held in contempt for not following a subpoena. But I mean, but it wasn't just for associating with Trump.
Is there anything else he was being investigated for?
He literally was convicted for defrauding a charity organization. That was one of the things that Trump pardoned him for.
That's not. All right.
You can look it up. The indictments and the convictions are all public filings.
Was anyone during the previous administration? During the previous administration, was anyone denied due process for being associated with Trump?
Not that I'm aware of, no.
So how many people in the January 6th were put into prison? And
I think it was around 1,600 were pardoned by Trump. I don't know how many of those were in prison.
Oh, they were in prison for how many years, guys? Was it like 2 or 3?
Doesn't mean you were denied due process. None of those people were denied due process, though.
They were severely denied due process.
No, they weren't. Not a single one.
Not a single one was denied due process.
Nope.
How long? What's a fair time period for due process?
What part of the process?
Any of it.
Well, I mean, it really depends. If you're arrested, I believe in most states you have within 72 hours to be arraigned or formally read charges.
Out of multiple years, how many of 1,600 or 1,500 actually got to go through trial?
I think the vast majority, like 98% of them or something.
Is there? I don't think so. Okay. There were very few that were.
I've had Tim pull and other people bring up names before. If you look up any of the names, the ones that were delayed the longest were usually people that were asking for more time to prepare their cases. And then they came out afterwards saying that they were denied due process, but that's just not the reality.
All right, if you say so. But there are zero examples of any of that having had happen so far in this administration. Though there are recommendations for investigation, it isn't, we're arresting you, we're going to give you a mugshot, and then we're going to run an investigation while you're sitting in prison. There appears to be due process going through all of these processes.
Due process is not the only way that you can be corrupt when it comes to the weaponization of the DOJ. So, for instance, I don't know if you're familiar with any of the thing that was going on with Eric Adams in New York, but the federal government had a case against him. They brought to him a deal basically saying, we'll drop all the charges just until the election, wink, wink, nudge, nudge, with the idea being that he would play ball with them until the election was over in New York City for mayor. It's an insanely corrupt thing to do. Multiple prosecutors resigned over it.
Okay. So whose prosecutors were they?
Southern District of New York prosecutors.
All right. So are those guys friends with Trump directly? Because I don't know of any district in New York that's been friendly to Trump.
It's not. Well, if it's a federal appointed thing.
Who appointed them?
It's not relevant.
It's incredibly
It's
relevant.
not. Prosecutors aren't cycled out every administration like your cabinet might be.
Yeah. So
but the idea that Donald Trump would send.
then it is significantly relevant who appointed them.
That Donald Trump sending his Department of Justice to a person to say, hey, we're going to go ahead and suspend charges against you just until your election is over. You don't see any problem with that? That gives the administration basically the ability to control that person, that mayor of a city?
I'm not entirely familiar with this one.
Okay. All right. Does it bother you that Trump is writing executive orders targeting law firms just because they happen to work with Hillary Clinton or Mueller in the past?
I know there has been multiple law firms attacked and taken out of business because they had an association with Trump.
The people designing to buy your service is different than the president writing an executive order to target the law firm and go after you, though, no?
Go after them how?
Well, he's rescinded a lot of security clearances, so these people aren't able to do any work related to like government people anymore.
Okay.
It's also not a normal thing to do.
Well, it should be a normal thing to do.
It shouldn't be a normal thing that you rescind a security clearance just because you don't like somebody.
It should be a normal thing for the executive. It should be a normal thing for the executive branch to be able to rescind security clearance.
So I just wanted to understand, you say you don't like that President Trump can sue people because he's the president and the president should not be able to sue anybody?
I think that it sets a very bad precedent when the president is filing civil suits against people when he's also in charge of whether or not their businesses could succeed or fail based on potential mergers in the future.
Well, I would disagree because every citizen should.
But just to recap off the first guy, because like this is why you have to view like your opponents or like people you may not like in terms of debate and all this kind of shit, because there is kind of like an instinct to say, I don't like that person, ergo everything that they do is wrong. And just because you have that like instinct, you have to fight against that, and like the whole kind of love your enemy kind of aspect, like look for the good things that they're doing, despite the fact that like you might think that they're evil piece of shit, all this kind of stuff, because these are tactics that then you can weaponize against them. Okay, so if you notice with the first dude, like Destiny was able to hand wave a lot of shit and like just make out as saying, oh no, this is just like overblown, like no one has denied their due process and all this kind of shit. So it's like, if you are going to make hits, you have to be very precise with it. You have to be very be very good at calling out the exact specific thing and then holding their feet to the fire with it. Because, like I said, like if it's when Trump's the one that's office, when Trump's the one that's in office, it's like, oh, like it's directly Trump's fault that like all the stuff that's going down with ICE, that's directly Trump's fault. Like it's almost like Trump is commanding them to do all this kind of shit. Where with any organization, you know, like let's say like a lower stage employee makes a mistake, it's the CEO that's going to be held accountable for it. You know what I mean? So, oh, it was your watch, etc., etc. And welcome in, Jack. Pull up a chair, bro. Pull up a chair. Get comfy. You know what I mean? And William's saying, chat. Let's see if we can hit the super chat goal without a forced script break. You have been warned, chat. Okay. So, like I said, William's got the hammer. He's got Mjolnir. Right? He's got the power of Thor, baby. So don't make him do the forced script break. Don't make him start speaking Italian. And folks, like I said, we have like 4 or 5 new premium memes. So if you want to see the new premium memes, make sure you hit that goal.
I don't know what you heard, but this show ain't free.
Exactly right, folks. This show ain't free. It's fan funded, baby. So yeah, let's see if we can get it. You know what I mean? Absolute gents, you know. But like this is what I'm saying. Like being able to hand wave this shit and all that, like that in and of itself is a tactic. You know what I mean? And it's something that like you need to be like I talked about this before. It's like you need to make sure you know exactly what bullets to bite, because you can basically dismantle your opponent's argument just by knowing exactly what bullets to bite. And we got Jack saying, in that case, you know, rubbing the hands together, let's get it going, boys. Appreciate you, Jack, for the $2. My man.
Or they do have the right to exercise their legal alternatives, right, and sue people. And I would disagree also. I mean, because he's the president, does that take away his freedom to sue people? And because he is president, that would play into how businesses operate, because he is the president and could make those types of decisions. And if it was illegal...
Do you think that it might influence the way that companies have their speech about the president if they know he could sue them or block their mergers?
Well, I mean, if they're just bad-mouthing him and insulting him and lying, yeah, he should sue them.
Bad-mouth and insult people?
Well, because that's also a legal option also. If someone's lying in print and obviously lying, then they can be sued for that.
What if they don't feel like they're lying, but he just wants to sue them?
Well, that's why they have court cases.
But
that's why they bring evidence.
Yeah, and this is what I'm saying. This is why it's so slippery to go against this dude. You know what I mean? Because the counter could have been, it's like, oh, then what about when Biden was enforcing that law of like Elon Musk had to hire non-Americans, but he was prevented from hiring non-Americans because he's doing rocket technology. What about like that scenario when the government had Elon Musk by the balls? You know what I mean? And you have to be able to quickly throw that into it and then double back down and kind of say, well, then now what we're talking about is, if that's fair game, like it was in the Biden situation, then like I said, this is they'll do the flip off. Oh yeah, well you can prosecute Biden, we'll give you Biden because they have Gavin Newsom for the next one, or whoever their next dude is. They'll make sure they protect him and do the whole plausible deniability against him for the other one as well. And we got Prince of Dogs with the $5 says, grifter life. And then Jack said, oh yeah, we all about that grift, baby. We all about that grift. Let me give you a couple of guitar shreds. So first of all, we got Pepe.
Per favore! Per favore! Perché rischiamo veramente di diventare il campo profughi d'Europa. Rischiamo veramente di essere lo zimbello del mondo. Ci stanno ridendo in faccia in tutto il mondo. Vi prego.
Vi prego, chat. Vi prego, which translates to please. We only need one more, chat. Let's fucking go. Williams after hit me with a banger of an idea. I do need to think about that one though, William. I need to think about that one. Need to get a good one for that one. I think I have an idea. Though. I think I have a bit of an idea. But chat, we only need one more. Are we going to get it? Who's going to be the legend? To see the first new premium meme. Oh, monsieur, we got Prince of Dogs with the goal. And we got Jacob Blade saying goal. Break, baby. Snowed in with 10 to 12. God damn. Yeah, I seen the Patriots game was crazy, and that was like that was Colorado. That was they compared even like what the Colorado stadium was versus what it was in New England and the East Coast. New England was 10 times worse, bro. So again, make sure you get the L blankies out, the warm cup of coffee's ready. You know what I'm saying? We know it's snowing, but let's we've heard we have the Andrew Wilson clip, and that's staying. That's confirmed 100%. Joey Diaz, another premium meme, 100% confirmed. We know that's staying. So we've talked about Andrew Wilson. We've talked about Uncle Joey. Now, let's talk about me.
Let's talk about me. Let's talk about the 6'8" frame, the 37-inch vertical leap, the black steel that drips down my back, aka the bulletproof mullet, the Google prototype scopes with built-in LCD, LED, 1080p, 3D Sony technology, the Ethiopian poisonous caterpillar, aka Slick Daddy. Let's talk about the cabinets right behind me that go 40 feet deep into the wall that houses the other 95% of my trophies, the awards, the certificates, all claiming first place, right? Let me give you a little inside glimpse into the hotshot video gaming lifestyle of the two-time international video gaming superstar. Because that's what this channel's about. That's what this domain's about. That's what the society is about. You're looking at the face of Twitch, and goddamn, is Twitch lucky.
God damn! You know what I'm saying? In terms of what is it? Fuck, I had the phrase. It's like lyrical, waxing poetic, you know what I'm saying? So again, let me know. It's like Teriak, get rid of that one. That one's dog shit, etc. etc. That's why we do this. That's why we do this thing. That's what this channel's about. That's what this society's about. You know what I mean? So let me know. So that was 1 out of about 5. So again, another super chat goal there. We hit that one, then we're on to the next one. You know what I'm saying? Just like the Patriots were saying, we're on to Cincinnati or we're on to the Super Bowl. We'll be on to the next one. But let me know if you're like, nah, cut that one or whatever, right? So back to our boy Destiny here. Like I said, man, we do the 5 rounds. We'll see. We'll see.
If they were
That's why they bring evidence.
But if they were to block a merger, and he's shown that he's like plays favorites when it comes to how he runs the executive
he's
branch.
the president.
The president shouldn't be playing favorites like that. You wouldn't want that to happen.
Well, if you say he shouldn't do that, then you should vote the way you feel. You should vote for someone that will do exactly what you want them to do.
So you're okay with the president weaponizing the DOJ as long as he's doing it on your behalf, as long as you feel like it represents your interest.
Wait, that's kind of a loaded question.
Well, that's basically what you said. You should just vote for who you want. I
mean,
want somebody who wouldn't weaponize.
Yes, I did vote for him to do the things he's doing, but whoever the president was, if it was Kamala Harris, if she was president, she could sue who she wants.
Okay. And you think that would be a good precedent to set for presidents to just be filing lawsuits?
They do.
No, they
sue
don't. They
people.
don't do that. Nobody has done this before Trump.
So he's doing something good then, if he's
Well, he's doing
exercising
something
his
unique.
rights, and then hitherto they were not.
And again, here's the thing: it's like it's good that like Trump's do like no one's done before. It's like the president has always had this power. Okay, this has always been going on, and just because we put our boy in, and then we hop and we start doing the same thing to them, now all of a sudden we see the issue and we can't be doing this. So okay, well let's have vast sweeping legislation when you guys get in that reduce the powers of the president. Let's see if that plays out. It never does. It never does. We got Trent saying, gross, I jump in your channel and you got Coomer grabbing and blathering. This is what I'm saying. Like, if we never look at the stuff, if we never review a trench, how are we supposed to criticize it? You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? Remember the whole, like, love your enemy? What does that mean? What does that mean, Trench? Let me know. Let me know.
Not exercising their rights. So you're saying presidents were just letting people lie about them, trash talk them.
Didn't Donald Trump become popular in the 2016 election season by lying and saying that Obama was born in Kenya?
That did not play into.
I see. Do you see that? These little tricks. These little tricks. Oh yeah, Trump just became popular because like he was saying that Obama wasn't from America. Bro, Trump was popular because he was speaking for like the forgotten middle class America. Like this whole thing when Kamala gets on stage and says, "Well, I was from or depending on where she was," like because we all know they changed the accents. Remember when Hillary Clinton whipped out the hot sauce? Holy! You know what I mean? Well, I was born in a working household or middle class or whatever the fuck, and then like you actually look it up, and they were like went to Princeton. You know what I mean? The parents earned like hundreds of $1,000s a year, and you're like, okay, this is middle class, bro. This is middle class. The fuck you talking about? You know what I mean? So again, like notice that it's all like we're going to phrase in a certain way. And then, like, that certain way that we're phrasing it is a mischaracterization fundamentally. But it's technically right in terms of, like, the words or whatever. But it's, it's like a false equivocation of the words and all this kind of shit. So it's like, oh, when Trump got popular in 2016, Trump did get popular in 2016. When he was talking about Obama not being an American or being from Kenya and being, like, an Islamist agent, all this kind of stuff. Technically, Trump did say that, or he made those accusations, but that's not why Trump had his popularity. You know what I'm saying? So it's like two technically correct statements, but then they mash it together and say, this is the reason, all this kind of shit. So overall, false. And that's what I'm saying. You have to be able to review the people you don't like, the humor gremlins, to expose and say, this is what they do. You know what I mean?
Any part of why I voted for Trump.
I don't care. He did. That was one of the things that blew him up politically initially was that lie.
Well, that doesn't play into why I voted for him.
I'm not asking why you voted for him, but Barack Obama didn't sue him, did he?
Well, that was his choice.
Yeah.
Would it have been legal for Obama to sue Trump?
Legal, probably, but
why didn't he?
Because it's not becoming of the office of the presidency, because it sets a very scary standard for freedom of speech in the United States to know that the president of the United States might come down on you because he doesn't like things you say about him.
Well, that's why they have court cases. That's why they can present evidence.
This is like a constitutional issue. It's
Yeah,
like a
that's
matter
what
of
I'm
freedom.
saying. So one person's freedom of speech could be another person's slander or libel or defamation. Just depends on where the chips fall.
Why not just sue him when you're out of office?
Because that's why wait.
Because it's
why
because
wait?
Because the president of the United States.
If you violated my rights,
You're not.
I wouldn't
Nobody's
wait
violating
till-
your rights.
Oh, you know what? Let's
Defending
wait a
somebody's not
while
violating
to
their
sue
rights.
this guy just so he could feel better. No, if I'm going to sue you, you're going to feel it. It's going to be immediate. So Trump, I say I approve what Trump's doing. What you call weaponization, I call more like he's just utilizing it. And yeah, he is the president. So what are you going to do? Just cry. Like, he shouldn't do this. He shouldn't exercise his rights.
If Trump were to abolish the Congress and just pass all the legislation he wants through the White House, would you be okay with that?
I don't think so. I think that would be too much of a misstep and take away people's rights to representation.
Okay. Do you think that Donald Trump personally controlling his attorney general and directing her where to investigate all the stuff related to Russiagate to try to like get off attention
the president.
from the Epstein stuff? Do you
Why
think
would
that
he
that's-
not?
Well, because we historically we care about an independence to the Department of Justice.
Well, we know that most of history is a lie anyways. So now where we are, it's like we cannot just operate under some fairy tale assumptions about how things should or should not be.
Are you disappointed in how he's directed the DOJ and the FBI to handle the Epstein case?
Well, I would say that would be one that I would say he needs to like be more honest about because it might implicate him in some way. So that in that particular thing, yes, they should release it. But if he's connected with it, I could see why he might want to hide that information.
Okay.
Or his friends that are
So in
all
a few years-
politicians, that are all actors, athletes, all those people doing disgusting things to kids. Yeah, there's something very bad going on, and it's deeper than just Trump or Biden.
So in a few years, when he hasn't released anything related to the Epstein stuff, will you say that was like a failure of his administration as so far as like rule of law
That
goes?
might be a fair one to say, but I mean, am I going to go watch any of those like movies with those people involved? No. I don't think anyone really is fans of those people anymore that got exposed for doing bad stuff to kids.
Well, there might be people
Any of
involved that you
them.
don't even know about, right?
Well, there's a lot of stuff we don't know, you know? But I mean, like, am I going to go watch those Hollywood movies? No. Am I going to listen to any of that mainstream music? No. Am I going to look at any of what they're, or excuse me, am I going to believe what they're telling me? No. To me, Trump, yeah, he's not perfect. He's imperfect.
So then based on how Trump has handled his, I guess, presidency, you support everything that happened insofar as the DOJ is concerned under Biden? You thought that was all fine?
Oh no, I think that Biden, he did so much bad stuff that it wasn't even like a real guy. It was just, I think personally, it was a series of actors wearing masks.
What was a
and
bad thing that
also-
came from the Biden DOJ that you think was bad if Trump is doing no bad?
Biden?
Yeah, just one bad thing that you thought came from the Department of Justice or the FBI or something.
They allowed so much against Trump, so much lies, and then there was so much
much lies for what? Can't
disinformation
Trump just sue-
against
he can just
like
sue them, right?
right-wing people.
Yeah, but can't he just sue them?
There was so much that they did that the social media people got busted for. That yes, that's what Biden was doing. His cronies were trying to manipulate social media. And I don't
like,
think
there's
Trump-
no
I don't
evidence
think
for
Trump was doing that.
I don't think there's any evidence for any of that.
Well, you say that, but when they admit to it, and then,
nobody
like,
admitted
me
to
being
any
a
of it.
victim of it. Like if I put a meme up of it showed Xi Jinping with like Obama and Biden. They're like dogs, and I put the song "Who Let the Dogs Out." That got off quicker than anything else I posted, and it banned me for a long time from doing live or anything.
From where? What platform?
That was the Facebook.
And you think that
right? And that guy also admitted.
And notice now here's going to be the whole thing. It's like, oh, do you think that the government should tell the private companies what they can and can't, who they can and can't have on, all this kind of stuff? When realistically, what the dude's trying to point out is like this was clearly the government came down to Facebook and says wipe out all the shit that's anti Biden. You know what I mean? That like this shit that we're talking about has already been in place. Trump's just using it now in favor of the conservatives or in favor of his own agenda. So why did we not have an issue about it before? But now all of a sudden this is a major issue. This is the main issue, and we don't care about anything else. We don't want to talk about like all these the Green New Deal and all that stuff. How these have been catastrophic failures. We can use Europe as an example, etc., etc. You know what I mean? We got William saying, "Chat, we only need $32, but we only need $30, chat, because Jack came in and said $2 towards the open panel, baby." Like I said, keep track of that. Just let you know, we have the donut bar right there, folks. If you want the madness to continue. But you see what I mean? Like with them, they realize, okay, if we get rid of Trump, then they lose. Then they don't got their guy anymore and all this kind of shit. Do you know what I mean? So they're just going to keep lashing stuff at Trump. Because they know, oh, if we kill Trump, then we kill MAGA. But let me tell you, folks, MAGA is a lot bigger than Trump now. The fact that like RFK and like all these people moved over. That's the key that you need to remember in this whole thing. You know what I mean? And William's saying, chat, if you use PayPal or Ko-Fi, of sending 30% of YouTube, you'll send it to William instead, folks. Because like I said, with the super chats, YouTube, they like to take 30% for themselves. If you use the PayPal or Ko-Fi, we got the links pinned. You know what I'm saying? Here's the links right here. Use them. Then we keep the 100%. We don't have to give 30%. You know what I mean? So, and grand scheme of things, think about that. If you multiply 70 by 50%, you get like 105. You know what I mean? So it's pretty much like 50% extra. You know what I mean?
Admitted that what was it? The
Wait, do you think
FBI,
that
they were
Biden-
instructed
do you think
people to lower certain things and upbring other things.
Okay, there's
And that
no
was under
evidence
Biden.
for any of that, right?
Excuse me?
There's no evidence for any
Like
of that.
testimonial evidence that they did that?
That,
and
that
they
it came
were
from the.
censoring things?
It could have been Facebook censoring it, no?
Yeah, and what were they doing that for? Under who?
Well, some of the heavy.
Well, so it could have been Facebook. It's like, no, remember when Mark Zuckerberg was on Joe Rogan saying that like the FBI told him? And then remember like when Elon Musk bought Twitter and there's all the X files, the Twitter files? Are we just going to ignore that and say that's conspiracy or that's not evidence?
Censorship was in 2020 when Trump was president, right?
Well, in which way did that favor? Did that favor?
Doesn't matter. Trump was president, wasn't it?
It does, because it shows motivation. It shows if they're trash talking Trump, then when he's president, and now they're afraid that he is president, it's like they're crybabies. They want to do something bad to him when he's not president, but then when he is president, they want to fight him and say, "Oh, you can't do that," even though he suffered that same thing.
This dude's making a terrible argument.
Hypocrisy.
What do you want to talk about?
Oh man, a whole.
Even
nother-
though
a
the
whole
dude
different
made a
debate
terrible
topic.
argument, Destiny's like, oh shit, like I can't twist him and walk him down the whole thing of like, oh, the big problem is the fact that it's like, oh, Trump's the guy we got to get. You know what I mean?
But right now we're talking about Trump.
Um,
You're saying he weaponized the Department of Justice and all that. I would just call it like he's using it.
Yeah, we live in totally. That's not. I think in the United States of America, the Department of Justice should be a separate institution that represents like noble criminal pursuits in the United States. It's not supposed to be the lapdog of
No, they
the
don't-
U.S.
they don't-
president.
they don't do
They
the
do
righteous
that.
things.
They do
Like-
that.
like
There was a
watch-
reason why there were
watch.
independent
If I
special
commit a
counsels that were
crime-
investigating Biden.
Dude, if I commit a crime,
nothing to
the
do with what
whole
we're talking
power
about.
of the
It has
government
nothing to
will
do with
come
what we're talking
against
about. No, most crimes
All
go
law enforcement-
undiscovered and
that's what I'm
unpunished.
saying. They'll use everything they can
No,
to
they
bust
don't.
me if
They
I
don't
do
usually
something
have the resource to
wrong.
do that. That's not true.
Right, but when the police or whatever, those government people, they do wrong, they don't go after them. But they went after Trump. Like the police, like when they kill people, the police aren't going after them trying to stop them. They would hide their friends and protect them, like we saw with the murder of Kelly Thomas in Fullerton. Those
Why is it
people
that we
got off
wouldn't?
scot-free.
Shouldn't Trump have more friends than anybody else then? If he's a billionaire and he's a politician?
Well, he probably makes a lot of enemies, but I think the honest people are kind of siding with him, and the people that have something to lose, they're against him.
Okay. I think that the DOJ should operate independent of the president's personal whims. I think under Biden, I think it was largely the case that was what happened. I think the easiest evidence of that is the multiple like special counsels that were investigating him and his son that he allowed.
But like, notice it's like largely that's what happened, etc., etc. But for these key things, oh, we can just ignore them. So like, notice the language where it's kind of like it's verbose, or sorry, it's kind of what's the word? It's kind of ambiguous, or it's very loose counter. It's largely didn't happen under Biden. Like Democrats, like when they get in, they make sure that everything's quote unquote run correctly or run right. But as we've seen, it's like this shit, like the whole like 10% for the big guy. Who's the big guy? Do you know what I mean? Like trying to act as though, oh, Trump's the only one that runs the presidency for his own personal gain. Well, let's not even talk about presidency. Let's just talk about the congressmen and women. Why is Nancy Pelosi worth $200 million? But it's only getting paid 200,000. Do you know what I mean? Because like this is the thing, but that like a lot of the Democrats will do is similar to what like the socialists do in Europe, or the Democrats of Europe, if you want to phrase it that way. Like they'll do this whole thing of like they want to make sure they never have like one leader, one dude, because then they're like, if we do this, if we just play the team game and we don't actually play the individual game, then like we're never going to get stuck where, okay, if our guy gets caught ever doing anything, then we're never fucked because we can just go, we're on to the next person. You know what I mean? So once you have like that kind of abstraction taking place, where it's like basically the politicians are just like pawns. So it's like if any one of the politicians act out, whatever, you can just like kick them out of the group, sideline from the group, and say, well, he's not part of our group anymore, so you can still vote for us. You know what I mean? And like that's how the system played. But when you're on the right wing, it's like, well, you need to have one dude to actually get the shit done. So then they put their chips with one dude, and then the Democrats come in and they do all they can to attack that one dude because they only have that one dude to take out. Once they take that dude out, then the game should go in their favor, kind of thing. You know what I mean? And also, yes, we're only, I think, handful away from 1900 subs. When we get 2K subs, hopefully we'll be able to do a 24-hour stream or something to celebrate to that. I'm probably going to be working towards getting up to a 24-hour stream soon anyway. Especially because, like I said, with the gaming stream, the chat and chills with the WoW. I'm not sure if it's this week. Yeah, it'll be the following week where, you know, the level and all this kind of stuff. So we're probably going to try to expand those out to like 12-hour streams for that week. Maybe push it a bit longer as well. See how much we can spend, how much time we can spend leveling to get that grind going, baby. You know what I'm saying? And like what I'm saying, we're so close. I think, yeah, we're like 7 away from 1900. And then, like I said, basically like just over 100 away from 2K as well. So, you know, like I said, once we get that 2K, we'll be celebrating it. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying, baby?
To continue, as opposed to Donald Trump, who tries to shut down every investigation that is into him or his family or anybody around him.
Well, he's the president. I mean, he's the...
Just because he's the
head.
president doesn't mean that he can just do...
I mean, what do do you not want him to do that?
No, I don't. I don't want him to
Now
intervene
watch.
personally
Now
for his
watch.
own narcissistic interests.
Now
I don't want
watch.
that to happen.
What if it's actually justice that's being served? That he's actually, you know, going after real criminals that have done bad things, and they just so happen to be going against him, right? Like okay, sorry.
So you said that under the Biden administration, the DOJ was not weaponized?
It was far more independent. It was independent from the president, yes.
So when it comes to things like you remember the COVID censorship or them going after the parents that the school board, I forget what it was, but it was like when they went after the parents for being domestic threats. Do you know what I'm talking about?
I looked into that briefly, but I think that was just a huge lie that conservatives pushed. The thing that I could find was that there was apparently some people were making bomb threats to like a school board meeting or something, and I think the FBI investigated that, and that was it. But somehow that got twisted into the FBI was threatening individual gathering. But I mean, like obviously, if this was the case, there'd be so much more information about this.
But what about like the COVID censorship?
I think a lot of that was done by social media companies independently of government intrusion.
You don't think there was any government pressures on the private sector to
not really. No, I don't think
sources?
So. No, and I think all the information
Really?
available shows the exact opposite of that. Yeah.
Then how come it was only? I think it was, what was it? Twitter, YouTube, like Twitter, Google, everything except for Spotify, which I think even received some pressure from the government at that time, specifically around the Joe Rogan. I'm sure you know about the what was it? Peter McCullough and those two. There was efforts to take those down. You don't think that was politically motivated at all?
I think that the issue is that around the COVID time especially, I think conservatives were lying about so many different things that if you counter any kind of misinformation, it's going to come off as politically part of basically every single thing to do with COVID, basically everything.
Like that it wasn't, that it didn't stop transmission or that...
Yeah, basically every single claim related to the vaccine were lies, the lab leak stuff, all of that were lies. Basically every single part of
the lab leak was a lie?
Yes, yeah.
Really?
Yeah.
Even now when the CDC is saying...
Even now, the overwhelming, no sane person can think that came from a lab in Wuhan. It's possible to think that.
You don't think it came from a lab in Wuhan?
Absolutely. Well, there's...
wow, that's
the only chance would be if there's like a super top secret like story that nobody's uncovered yet that involves somebody taking it to the wet market and leaking it that nobody knew about. It's impossible.
My understanding was that even in Democratic circles or more left-wing circles, they kind of admitted that it...
Yeah, because the Republicans control basically both houses of the media apparatus.
Pre-Trump getting in office. Like even if you see
the Republicans are really good at setting the media agenda.
It's all the Republicans.
Yep.
That's okay. That's wild. I guess we just see it totally different. What about the Mar-a-Lago raids? Biden's
The Mar-a-Lago raids, where the boxes of all the classified
Yeah, that's
material was
right.
held that we know was there. That
Do you
Donald
think
Trump
that was politically motivated by?
No, I think I think if it was politically motivated, I think it was politically motivated, which is why I'm so upset about it. I think they went way too easy on him. They gave him a year to return that material, and he didn't. We saw it was there. You do acknowledge that there was classified material in Mar-a-Lago, right?
Sure.
You acknowledge that he told his employee to hide it, right? He
I
did.
think.
Unless you
Look,
think the indictments are lies.
I'm not trying to debate it one way or another from like a lawyer's perspective. Like I'm not a lawyer.
So he called Nada and he said, "They're coming for it. Can you move this to a different room?"
Maybe there was grounds to do so, but I'm just saying to say that it.
But then, like, notice that it's like Trump being guilty of this. This is like, oh, we need to take away the presidency, right? But when it comes to Biden was guilty of the exact same thing. All former presidents took home classified documents. Do you know what I mean? So it's like, if your guy does it, he's a guilty piece of shit. Oh my God, we need to get rid of him, all this kind of shit. But when our guy does it, it's like, oh, well, if we don't need him to do anything politically for us, like if he's basically like served his role or served his job, like Biden did, oh, then yeah, you can lock him up. We don't really care because we're on to the next dude. You know what I mean? To see how it works, how it's just a revolving door of like these faceless politicians, and they just weaponize that. You know what I mean? But if your guy does anything, even if we do it first, he's a piece of shit and needs to get out of office. You know what I mean? We got Barney coming in saying, drowning people in sanctimony and moral high ground when the culture has no moral compass. Exactly. Like, this is the whole thing with America. It's that, like, got which one it was. Oh my God. It's like John Adams, John West, or one of them. He was basically kind of saying that it's like more the the founding principles that America's founded on, like free speech, Second Amendment, all this kind of stuff. Like the implication or the presupposition there is that it's like the American people will have a moral compass to go on. That, like, if you don't have any sense of, if you're basing your moral relativists, then principles that America's founded on will not work. You know what I mean? So, for example, right, we're to say Second Amendment, that means that everybody's allowed to buy a gun and you can't stop me buying a gun. Well, if you got a bunch of like degenerates that like think that morality is just a fugazi and it's all made up and all this kind of shit, giving all those motherfuckers a gun is not necessarily a good thing. You know what I mean? So in terms of the dynamic, it's like that's the presupposition behind like the founding principles of America. That's like, these people will have a moral compass. If there's no moral compass, then the experiment will have failed. You know what I mean? This is why it's immensely important that America stays free. Hence why we're in this current shit show that we're in. You know what I mean?
Wasn't politically motivated is a little bit.
So any time you do something to somebody who's politically motivated, could it have just been he broke the law?
Well, it could be like, we could look at it in context, right? Like, you downplayed previously just now the Russia Gate or the Russia hoax.
There is no Russia Gate or Russia hoax. That's all a lie.
So if let's say if Obama was implicated and he did,
he won't be implicated because nothing happened. Yeah,
I know nothing has happened yet, but if there's evidence that Obama did propagate some lies regarding Russia and Trump and collusion there, would you?
If new evidence came out, I would change my mind on it. Yeah.
Okay. Fair enough.
That evidence is not there right now, and all of the documents they're talking about right now that they're quoting, they're entirely misquoting. If you just read what they released,
I just find it really dishonest that you're saying that the Trump administration has weaponized the DOJ.
Which part am I dishonest about?
Well, because there's so many instances under Biden of the DOJ going after both private citizens and Trump himself.
Yeah, people say this, but it's just because they just never actually read anything that's released. So, for instance, when it came to Twitter, right, Matt Taibbi published all the Twitter files, the story about the Hunter Biden laptop story. He said himself there was absolutely no evidence that the FBI intervened to pressure Twitter to hide that. When there was information published about quote unquote pressure from the
there was evidence that Hunter Biden was involved with the Ukraine. What was
Burisma?
Yeah,
no, there wasn't.
There absolutely
not only was there not, but the person that started off that entire chain of investigation has been convicted by the FBI because he admitted to lying.
Was that
at the start
Hunter
of it.
Biden's
laptop? It might have been.
No. Didn't Hunter Biden's partner testify in court that there was involvement? Like, isn't that-
Like vague conversations, but no criminal stuff at all. And the entirety of the start of that, with the guy that started that, he lied to the FBI to start the whole idea that there was some foul play going on between Hunter and his dad. The guy's convicted. He's convicted right now of that crime.
Okay, I don't know. I guess
I know
maybe-
there's a problem. Nobody seems to know about the facts of any of these things. It's very frustrating because the Republicans control this whole media apparatus. I said before on the Twitter thing,
What whole media? Have the Democrats ever controlled the media apparatus?
not in the past 15 years that I've seen.
The
No.
15 years, really.
Mm-hmm.
You don't think that the majority of media is predominantly sides with left wing or
Considering the fact that Fox News is the most popular.
sure? Can you name another Republican or right wing? Like if we're talking about
Charlie
CNN,
Kirk has the most popular presence in
he does
schools in
now.
the United States.
He does now.
Yeah.
Yeah,
In
sure.
the alternative media world, Republicans.
I'm talking
and
about legacy media though, because like that was what was at play.
Fox
during this
News
time.
website. I mean, Wall Street Journal
It's
was a right,
just
center right
Fox
leaning.
News, right? But I mean, then we look at the actual media landscape. We look at CNN, MSNBC, NBC, all these.
Fox News has more viewership than
BBC.
CNN and MSNBC combined. I mean, Fox News is the largest. Is a massive
Okay.
media empire.
I find that to be like a little bit like.
What do you think is a single left-wing narrative that managed to take hold and be pervasive?
I think the
Biden was sharp as a tack. Remember when every single news organization was saying, well, Biden was sharp as a tack in that debate. You know what I mean? When he was like literally mumbling over his words. Like at one point, Trump was like, I don't even know if he knows what he said. You know what I mean? Remember that famous clip? But like, do you see how like all of a sudden it's like the gaslighting, and then like you seem as though you're the crazy one. Like you're like a cult. You're just following this dude because of a cult and all this kind of shit. And this like because there's so much crazy shit that's happening, it's almost like your brain has system overload to try and recall all the crazy shit that was going down. Like, are we not going to talk about like BLM burning down cities and all this kind of shit? Police stations? No, we're not going to talk about that. And it's like, oh well, like BLM that was during Trump. It's like, no, BLM was founded when Biden. Sorry, not even Biden. When Obama was president and Biden was vice president. That's when BLM was founded. So don't give me this whole thing of like, oh, if you just vote for more black people, or if you put more black people into power, then like the racism solved and all this kind of shit. Don't give me this shit. Because we've seen it play out over the past fucking, what is it this stage? 16, 24 years? Ridiculous.
I think the Russia and the Hunter Biden laptop story played a huge role in the 2020
So, like for the
election.
Russia stuff, what do you think was fake about that?
Well, it seems that there was at least an attempt to implicate Trump as if he had some dealings with Russia, and that Putin had essentially propped him up as a U.S. candidate.
So Putin did prop him. He tried to prop him up, right? We know that.
What do you? Please explain.
So, like, there was a hack into the DNC servers by a Russian hacker, and we know that Roger Stone was coordinating with him to leak.
What year is this?
Was it like 2016? The
No, this
Guccifer-
was leading up to the 2016 election.
Yeah, the Guccifer 2.0 guy was a Russian hacker.
Okay, I don't know anything about that, to be honest. But I
Roger
guess I'll
Stone was
look into
coordinating
it.
with him to leak stuff to the media in order to have it like come out. That's why we heard about Hillary's emails for like a year.
That's fair. I mean, and I
Sure.
acknowledge that we did. That's true.
Okay.
But I'm just saying that I think that it's a two-way street. You know what I mean? Like,
Where's the other way?
Now, like, bear in mind, the critique against Trump was he was taking confidential information and bringing it home to Mar-a-Lago. And now notice Destiny's thing is like, oh, because a Russian hacker got the information that Hillary Clinton was doing the same thing with the email server. Oh, like that, because that's Russia collusion. We have to ignore the fact that Hillary Clinton was doing the same stuff that we accused Donald Trump of doing. A bad thing, because again, like the critique against Trump is that like him bringing the confidential information home, that's a bad thing. Hillary Clinton putting the confidential information on her own private server, you know what I mean? Like that's technically a bad thing, but because it was a Russian hacker that got that information, we're going to flip that script and say, no, that's actually a good thing in our favor because that was actually Russia helping Trump. But it's like, I don't give a fuck what the nationality of the dude is. You know what I mean? Like, do you not see how crazy this is? And when you put into it, like in the moment, you know what I mean? It's very difficult. You know what I mean? William saying, I figured out 6 hours of film room, 6 hours of Wheel of Madness, and 12 hours of chat and chill. That sounds like a good combo for a celebratory stream. for a 2K stream, baby. 'Cause it gives a good mix. Gives us a good mix. I like it, William. I like it a lot. And like I was saying as well, like in terms of the in terms of like testing out and all this kind of stuff, I think like the chat and chill would be the good stream to use that, and especially because the new patch is dropping next week. I think we might as well test it for those weeks as well. So I think maybe do like a 16-hour stream or something like that, William. Probably maybe on both days just to test over, make sure we get the raid thing working on this kind of stuff, because YouTube only does the 12 hours. Otherwise it stops or basically shortens the live down to whatever the last 12 hours of the stream was. So if we done 16 hours, it would skip out the first 4 hours. So we basically have to make like a double stream and then raid over after the 12 hours. I'm thinking those streams would be good streams to test it out, because I'm gonna need about like I'm gonna need a lot of time to level once that drops as well. So I think we can. That's what I'm saying. The chat and chill seemed like a crazy idea. Oh, you're just gonna game and all this stuff, but it gives us a lot of opportunity. For example, for test streamings in terms of length and all this kind of stuff. We definitely get that done as well. But if you guys are like, oh no, Taylor can make a mistake, or maybe add this and all stuff, we always welcome the feedback.
The other way is the Biden administration, all the things that they did throughout, specifically during COVID. I think that turned a lot of people off.
Like what?
Censoring private citizens.
So most of the
social
censorship
media
that happened
companies,
was
the
under
Mark Zuckerberg letter.
Yeah, most of the censoring that happened was in 2020. That was when Trump was president, though.
No. It was. I mean, you could say that it started then. Sure.
Yeah. Like, notice that it's like, oh, the censorship only happened in 2020. There was no censorship in 2021. There was no censorship in 2022. There's no censorship in 2023. There was no censorship in 2015. There's no censorship in 2014. You know what I mean? It's only when Trump was in office. But like I said, we can cut back to like, you know, pre 2016, or even like as 2016 was going up, and we just see like all these right wing accounts getting banned and all these social media platforms, and then the excuse is, oh, those are private companies. They can do what they want. Then let's go one layer deep. Let's talk about when Mark Zuckerberg is on Joe Rogan saying that Facebook's telling them to take down all these posts. What about these Twitter files that Elon Musk released? When again, the American government was telling all these people. Because the thing is, like, at least when Trump does it, we know we can point to someone. We have a name. When the Democrats do it, it's like politician number 69420. Do you know what I mean? I was like, okay, that's just another faceless politician we can throw into the fire as we keep pushing this agenda. Do you know what I mean? It's crazy. It's crazy. And welcome in, Abe. Salutes to you, sir. Salutes to you. Also, as William says, chat, I don't know what you heard, but this show ain't free.
I don't know what you heard, but this show ain't free.
Think of what the Christians would want.
How in the world is a dying, lost world ever going to hear the gospel if we don't have some Christians that's got some money in their pockets to propagate it?
To propagate it? Some propagation? What about what the Jews would think?
If you go into the old covenant, do you think the Jewish people believe you should be broke?
No, sir. I've never met a brokey Jew. I don't think I've met a Jew, though, to be fair. So it is what it is. It is what it is, boys. But like I said, if you want the premium meme, like I said, we got, was it like 4 or 5 brand new premium memes, folks. Like I said, we're testing now, so if you don't like any one of them, let me know. Let me know. But yeah, we only need 4 more super chats on YouTube to get the next or the latest premium meme. And as William's saying as well, we only need $30 as well to open up the panel. So if you want a bit of chaos, you want a bit of craziness, you want to open the panel up, well, we only need $30 more. And Jack saying, test it beforehand how to transfer over to another stream, seeing other people struggle with that. I don't know about all the behind the scenes and that. Yeah, it's a bit complex in terms of the back end. Like I said, this is why the chat and chill is such a good one, because it's like it's an actual, like we're doing the live stream thing. Like I said, the whole leveling process, you want excess time to do the whole leveling thing and all this kind of stuff as well. And we got Barney saying, this dysentery just incessantly bullshits belligerently and in a threatening entitlement. What the fuck is this? Well, like, this is the thing. Like, notice that, like, Destiny's the one that's sitting on the moral high horse on stuff. Like, all we need to do is just cut over to his tweets or his clips of him saying that, like, yeah, the right wingers should be scared. I want them to fear for their lives on the streets and all this kind of shit. Do you know what I mean? Like, this, like, dark, fucking, like, evil monster, like, Frankenstein type shit. Do you know what I mean? It's crazy. It's actually crazy that they will sit there and, like, you know, like, stand on the soapbox and do all that shit. It's crazy. And chat also as well, like, just to let you know, you get 50% more value with the PayPal or Ko-Fi. So, like, we need $30 to open a panel. So if you do $20 through PayPal or Ko-Fi, that would be enough, because 50% extra of $20 would be $30. I mean, you just take half and then add it onto it. So half 20 is $10. Add 10 and 20 together, you get 30. You know what I'm saying? A bit of quick maths. Like I said, we want to incentivize or get you used to using the PayPal or Ko-Fi, because, like I said, YouTube taking 30% is daylight robbery. It's daylight theft. I'm telling you. I'm fucking telling you, boys.
But it really escalated once Biden took office.
I think it started to taper down once Biden was in office. I don't think it was because I don't think the president had much to do with it either way.
The whole context leading up to Elon Musk buying Twitter, do you think that was just like had nothing to do with?
I think he got hurt. I think his feelings got hurt and he bought it.
I think there was a politicization of private companies by the Biden administration.
Well, I think the private
a lot
companies,
of private citizens have, you know, been to court and been implicated in this, and there was a huge reaction.
Nobody's been implicated in anything like meaningful. Like some people have said some things, but
I'm saying like a lot of private citizens were deplatformed. RFK actually being one of them, who was the HHS secretary, right?
I agree that there were political biases at these companies, but
by the Biden administration.
No.
Oh, I mean,
there's no evidence. You can't give me.
Yes,
evidence for any of it. There's no evidence for any of this.
I guess there's no evidence, but I think the overwhelming sentiment is.
I understand the overwhelming sentiment is, but that's because I'm telling you that the conservatives control the entire media apparatus. That's why.
What? There's consensus because the conservatives own the entire media apparatus. Okay, brah. Okay, yeah, CNN is owned by the conservatives. CNN is Conservative News Network, okay? That's what CNN stands for. You know what I mean? Did you not hear the craziness that he's just like throwing at this gun? Because like I said, this dude's like literally hitting them with the counters. You know what I mean?
That's why you have a feeling so strong about a thing you have no evidence for. And I give you evidence to the contrary of literally every single claim you're making.
There's plenty of evidence to the contrary. If you look at the what was it, the antitrust case with NewsGuard and I forget what the other censorship agency was. They essentially there was a movement to deplatform to prevent advertisers from
advertising on X.
Not just X, but multiple conservative leaning outlets.
Sure,
like Daily Wire. Like
that's a lie.
No, it is not a lie. It is not a lie.
I would encourage you to read the. I would encourage you to read the complaint that was actually filed. So the issue is that there's a company that people paid money to say like, hey, where should we advertise? And they were saying that we're
the
on
literal company. They literally shut their doors. Like
they might have. Does that mean that the company was in the wrong if they bankrupt or whatever?
I think it's heavily implied that they're in the wrong. Yes.
Okay, so every company that Trump bankrupted must have necessarily been in the wrong, or Trump University was necessarily been in the wrong.
It's not about. Sure, maybe some of those instances Trump was in the wrong, but that's a totally different point. What we're talking about is that there was a coercive effort to target Republican media.
Is it not possible that those companies just thought that those were bad places to advertise because they were being like inundated with Nazi propaganda? Do you think right now today is Twitter the same that it was 4 years ago?
It depends what you mean by the same.
Are there more videos of black people fighting and people being racist and people spamming racial slurs and Hitler Nazi signs or whatever?
There's probably some more deplorable content. Yeah.
Okay. So it might be reasonable. Some people are like, oh, this is probably not a great place for you to advertise.
I guess.
Okay. But I don't need government intrusion for
I'm not even talking about X.
But you see, like I just gave you, that was like a plausible scenario versus something there's no evidence for.
There is evidence for it. And I'm happy to pull up the court cases on the side, but like it's like
okay,
there was a whole hearing about this when it came to conservative media. So, thank you, gentlemen. All right.
Basically, what you're saying is Trump is bad, right?
Saying that Trump goes after people legally in a bad way that he shouldn't do, that other people don't do.
Right. What do you think of Hitler, Destiny?
I think he was probably pretty bad too.
Yeah, because you know how a lot of people compare Trump to Hitler.
Some people do, yeah.
Yeah, is it like that bad, like kind of gauge?
No, not that bad.
Okay, because there was that thing recently that Trump did with the basically he's making every state kneel to Israel, or he's gonna like go after them legally.
Here
FEMA
we
funds, yeah,
go.
I've heard this, yeah.
Yeah, what was that about?
Apparently the I forget which department or thing it was, but they basically put out a statement saying that if you participate in BDS or anything on a government level, that they're gonna potentially withhold FEMA funds from you. It might make you ineligible for FEMA funds.
Yeah, and it's like people are saying like, yeah, the states have to. Well, a lot of people are portraying it like, yeah, the states have to capitulate to Israel, but it's basically just the
You can't boycott
they
Israel.
can't states can't do BDS.
Yeah.
Okay, so it's anti-BDS. Yeah, and he goes after people for that.
For like FEMA funds, yeah.
Yeah.
Probably not good, yeah.
Yeah, I'm surprised you didn't bring that up. That's like a pretty current thing right now.
Sure.
Would have been
I
like
mean,
a
it's not the
gimme.
DOJ, so it's a different.
Yeah, and that's not good. He shouldn't be doing that, right? Or what do you
Yeah.
think?
What?
What do you think?
I think he probably shouldn't be doing that. I think that the deportation of people related to political opinions around Israel, I think is also kind of weird, not good.
Well, wait, no. What's wrong with that though?
Well, they're like college students who, if they're like protesting on behalf of Gaza or Hamas or whatever, that they're saying that they can deport you for that political opinion.
Right. No, but wait, you don't support that?
No.
You don't support Israel, Dustin?
Like broadly, I do, yeah. But I also
Yeah.
think the First Amendment is really important in the United States. I don't think we should deport people that we disagree with.
No, but what if they're like really anti-Israel?
That you have the right to be really anti-Israel as an American or as a visa holder or as a green card holder?
No, but we gotta support them, right?
What do you mean by support them? I
Like,
just support the
they're
right.
against ally, right?
This is what I'm saying. It's like this dude is doing worse than even Destiny. It's like, oh, like, like what about these people being deported? Or like, clearly Destiny doesn't want anyone to be deported. So it's like this dude has this thing again. We've all seen it. This thing of like everything's Israel's fault, all this kind of shit. But again, like I said, it's just like the same way the feminists say, oh, like everything's men's fault. You know what I mean? Like we've heard that whole spiel where it's like men are trash, you know what I mean? But men should be equal to men, or women should be equal to men. So if men are trash and we treat them like trash, and you're saying that you want women to be treated like men, then we're going to treat women like trash too. I don't want that. This whole kind of thing. It's the same thing with this dude, where he's like, oh, like I want to be able to trash on Israel and all this kind of shit. It's like, okay, so then you don't want to deport these people. Like, no, I also want to deport the people, but I also want to talk shit on Israel. But then you cannot deport these people for the reason that you're saying because they're talking shit against Israel. You can either have one or you can have both. You can either have one or the other. You can't have both. You know what I mean? It is what it is, folks.
What?
They're our greatest ally, right? Like, don't you talk about this on your show?
I don't know if I talk about Israel being I don't think Israel's our greatest ally.
Yeah.
They are an ally, but
So in this instance, you're against that?
against just there being an ally.
Yeah, yeah.
against
Well,
deporting
like,
people.
yeah, this instance in the ally.
Yeah, I don't think rights are you either have all of them or none of them. You can't really selectively dole them out.
And again, like he's phrasing this as this is an allyship with Israel. No, like the whole thing of like the people who are running rampant in the cities, the one commonality is that they're all pro Gaza and they hate Israel, all this kind of shit. The easiest way to get to these people is to say, you guys are being anti-Israel. We can't have that in the country. You guys got to go. It's like the same thing with Trump with the whole Venezuela thing. It's like, oh, it's about the drugs. Well, clearly it's not about the drugs when you look at the geopolitics of it. But for the sake of brevity, because the Democrats is going to lie anyway, yeah, it's for the drugs. The whole kind of aspect of the noble lie, as I like to call it. You know what I mean? But again, this dude, this is what happens. Like, you go down 2 minute rabbit holes, and next thing you know, all your problems is this one group's. And anytime you find yourself in this mentality where it's like, all of the world's problems is down to this one group of people, more likely than not, you have some false conclusions here. You know what I mean? Because like in terms of the whole aspect here, like it's the same thing. We could do the feminism. We could do Marxism as well, where they say it's all the capitalist fault. It's all these rich capitalist people and all this kind of shit. It's like all your life's problems are because of that. My dear, I think Milady doth protest too much. You know what I mean? But hey, it is what it is. And William's saying, chat, do you want to open the panel or not? It's only $30. Chat, I would even say, chat, do you not want to see the premium memes? I spent all day yesterday doing the premium memes, doing the emojis, all this kind of thing. You know what I mean? We only have 1 out of 5 on the YouTube super chat goal as well. So if you want premium memes, you want to open up the panel. Oh shit! We just got a dono from Jack on the Ko-Fi. Is this what I think it is? This is $10. What he says for William, for Teriak, for the open panel. That was $10 in Ko-Fi, which means it's $50, 15 on the thing. So. One sec, 'cause I don't want to fuck up the goal too much. So let me do a bit of quick maths. Right, so if I do one sec, folks. All right, if I knock 5 off it, all right, and I say, okay, right, we only do 4 or 5 for that, and then do. Well, I think this makes sense, and it doesn't fuck up the donut bar either, William. I think. So we save that. Okay, so now, yeah, we've changed it to 45, and then we go into this, and then we do this, and we say this was this. Okay, we need to do this again. So we added 10 onto donut bar and then took the 5 extra from the don't fuck with the donut total. Yeah, no, I'm not fucking with the donut total. So I've taken it from what's needed, if you get me. Because Jack done 10 on the Ko-Fi, which is, like I said, 15. Yeah, we're at 30. Yeah, so yeah, that's exactly, William. So I made sure that like the amount that we're at doesn't change, but I've basically taken it from the amount required. So I've factored in the 50% extra from the Ko-Fi while not fucking up the donut bar. You know what I'm saying? You see what I'm saying? I'm telling you, bros. I'm telling you. Like I said, one day at a time. We do, like, life's a marathon, baby. So I was wondering, like, what solution are we going to come up with that? There you go, folks. There you go. So I'll just basically take it away from the amount required kind of thing, whatever the excess is, and then boom, once we hit it, then we change it back to the daily goal. Then, man, we're getting solutions. That's the main thing. We're getting solutions, boys. Let's fucking go. And shout outs to Jack as well. For the Ko-Fi as well. Let me play a guitar shredding for that one, my friend. Are we having fun yet, chat? Are we having fun yet? I think Jack is. The absolute gentleman. And I guarantee you, not one of you could shred that hard on guitar. Like I said, I wish I could be able to shred that hard. Did you see that little solo there? Absolute amazing.
Amazing. Have them at all, right?
So the principle takes precedence over like allyship, for example.
Yeah, for sure. Otherwise, you don't really have a principle. The principle would be something different, right?
Yeah, and that's like unbreakable to you, right?
I think so, yeah. I'm trying to think if there's maybe some exception, but I can't really think of one. Yeah, I think, yeah.
Yeah, and I guess just on a broader scale too, it's like, yeah, Trump's like doing these things, but on a broader scale, I see mostly Republicans, right-wing people just getting it's completely one-sided, the law, when it comes to anything they try to do. Anything really just normal families try to do that aren't political, just normal upstanding families. A lot of times the law just benefits the person maybe trying to be upstanding, or just the normal person like getting their house broken into.
Like how?
Well, I've heard a lot that maybe you've had this discussion with Jesse and Vince about guns, how someone breaks into someone's house, the person defending themselves goes through a lot of legal processes just because of that. It's made the mentality basically where it's like, just let them take it, you know, just get like screwed up the butt, right?
A lot of
you support that, right? You're a fan of that, right? Just Americans getting screwed up the butt, right?
I probably have more guns than everyone in the
Right, this is what the fuck are you talking about, bro? This is why, like, I don't like the whole J-Spurg thing. Because you make people like Destiny seem competent, seem normal. You know what I'm saying? Oh, holy shit.
From combined. Okay,
Right,
so I drive
but,
at least
like,
for guns,
you know,
I support
like,
self-defense,
just
and I think that
examples
a
like
lot of
these
states have like
where
self-defense
they're
laws
where they're
you have
just screwed
standard gun
over by
laws.
the law, not specifically
No, I don't
guns,
like it when people
but
get
just on a
screwed over by
broader
the law.
scale, like Americans getting screwed over.
Why would I support anybody getting screwed over by the law?
Well, just generally is what I'm saying is that the law, like you're saying that right now Trump's misusing the law on his behalf. For the longest time, and even now, under Trump, his base is getting screwed over, and they've been getting screwed over for a long time.
Like in the event that somebody breaks into your house, if you shoot them, there should probably be like an investigation. That's important, right?
Right.
I don't think it's getting screwed over by the law. In a lot of states, you have the right to defend yourself in your property. You don't have to retreat. And there's a lot of people like the Breonna Taylor, her boyfriend shot back against the cops, and he was let off completely. He didn't get convicted of a crime or anything like that.
Yeah.
So I mean, like you have the right to defend yourself even against the cops if they're breaking into your house. So I don't know what you mean when you say they're all getting screwed over by the law.
Well, no, there's a lot of examples of that where they just get screwed over by the law. They go through a lot of legal processes. Lawfare. Like, did you mention that?
Lawfare, so is what what Trump is doing. Yeah.
It seems that a lot of our system is designed just to screw over just normal people.
I don't agree. I think most of it's there to protect ordinary people.
You're like with the system. You think it generally?
I think a system
works?
of law and order is good. Yes, I think so.
No, it is, but just our system.
Are you
has been
against
so
law and order?
No, I'm not. But I'm saying that the current system is.
What part of the system is broken, do you think?
Well, just typically, a lot of these Democrat-run cities, they just go after normal people and tend
Like, what's
to-
an example of
and
going
tend to uphold
after?
degenerates? Well, L.A.
So
for
the whole
example.
city of LA. Who is the city of LA going after?
Just normal people trying to get by.
Like, what's an example of this?
Let me think.
Like, is the mayor running around punching people in the face, or
No, not necessarily, but their policies just make it very difficult for
so
normal
policies?
families to
So I mean, like,
exist here.
you can vote on your mayor, you can vote on your city council if you want to change.
Yeah,
something.
no, but these policies suck, and part of that does tie into immigration. How these Democrats are just stealing elections, and that needs to stop. I do agree that people should get involved in vote.
Oh my
locally.
god, this is what happens when you start throwing out all these claims, and like when you're asked to give one example, like what Destiny is like, can you give me an example of this? Like how normal people are getting screwed over, and he's like, yeah, just the policies in these Democrat cities. I was like, okay, can you name one? Can you give me some sort of example of a specific thing that was passed? Let's say like a specific law that was passed nefariously, where they pushed it through even though it was against like what the people voted for, or something along those lines. And then when you make the claim, oh, the elections are just stolen by the Democrats. Okay, when you make a claim like that, how did Trump get into office then? You not see how easy it is to dismiss that with just simple questions that like you basically go off on like an hour long like schizo rant trying to explain how Democrats vote control all the elections, but then they're also letting Trump in. Makes no sense. Do you know what I mean? That's what I'm saying. Like that's what it literally. This is why we have this clip.
You know, this is diseased brain thinking.
Do you know what I mean? It's literally disease. It erodes your faculties to actually think like rationally. Do you know what I mean? Once you have that, and like I said, there's multiple different ideologies that does. Like if you get captured by feminism, all the world's problems are because of men. If you get captured by Marxism, all the world's problems are the capitalist fault. Do you know what I mean? Diseased brain thinking, folks. Diseased brain thinking. Dissentry swears to God he has no idea about land grab protocols, cry victim and wrath, psychotic. But that's what I'm saying. Like when you have dudes like this, who he's going up against, he's going to seem like a normal person because this dude's just like making random baseless claims that he's not even able to back up. But like I said, I'm just saying when Jim Bob had his go, you know what I mean? It wasn't as fancy. He didn't have any fancy flowers in the background and a full studio, all this kind of shit. I'm just saying.
So that we can get good leaders in there. But like a lot of that system has to be changed through the voting means, through the immigration. And
Do you think it might just be that most of the people
through
here
campaign finance
support
stuff,
that, and you're just like on the minority side of that, so they don't support
Excuse
your? Do you think that most of the people here might support the current policies and law, and you're just on the other side of that?
What do you mean?
That there might be policies that you personally don't like, but most of the people in LA like them, and that's why they stay.
I don't think most people like them.
Then weren't they?
If you look at the trends lately, like last few years in LA, a lot of people want change in LA in general. They
What
don't
kind of
like
change? What do they want to
current
change though?
Policies.
Sure. I mean, there's
Yeah, and a lot of this noise has been created by Republicans talking about these type of issues, these anti-family issues. These like
what are
basically-
the anti-family policies?
Well, for example, there's the whole single family versus multi-family home issue, which goes, like I said, to helping these immigrants come over. It doesn't help like just single family homes or people trying to start families with single family homes. They're encouraging policies that are bringing in immigrants. They're not really helping.
I don't
normal
understand what
people.
that. I don't know what you just said.
Like, I can explain what this dude is trying to point to. It's the fact that these politicians are so desperate, and the fact that they've done all this thing of like, oh, we want to be like pro-abortion, we want to be pro all this kind of crazy shit. They've now put themselves into a situation, okay, a quinky dink, as they say, because the economy is built on the population growing, right? And if that is the case, you need to make sure that you have enough viable employees, for lack of a better word, like that's constantly being able to get into work and all this kind of stuff as well. Now, if you're in a birth rate crisis that we're in at the moment, well, then that kind of fucks up the whole like economy growing because your population is not growing. Meaning the only way to the quote unquote quick fix is to say, oh, we're just going to import in a bunch of cheap labor from, you know, second world, third world countries. Like that's basically like that's not only what they're doing in America, but that's what they're doing in Europe, that's what they're doing in Canada, that's what they're doing in Australia. Economy's built off the population growing, the population not growing, ergo we got to import them in. Now, another solution would be let's start putting policies in place that actually grows the nuclear family and that supports the nuclear family, etc., etc. But they're like, nah, that takes too much time, bro. We're not doing that. That's basically what's the discussions that happen in the higher up. Bear in mind, it's got nothing got to do with we got to bend the knee to Israel, which is what this dude's whole point is trying to be. You know what I mean? Like I said, when you come at it from the whole Jaceberg thing, it's like you basically make your opponent look like they're the rational individual and you're the crazy person, even though you could be making valuable arguments here. Like I said, rather than try to attack Destiny over the whole J thing, you could literally just attack them over the whole Democrats, saying you guys are now importing in the third world because the population is not growing. The native population is not growing. This was a problem caused by yous, because yous are the ones that are pro-abortion, that are pro like antenatal policies. You know what I mean? That's how you get them. That's how you pin them down and you ground and pound them with that one. But this whole shit that he's doing, holy shit, bro. You know what I mean? It's crazy, and like that's what I'm saying. It's important to highlight these videos because it's like these are the types of shit where it's like you're basically just giving your opponent the W. You know what I mean? A lot of people say, well, Terry, like, didn't you kind of give Rob the W because you conceded in the debate? Yeah, that's different. Okay? I don't mind losing to Rob or giving Rob the W. It is what it is. You know what I mean? But when you're doing this whole thing of like, I'm going to be here and I got the one-on-one opportunity against Destiny, you don't do this shit. Por favor. Barney's saying, well, stop burning it down, importing and funding violent criminals. Soros this century. Like, that's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying, Barney. Like, the mere fact that they are so ideologically captured with, like, antenatal policies. Like, this whole thing of, like, they will fight and die for the right for a woman to kill her kid in the womb. That is going to have implications on your population, which will have implications on your economy. You know what I mean? So, like I said, like that's how you're supposed to be able to attack this. And like William keeps saying, chat, keep donating. Do you not want to see the premium memes? Do you not want to have the open panel? We're so close. Like I said, only $10 on the Ko-Fi PayPal will get us there. Or $15 through the YouTube.
When you say single family homes, are you saying there shouldn't be any single families or there should be more?
No, that's what they're saying.
Okay.
Democrats. They're promoting.
Isn't- if you-
They use like these.
If you zone only for single family homes, doesn't that like limit the amount of places that you can have to live? Doesn't that make everything more expensive?
No, yeah, but there's problems if you go the other way, where it's just everybody come in. Let's try to cram as many people into the city, into this building, into this classroom. There's problems that arise with that, and that needs to be controlled. I think within reasonable means. Right now, it's not controlled. There's an open border. The people who come over here through asylum and green cards and overstaying visas, they're taking advantage of these benefits that are in place for Americans. There should be a safety net for these things. But right now, this system is getting completely overrun and abused by a lot of immigrants, mainly of all different types of
I think that zoning for housing and talking about housing policy is separate.
Yeah,
that's
housing.
a separate,
I guess that's like
But that's
an
a-
issue
probably a
about-
separate thing from the
Yeah.
border stuff, right?
No, it is very much involved. JD Vance talked about it in the debate with the other guy, Tim Walz, where if you want more housing for like young Americans, deport at least the 20 million that came over under Biden to start. You know, we got to get rid of a lot more than that. I'd say that those two issues are very involved with each other. Immigration and
Okay, I feel like cities have been in general getting more expensive over the past several decades.
yeah, Democrat cities. Most of these cities,
But it's happening over
Democrat
it's
run.
every, it's
most
every
of them.
yeah, it's every city across the entire world though. I mean, there's just a lot of people that want to move to cities.
And ladies and gentlemen, we got £10. Pounds. Not just the yo-yos, not just the dollars, £10 from Shazzy. 1 sec, let me do the Shazzy's Bush emoji. 1 sec. So any members, well, 1 sec. Any members should be able to push Shazzy's bus right there, boys. So 1 sec, let me do the pound thing. Panel is open. So 1 sec, let me first of all, folks. Let me put this in the chat and make sure I pin it as well. And then I need to fix this. See, there we go. There we go. So 1 sec, let me just pin this. So this gets pinned, and then make sure on the Kick and then the Twitch as well. Because we do stream multi-platform, you know what I'm saying? I think we've 47 followers over on Kick, and we have 19 over on Twitch as well. You know what I'm saying? We're slowly growing. And hey, there we go. Mama Bear herself. Welcome in, Shazzy. Welcome in. So now I need to so what I need to do is if I go hit this thing and I say, all right, so we do we've got the open panel, which means I need to set it back to daily goal. Put the starting amount at this. Bada bing, bada boom. Save that. Give it an L, refresh. And then when we do this, okay, that's 41. Beautiful. And then we need to do and that puts it back to 40, baby. So the panel link is pinned, folks. So if you just want to pop on, let me know your thoughts, all this kind of stuff. It's right there. You know what I'm saying? We got Shazzy saying, no sleep yet, listening. Absolute. You know what I'm saying? Illustrious. The illustrious Shazzy. You know? Like, because I'm trying to expand the vocabulary. Because I've been watching a lot of the old school Sherlock Holmes. The one with Jeremy Brett, you know. And I have to say, like, that's probably like the Sherlock Holmes, if I was to say anybody. But like I've noticed that it's like when you look back to a lot of the old school stuff, like the words being used, like we just don't use them anymore. You know what I mean? Like even just a simple thing of like the difference between who and whom. Like when should you use who and when should you use whom? You know what I mean? A lot of little different, lot of little things like that, like shows you like the difference in terms of like the quote unquote culture, even though it should be like it's like the same country and all this kind of stuff, but just like notice the complete shift. And it's like the same thing happened, like for example, in like ancient Greece, when they had like the ancient Greek, but then they started speaking Koine Greek, which is basically just like a vastly simplified down form of the Greek, the ancient Greek. It's kind of like the same thing with like the old English versus modern day English kind of thing, you know?
There's not like the infrastructure to deal with it. You get a lot of older people that are holding on to property that they don't want to sell. You know, if you're 40, 50, you paid off a mortgage, you know, they go move somewhere else, they hold on to it. I think there's a lot of things, there's a lot of friction that's keeping housing from becoming available. I don't know if just pointing at immigration and saying that's the thing is necessarily
It's like the big thing. It's not the only one, but it's like easily top 2, top 3, like top 2 for sure. I would say it affects a lot. With the unemployment stuff, it affects a lot. It's a big one, which is why it's always been like at the top.
Wait, folks, William has a question. Chat, what is a woman?
This black preacher.
What is a woman?
What is a woman?
It's your mama. It sure ain't your daddy.
That's right. Go ahead.
Sure ain't your daddy.
For both Democrats and Republicans during election years, it affects a lot of stuff. And besides
why
that,
would Californians be running from California to Texas if it was just immigration impacting? So aren't there a lot of immigrants that go to Texas as well?
well, it's the common adage where Democrats, they don't like Democrat policies. They leave the cities they destroy and go to other states to destroy those cities.
Okay.
That dude saying that thing right there, it's just like, okay, bro, you're literally just quoting, like you're just quoting memes at me at this stage. To be honest, like I love the memes myself, but it's like there's the meme, but then you have to do the research behind the meme, and then, like I said, to do the whole thing. You know what I mean? Tarek, I did family and friends. Wait, what you mean? I'm not sure. Let me know, Shazzy. Let me know.
I'm just curious.
Like you're in Miami, right?
I am, yeah.
Yeah, Miami's nice, right?
Do you recognize that like blue cities?
So yeah, there
do you
goes the,
recognize that, like,
there goes
do
the
you
neighborhood.
recognize that,
Destiny came to Miami.
Do you
Beach.
recognize
There
that the
goes
blue cities
neighborhood.
like pay for the subsidization like the rest of the United States? That like conservative.
I see what you mean. Like, cause like in PayPal, there's like the family friend, so it's like it goes direct. There's no like extra cuts on stuff. I appreciate you, Shazzy. That's what I'm saying. That's why like Shazzy gets titles like the illustrious. I mean, she gets the fancy words. You know what I mean? Jack as well gets the fancy words. I need more fancy words, so let me think about another fancy word for Jack as well. You know, illustrious.
Area economic output is like far
Conservatives
lower
need to
than...
do more of that. Yes.
Okay.
Hardcore. They're not doing that, and it's good we're talking about this kind of stuff. How the Trump tariffs need to like help Americans more. Really just like a lot more. It shouldn't just be like anti-BDS laws being enacted. It should be like anti-white laws that are going against just like normal Americans here. You know, I feel like there's common ground, Dustin.
I don't think so, but
oh come on, I just gave you the thing about how conservatives, Republicans need to do more with the housing, better quality of life, kind of stuff.
So I'm just saying, right? First of all,
Miami
do you
Beach,
recognize
there
that the
goes
blue
neighborhood.
cities like pay
laws that
Where
are
is it?
going against just like normal Americans here? I just
So I just want to point out, right? It was supposed to be Destiny versus 5, but there was only 4 dudes. Just saying, right? The Destiny got an easy one here. Also, look at the set that they're being used. I'm just saying, a lot of favorable treatment going Destiny's. But I'm just saying. We got BBP Demand 9783 saying, "What's up, everyone? What's up, bruh? Pull up a chair. We're doing a bit of film review. We're doing a bit of analysis of the debates themselves. But folks, I'm going to take an early grift break because, like I said, I want to make sure we transition to the next one. So this is going to be one of the grift songs, okay? The potential grift songs, like I said, for the Little Leprechauns. This is the first one. This is the scheduled grift break. So again, now is the perfect time. If you have any spare shekels in the L wallet, now's the time to get the donating in. Like I said, here's the first potential. Okay, so let me know your thoughts. I want to hear your whole thoughts about this one as well. This is what could potentially be the new grift song for the Little Leprechauns. Let me know what you think, folks.
hot they are? Which
So let me know what you think, folks. Like I said, I had a particular theme or particular style that I'm going for. Like I said, me personally, I at least want more options. You know what I mean? I want more options, but let me know what you think about that one. If you're like, not feeling a teriyaki, or no, I think that's a good one, teriyaki. Let me know, folks. Let me know. But like I said, first one I want to show you, like, this is what like Destiny does. This is all the little tricks and all this kind of thing that Destiny does. Now let's see from an actual seasoned, experienced champion like our boy Andrew here ourselves. Because now Andrew does the versus 5, and let's see the the difference here.
actually promotes.
That's not their purview.
Then why do
That's
they
not what they're
promote
supposed to
rainbow
be.
flags all over the White House?
They aren't because they want to.
Yeah. Because they are promoting alternative lifestyles. And yes, it is their job.
Okay,
the only
they want-
fucking job the
Christian
government has.
nationalists-
And you think that there's no other reason that limiting school choice like that would be beneficial for kids
I
in
think
schools?
that they give a lot of bullshit arguments that make no sense. Yes.
Okay. Like what's one of those bullshit arguments that you think?
You make it. I don't have to make your argument for you.
Well, you said well, you
Drop
only
food
part
from
you care about
C-130s.
Christian ethics is hating gay
Yeah, I
people.
get it.
But when it comes to feeding the poor, when it comes to curing people of blindness, you all of a sudden all your Christian ethics vanishes. Where is it? Where's the teachings of Jesus
I
here?
love the fact.
What
that
would
you
Jesus
make-
do?
What,
Hang on, what would Jesus do? What would Jesus do?
I'll tell you what. Are you familiar with the concept of the Trinity?
Yes.
Then Jesus nuked Sodom and Gomorrah. Now get off the fucking stage.
Holy shit, boys. You know what I'm saying? Andrew just hits different, bro. You know what I mean? Get the fuck off the stage. You know what I mean?
My name is Andrew Wilson, host of The Crucible, and today we're debating Christian nationalism and how Trump treats the left. And also, there's not a lot of bald atheists here, and I was going to use my normal intimidation tactic against them, but that apparently isn't going to work today. By my definition, what Christian nationalism is the advocacy for a stable society based on unchanging standards. I think that secularists and atheists and progressives, the only thing they ever do to advocate any type of change forward is to just sprinkle degeneracy on it. So there's an open wound in the country. They want to sprinkle degeneracy on the wound. That's it. That's the only thing that they ever say. I think I'll demonstrate that today. My third prompt would be that Christian nationalism is good and necessary for the purpose of family. I think that a family unit which is cross-generational or nuclear, which I think is just an extension of cross-generational families, which include a man, a woman married with children, is the best model for any stable society, and that progressives and atheists and secularists move against that model.
All right, so I would say that
Just saying, notice there's actually 5 going against him this time. Just saying.
when it comes to family dynamic, the nuclear family is not the most important part. I would say the most important things are having social support, solid income, and a general community. And I feel like nuclear families typically have those things kind of associated with them, but it's not
What about the
inherent to them.
cross-generational family?
Pardon me?
What about the cross-generational family?
I mean, cross-generational family could definitely be helpful in terms of like providing things, but I mean, a cross-generational family can exist, and I would say is almost more in line with typical secular family beliefs.
No, it's not. So the under secular ethics, especially modern secular ethics, what I have denoted is that they're 100% against the family unit, and I'll give you some examples of this. Do you agree with me that for a stable society, there should be some type of unit or family which is promoted within that society, something that people should be moving towards for the purpose of reproduction and stability?
I would say kind of, but it's depending on how you define those terms. I mean, if you talk
what's more stable than a cross-generational family, right? With mom, with dad, with children, perhaps grandparents who are involved, cousins who are involved, right? Inside of this family. What could ever be more stable than that? How is like the homosexual family more stable? How are all of these alternative family lifestyles actually stabilizing to society?
If you're talking about like stabilizing, I mean, you see that like homosexual couples, gay couples, they have better outcomes for their children than typically heterosexual. Yes, they do.
No, they don't.
Yes, they do. I mean, if you look
they
at,
don't.
Yes, they do.
Then explain
Absolutely.
this to me, if that's the case. Why is it? Do you agree that homosexuality is plagued with problems of promiscuity, with problems of STDs, which are many, many times greater than that of the heterosexual community?
I would say no. I haven't looked at the research.
Okay, but it is. I'm just gonna explain it to you. For instance, when you're talking about monogamy and gay marriages, and even absent gay marriages with homosexuals, they have an open relationship about 50% of the time. That's why the STD rates are so high. Right now, even if I were to grant a lower number, and the estimates on the lowest side I could possibly go is 30%. On the heterosexual side, 4%. So if that's the case, I can tell you how this is a terrible outcome for children. Children who are raised by homosexuals, more likely to become homosexuals, more likely to engage in those high-risk behaviors.
Where is that anywhere in? I haven't seen any kind of literature.
Yeah, well, you haven't
on it.
looked. But the truth
Oh,
is,
so you?
the
Okay,
truth
so
is,
it's
I'll give you the
vibes,
studies.
bro. They're bad. Because
I can give
if
you the
don't have any
studies, and not
data
only
for
that, not only can I give you the studies, you can verify all of this, but I'll tell you exactly how this works. Right? What the left argues is that's true. They don't even dispute it. They just argue that, yes, it's true, but that's because there's a lack of stigma. See, there's just as many homosexuals normally with these intact family units and this and that who aren't raised by homosexuals. It's just that because there's a lack of stigma, right? They move towards that lifestyle due to the lack of stigma. That's their argument. Nobody disputes that it's the case that if you're raised by homosexuals, you aren't more likely to be a homosexual.
Well, I think that is a little bit off topic. The point is that we're trying to figure out whether or not Christian nationalism should promote, family.
Yeah, I'm telling you that it can't be a healthy. It's not a healthy family if you're not even monogamous, and it opens you up to all these STDs, HIV. There's a reason that these guys are dying at these huge rates for STDs.
I mean, even in terms of we don't even have to say gay couples. We could talk about other non-traditional families, like maybe like a divorcee, they remarry, they have kids. I mean, I feel like under a Christian nationalist, that's unacceptable because, again,
it always depends on circumstance, right? There can be good, legitimate reasons to divorce. But what we used to have were things called show cause for divorces, meaning you had to actually go and show a cause for the divorce, right? And it had to be a compelling reason. It couldn't be, well, I just want to go blow the neighbor and I feel unfulfilled, okay? You had to actually, because the laws were actually granting certain things to children. Children having mom and dad at the house, mom and dad working their problems out was a benefit for the society.
I would agree that it can be a benefit for society, but you can get those
more beneficial.
Sure, but you can get those things without Christian nationalism. If you have proper government social safety net, if you have child care for all, if you have proper undergirdings of society,
listen, we have
you don't
those
need
things.
Christian
It has done
nationalism.
nothing.
We don't have those things, in any meaningful sense of the word. In any sense of the word,
you have a massive welfare state. It's done nothing to curtail divorces. It's done nothing. Hang on, progressive ethics has done nothing to curtail divorces. It's increased them. It's done nothing to curtail single motherhood. It's increased it. It's done nothing to curtail abortions. It's done nothing to curtail any of this for a stable family unit. In fact, it gives alternative messaging. It says these other alternative lifestyles are just as valid as this one.
When you look at society,
here's my argument. I'll give you my argument and I'll make it clear.
Okay.
If you want the most stable society possible, the most stable, right? The best for children, the best for adults, the best for everybody.
You need proper social safety nets.
No, it would be.
Well, yes.
Well, I'll give you the proper social safety net then. It's not from the state because we have social safety nets from the states now.
Every country that has obviously you disagree with social well-being.
Their divorce rates are through the roof.
Any happy
Name
country,
a Western nation where the divorce rates aren't through the roof. How is the social safety nets helping keep the families intact?
I mean, I haven't looked up divorce rates of every country in the West. But if you look up countries that are performing well in terms of GDP, in terms of subjective well-being,
GDP.
those are all again. You can look at various Nordic models and things like that. You can see
the most important thing to the stability of the family unit is GDP.
I mean, when you look at studies in relation to religion and things like that,
folks, let me know which one you want. Do you want one of the new premium clips, or do you want one of the, or do you want like Andrew Wilson? You know what I'm saying? With the mic drop moment. Let me know. Let me know.
See that any of their benefit in terms of like social cohesion disappear when you have a proper state.
Jack saying hit us with a new one. Okay, I'll hit you with one of the new ones, Jack. Okay. So obviously we're talking about, you know, like the Andrew Wilson, Joey, and then it's like we had the Dr. Disrespect. Let's talk about me. This premium meme, I'm not gonna lie, this premium meme is a shit one. Okay, but you'll see what I mean when we get into it.
Hey. Sorry, this might be a dumb question, but where are you right now?
I'm in the toilet taking a shit. I had Mexican food for breakfast.
Really?
Yes. It was that Mexican place.
What book are you reading then?
Book? No, I'm taking a shit. It stinks.
Are you sure?
Yes, I can smell it. I wish I was dead right now.
You know,
Hello?
you shouldn't say those things so casually, considering that I'm at your place right now and you aren't reading The Great Gatsby.
Which book? I'm taking a shit.
Are you with her right now?
Who? Who?
Goodbye, Sam. Have a good life.
Who? What a dumb bitch.
I'm taking a shit. So let me guys know, it's like, nah, Tariak, get rid of that one, or Tariak, you gotta make sure that one sticks. Let me know. We're all about the feedback here. Loss saying it's like the loss for Carlos. I see what you done there. I see what you done. Nice. Nice. You know what I'm saying? And like William was saying as well, we'll do Andrew next. You know what I mean? I like that whole vibe where it's like, you know, like you have like the Indian dude just like taking the piss. You know what I'm saying? William saying, boo this man. Boo!
Boo this man!
It is what it is, okay? It is what it is. I tried. Like I said, let me know if there's ones that you're like, nah, fuck this, or whatever. It is what it is. But like I said, that whole dynamic where it's like she's all like serious and all that kind of stuff. William saying, I want Andrew. Actually, to be fair, because it's on theme, because it's on point. Before we get into it, I'll hit you with a free one. Just this one time for the one time. Let's hear from our boy Andrew Wilson.
I think that women should be grateful. They should be grateful. They live in the best society ever, and it's all built on the backs of not them. The air conditioning, which enables them to even exist. Everything which allows them to exist in modernity is built by men, and they're the most ungrateful, snot-nosed brats about it that you've ever seen. And there's really no cause for it because they bring nothing to the table, none of them, including the old bags here who bring nothing to the table by their own admission except their and that, to me, is why, and when asked, this is all you get. I bring love and affection. You don't bring to the table. And that's why you can't even answer the damn question, no matter how many times we ask it. And it makes me sick because that is modernity.
Even Brian in that clip was like, God damn! You know what I'm saying? Completely just boom. It was like a tsunami just hit the whole fucking panel. You know what I'm saying? And it's just like that's the power of truth. That is the power of truth, folks. It hits so hard that it silences the room. Amazing. Absolutely amazing. But let's hear more from the GOAT himself.
Able government. I mean, the only time
they don't disappear.
Yes,
You're
they do.
lying through your
Absolutely.
teeth.
No, I am absolutely not.
Okay,
I believe
I'll
it's
tell you
Sergio
what.
Perez and,
I bet you
and
any
Diner.
Yeah, I bet you
they
any
study-
nation that you name is almost completely homogenous. Almost completely a homogenous nation. Go ahead and name one that has the massive social safety nets that isn't majoritarian.
They rank them.
Yeah,
they
go
rank
ahead.
them.
Give me
it's
the first one.
study by Ed Diner.
Give me the first
one was Denmark.
Oh,
I
and what do
believe.
you think the white population of Denmark is?
I'm assuming it's relatively high. Are you saying that?
And this is a key thing in terms of like the lefties and all this kind of stuff. They could say England, but once they bring up England, then you have to talk about the fact that it's being destroyed at the moment. So It's a tough position, but that's what Andrew loves doing. He loves putting you in tough positions, and that's why he's the GOAT.
Are you assuming that there's homogeny there, and that homogeneity is an assistance towards that?
I don't believe that homogeny based on like I'm assuming. Are you saying that only white people can have like a
No,
homogeneous
I'm giving you an
society?
example of cultural homogeny.
I mean,
that if you
can
pump
have-
in massive
you can
amounts
have
of
cultural
migrants,
homogeny.
if you pump in massive amounts of migrants who have alternative living lifestyles, it's going to create all sorts of
I
problems
mean, that's
in your
what
nation.
people said about like Italians and Irish. I mean,
No,
the
they didn't
Italian,
say that
yes,
about
they did.
Italians and
Absolutely,
Irish,
Irish
no.
need not apply. That was all over the place.
Yeah, but that's
If you
not
look
the
at it,
reason why.
The Italians brought the mafia to
Yeah.
America, and it took massive. Like,
Yeah,
so
and
are you
then
saying,
the
oh,
Irish,
Italians?
and then the Irish
oh,
had
no.
the second worst mafia, the police force,
Hey.
right? That's the old joke.
Whoa, I didn't know we were getting all
the
lefty
point,
here,
The
you
point
know?
is, though, what's really funny about this is those weren't the arguments made that they were going to destabilize the social order
Yes,
of
they
marriage.
were. That was 100%. Benjamin
Marriage?
Franklin. I don't know about marriage, but
Yeah,
the social
exactly.
order in
You
general.
need to listen to
I
what
mean,
I'm
Ben
saying.
Franklin said
Listen
the
to
Germans
what-
are a swarthy people,
Yeah,
and
you need to
we're going
listen
to be
to
speaking
what
German
I'm
in 10
saying,
years. And
though.
look, we're all fine
Yeah,
now.
you need to listen to what I'm saying before you respond. I said the word marriage. The arguments were not used against the Irish and the Italians that they were going to uproot the social order of marriage. I'm pointing out to you that there is societal incongruities with other nations when it comes to how we have marriage, to how men and women intersect with each
Marriage
other,
is-
and to how it is that you have social stability within families.
Okay,
Let's talk about
marriage is-
social.
marriage
Stop.
is-
Well, let's talk about social stability with families.
Okay.
What makes a family really, really stable? More than
Proper
any
social-
other model we can
proper
see.
social safety nets for those, child care for all.
They were
things like
stable
that.
before there was these large safety nets. They were still stable because they had mom and dad. Dad worked, mom stayed at home.
Yeah, but
guess
now-
what? The outcomes for all children who have a stay-at-home mom, right, and a dad who works with an intact, with intact
typically, if you have a
parents,
stay-at-home mom,
go-
it means you have a high enough income to do that. And typically, people with higher incomes already have better outcomes
No,
anyway. So
first of
that's a
all,
convoluted.
right, and especially now that trend's beginning to change. The thing is that it's not always a luxury. What it is instead is that people make sacrifices. They make sacrifices. This whole idea is
So
gone,
maybe
lost
if
on
we had-
progressives that you can't make sacrifices for your children.
So the whole point is that marriage is nice, but it's not required, especially under a Christian nationalist purview, to have a thriving and prosperous society. It is helpful, but there are other things that underline that could
What's
be
the
more-
argument that I made at the beginning? The reason that this is necessary is for the maximum stability of society.
And you can
When
have
it creates-
maximum stability without
Show
it.
it. Show
mean-
me a single stable Western nation that can't even reproduce themselves, bro. They can't even do it. They don't have stable family units. They promote nothing but alternative family units. This country does the same exact thing. Where's all of our billboards of mommy and daddy walking down the street with their kids? Nowhere.
They're all over the place.
No, they're
I mean,
not.
if you
It's
drive-
always my
you
two
drive
moms,
through- you
my two
drive-
dads.
You drive through. We're in Indiana right now. I mean, you drive down the
Show
road.
me
there's
one.
There's billboards
Show
all
me
over the place with like
anything that the
Bibles,
government.
like saying
Show me
reject gays
anything
and
from the
things like that.
government, from the top down, which
That's
actually
not their
promotes.
That's not their purview.
Then why do
That's
they
not what they're
promote
supposed to
rainbow
be.
flags all over the White House?
They aren't because they want to.
Yeah. Because they are promoting alternative lifestyles, and yes, it is their job.
Okay,
the only
they want-
fucking job the
Christian
government has,
nationalists.
bro.
Okay, you
the
can be
only
gay and
job-
Christian. You're
Dude,
promoting
the only
a state
job
religion.
the government has, it's one of the few jobs they have.
You can be gay
is
and
to promote the
Christian.
health and
I mean,
welfare
the
of the
point-
United States. Their priority should be
And they
stable
are-
family units, and it's not.
And I agree, and you can't.
Okay, so my next.
So here, again, leaving Jiraiya is saying like the whole hyperventilating and all this kind of stuff, but like marriage is the proper social nets. Like this whole thing of like, why is the government, like why is it their responsibility to intervene in from policies that one could say has already gotten us in this shit show where it's like we're incentivizing single parents households over nuclear family households. Why are the government having to step in and now all of a sudden raise these kids and all this stuff? Why is the government having to do all the social safety nets? Why not just incentivize the families and then let the families decide what the social safety nets for the children would be and all this kind of stuff? Do you know what I mean? So, and then part and parcel of this is that then they can use that as an excuse of saying, oh, we need to look out for the children, all this kind of stuff. Remember Biden was on the White House lawn saying, it's like, oh no, these are our children and all this kind of shit. Flying the rainbow flag and all this kind of stuff. But hang a second, if we're all American, we should all be able to unite under the flag. Why are you not flying the American flag? Do you know what I mean? What's going on here? Why are you viewing the national flag as some sort of hate symbol? Do you know what I mean? Why are you doing everything you can to support organizations like BLM, who's on their official charter when they first propped up, Like they were saying they want to destroy the nuclear family. They saw the nuclear family as some sort of like symbol or dog whistle for Nazis. It makes no fucking sense. Unless you want to destroy the culture. You want to destroy the country. You want to destroy the history. That's why you tear down statues.
Prompt is Christians have every bit as much right to rule as secularists do, including over secularists, the same way secularists try to rule over them.
So when you say rule over, can you be more specific?
Yeah, if you have a king who's a secularist, Christians have as much right to be a king as they do. If it is the case that you have a political class which is ruling over people, Christians have as much right as a secularist does to rule over non-secularists or secularists.
All right. And do you think that's not happening now? Like, do you think secularists are ruling over?
Yeah, I think that secularists, what they want to do is promote separation from church and state to the extent that Christianity is removed from the public square altogether and removed from politics altogether. And I think that that's what the movement is towards, and I think Christian nationalism is trying to stop that.
So removed from the public space. Do you have any laws that have banned Christianity, like in churches? Or anything?
Yeah. Well, I mean, you have secular organizations, secular humanist organizations, which have tried to remove 10 Commandments from public spaces. They try to remove crosses. They try to remove, like, for instance, the most recent one that I can give you an example of, Trump has an office of faith, right? He opened up an office of faith and he brought in somebody to give him, advice when it comes to faith. There was massive pushback from secularists who said, no, that's unconstitutional. He's not allowed to do that. There shouldn't be an office which is opened to have anybody of the faith come in as an advisor. That shouldn't be happening. So yeah, there's multitudes of examples of secularists who want to remove Christianity from the public view altogether, or any religion for that matter, and only really think that secularists have the right to rule. And the reason they think that is they think secularists will let you be Christian, but Christians won't let us be secularists.
So when you say public space, you mean, just to be clear, you mean like government-owned facilities, like church, like schools, or
no, even at the local level, they
like,
go after various states for courthouses.
For courthouses would be,
but they're not always federal. So I'm just trying to, yeah. So I do think,
you're talking about government
yes, I
buildings.
think that they are trying their hardest to separate out any sort of religion and make sure that this is run as a secular nation, that Christian nationalism is an antidote to that.
Do they do that with private schools? Like, do they try to remove Christianity from like a Catholic school?
Actually, yes. And let me give you an example of how. I'm glad you brought this up. Have you ever heard of something called school choice?
Yeah, I've heard of school
Okay,
choice.
why is it that I can't take my public school dollars that I would normally be paying in taxes and do to the public schools, who then, they spend like $35,000, $45,000, $55,000, depending on where you're at per student. Why can't I get that in a voucher to send my kid to a private school? Secularists have done everything possible, and progressives, to prevent that from happening. They want you in their indoctrination centers.
So with education specifically, that's actually like a really, really big topic that I'm passionate about. So I don't know if you want to delve into that rabbit hole, or if you want to stick more towards
you asked for an example of where even in schools this is happening, but that is actually happening.
Opposing school choice doesn't necessarily mean that they're prohibiting Catholic schools from teaching Christianity.
Yeah, but they are trying to do that by
they're trying to make Catholic schools
well, they're
not
trying,
teach Christianity.
They're trying to make sure that the option to send your kids to Christian schools are curtailed.
So there's jurisdictions where parents are prohibited from sending their kids to Catholic
that wasn't
school?
my argument. Don't straw man me and bullshit me. What was my argument? Steel man it.
Steel man it?
Yeah.
That by not providing additional resources to
There's
parents...
no additional resources. Same resources.
It's the same resource? Okay.
Same.
So they're not providing the same resources to let you take a kid out of public school and send them to a Catholic school.
No, they're not allowing you to take the same amount of money they're already taking from you, giving it back to you in a voucher so that you have the option to do that if you want. This is heavily attacked by progressives and by atheists and
Do you
secularists.
think there could be other reasons for not wanting school
I
choice?
think publicly you can make
apart from wanting to ban people from practicing Christianity.
I think publicly you can make those declarations, but that's not what the NGOs say. The NGOs who are behind most of this public policy, by the way, I don't know if you know this or not. I'm glad that you're so passionate about this topic, but you do recognize that most of the legislation in the United States government is written by NGOs. It's written by non-governmental organizations, has nothing at all to do with Congress. Congress.
lobbyists
Yeah,
and-
it's written by everybody except them. So when you go to the think tanks, NGO think tanks, and you read the literature that they have, including GLAAD and others, yes, it is a stated fact that they don't want people to be moved into private schools for exactly this reason, because they believe that it'll increase, persecution against LGBTQ people, persecution against race, all sorts of different things that they make this case for. But that's why they're after it.
But is that prohibiting Christianity in the schools?
Yeah, I think.
Or does Christianity entail persecuting those people?
My argument was that it's a way for them to try to curtail you being able to practice Christianity in the same way. Yes. So they
your
give themselves.
Christianity
They give
entails
themselves
persecuting other people.
Yeah, they give themselves a secular. They give themselves a secular pass. So what they're doing is they're saying, here's what we're going to do. We have a secular institution. We've taken God out of school. We've taken God out of all of this. You agree that that's true, at least, right? They've pulled as much of that out of schools as possible, right? No public displays of it whatsoever. So they're saying you must send your child to a secular school, right? If you can't afford, if you don't have the privilege of being able to afford to send them to a private school, rather than through your own taxes, just giving you a voucher to send them that way. Why would they try their hardest to curtail that other than that reason? That's what the NGOs are saying publicly.
So the NGOs, your argument is that NGOs are trying to limit school choice, and does that only for Christian schools, right? Because there's secular private schools too
That's
that they're opposing for school
that's
choice,
the thing
right?
that they're afraid of. You can use the voucher to go to other schools, but most people don't. Most people would use the voucher to send their kids to private Christian schools. That's what.
Most
in fact,
people? Do you
yeah.
have a
Well, in
study
fact,
on
I
that?
can. I can actually explain the process. So the people who were asking for school vouchers to begin with were asking to send them to private schools for this reason. They wanted to send them to non-secular institutions. That was what the whole push was about. That's where school choice came from. Was Christian advocacy groups promoting that. So yeah, I would say it's probably going to be most. Yes.
And you think that there's no other reason that limiting school choice like that would be beneficial for kids in
I
schools?
think that they give a lot of bullshit arguments that make no sense. Yes.
Okay. Like what's one of those bullshit arguments that you think?
You make it. I don't have to make your argument for you.
Well, you made the affirmative claim that there was a bullshit argument.
Again, this is a little trick that you can use if you can sneak it in, but obviously you're not going to be able to sneak it in against Alexandra Wilson. But if you're going against, let's say, a weaker opponent, and let's say that they have put you in a new bind. Oh shit! See what I'm saying? Like this is why I have this clip, boys. One sec. This is why I have
From
this clip.
doctors, nurses, and pharmacists to moms, dads, and caregivers, they have all put their trust in Tylenol.
You know what I'm saying? I must have taken a lot of Tylenol this morning because I forgot to put a new super chat goal in. Folks, if we want to see more of the new premium memes, like I said, I think we're striking the take a shit one. But like I said, this is why we're doing it. Like, let me know if you guys are like, nah, this is not up to standard, Teriak. Let me know, and I'm like, yeah, right, fuck it. It's off to the side, and because again, I can then take it off, and then we have more space to put on more memes. So it's never a bad thing. Don't be afraid to let me know as well. And like I said, the next meme, I'm pretty confident you guys might like the next one. You know what I mean? So let me know. And yeah, we're almost to 50 as well, chat. One sec, I need to check the accounts. Did we get anything in terms of the PayPal or Ko-Fi? Just want to double check. Please be patient. My mom did take Tylenols. You know what I'm saying? Check this thing up. Yeah, no, we're Gucci. We're all caught up there. We're all caught up. I'm Tylenol strong. Yeah, Tylenol is the unofficial sponsor of this show. I was like, that meme is going strong. You know what I mean? Like, I have to say that meme is going strong. But it is what it is.
Just gave an argument for it. I gave all the arguments for my affirmative claim, but I don't need to then give you a steelman position of an argument you can use against me.
It doesn't have to be steel, man.
Okay,
It's
great.
bullshit.
I don't need to give you your arguments. I just gave you my argument for what's going on, the proofs behind what NGOs are stating. You asked this question. You said,
could
there be other instances where it is the case they're doing this for other reasons? I say sure. I just don't think that those reasons are great.
Could it be the case that that they're limiting school, but by limiting school choice and keeping the tax funds going to the public schools that improves the quality at the public schools?
No, we have some of the worst literacy rates on planet Earth. We spend the most on education out of every country on planet Earth. The most out of every country on planet Earth. And most of that budget, by the way, doesn't even go to administrative costs. It actually.
And by the way, you can actually track the literacy rates, like math and literacy. And you can see that, like, as soon as they started pumping money into, like, Department of Education, all this kind of stuff, pretty much when the Department of Education was, like, set up, since then, it's just been on a steady decline. You know what I mean? So, like, Department of Education, it's like causation, correlation does not mean causation, all this kind of stuff, but it's a pretty clear fucking indicator.
She does go to teachers. That's what's insanely funny about it. I just went through this whole rigmarole the other day with a person. It is, in fact, the case we spend the most amount on public education for some of the worst literacy rates, some of the least educated people coming out of these schools. There's every reason in the world for parents to be concerned about sending their kids to public schools if there's an alternative available for the same money that's already theirs.
Well, a lot of times the stats are skewed with the charter schools as well. You know that, right? Because they're self-selecting the students, right? So if there's going to be a poor student, they can say, I don't want that
Great.
student, right?
So then let me give you, so then here's what you can do about that, right? This would be a great compromise, wouldn't it? If you said, okay, we're going to have watchdog agencies who come in at cost to us to make sure that you're not skewing your numbers, and we'll give you the school vouchers, right? But what you do, you can't make.
How do you force
But what
schools
you
to
can't
accept
do,
students?
hang on, what you can't do is make an argument from incredulity and just say, well, I think that private schools are just butchering their numbers. Show me the proof.
Well,
Show me
yeah,
their proof
I've-
that most of them are. I doubt
There's
it's
tons
even
of-
5%.
Every country in the world that does the same thing, they're all going off of the same data, and that's the data. That's what the data says. Is that the schools, first off, if you're a parent and you're taking your kid to actively looking around to different schools, you're obviously more
Then
involved.
tell me, why
you're
is it
obviously
that-
more involved in
yeah.
the education, right? And I think that's actually
Yeah,
probably
except
the
that
biggest.
the literacy rates of these kids is way higher.
Because there's two self-selection mechanisms that are going on, right?
They have more money?
The parents, yeah, three. The
Yeah.
money. The parents themselves are already more proactive in the student's life,
Yeah.
which I can tell you that's probably going to be the number one factor. Is
I
parent
don't
involvement in
disagree.
kids. Okay,
But you know what
And then
assists with
three
that?
is that the schools are self-selecting the students, right? So if there's an idiot kid, right, they're going to say, well, we don't want this one. We want this one who's already like way advanced.
No, well, the problem,
Because that's gonna make their school
the
look better,
economic
right?
issue is solved with the voucher. That's the point of it. The point of it is to say, okay, maybe you don't make $197,000 a year, so you can't afford $45,000 a year in private school funding. That's reasonable to me. So here's the voucher that the state normally would be paying to this school, so that you can send the kid to the school that you want. That's the whole purpose of this economic argument. So that makes no sense to me on its face. The second two arguments that you have is, well, the school is selecting for the student.
They are.
Okay, it's like, no.
Yeah, you can finish this.
Yeah. So the thing is like public schools. Do you think that public schools have no bias and choice for students?
Do they have any bias and choice?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I guess theoretically, if you look at like, could they suspend a kid for bad behavior?
Yeah, because they
can-
just
can
don't
do
like
that.
him, right? Because they just don't like him,
just 'cause
or
they
they're
don't like him, no.
troublemakers, or this or that.
Yeah, I mean, they can
Yeah,
suspend him,
there's-
but they don't have.
yeah.
And furthermore, in bias, remember this whole affirmative action bullshit? Where now it's like, if you're Asian in America, you're completely fucked over. But if you're black in America or African in America, you have like a massive benefit. So like there's clear bias there already. Because like education is supposed to be a merit-based system. The smarter you are, the further you go. But now it's like we need to equalize all this kind of shit and make sure the outcome is like 100%, whatever the population is, that's going to be the percentage, all this kind of stuff. But if we were to take the same logic and to apply it to something like the NFL, like you'd be seen as a crazy dude. It's like, no, we need to have like more white people on the field. There's too many black people in the NFL. It's over-representation. Yes, because they have better merits. They perform better. I want to see the best players. I want to see the best, the smartest and brightest people. It's ridiculous.
If they're in the school district, they have to go.
Yeah,
they
most
have
of
to
the
accept
time
kids in
that
the school.
private schools are making
Because, sorry, double pause, but like, if you went through all of the schooling system, right, and like you're whatever 18 years of age and you're about to go into college, right, and you cannot read or write, why the fuck would you be trying to go into college?
Like, that's the fucked up thing about this whole situation. You know what I mean? They're saying we demand the right to college education, but I'm not even going to bother to learn to read or write. Why the fuck would you say I'm going to make it easier for you to get into college because you can't read and write? It makes no fucking sense. It's like me saying I can't run, but I want to be, and I'm 5'8", but I want to be a basketball player. You have to make things easier for me so I can compete in the NFL. It makes no fucking sense.
Discriminatory policies by who they will or won't accept is based around one thing: their ability to pay. Their ability to pay. And what we've taken out is this problem of the ability to pay. Now it's a guarantee. Here's your voucher. It goes right to you. You're guaranteed it. Anyway, I'll leave it there. The debater prompt challenge is Trump good for Christian nationalism?
I think Trump is horrible for Christian nationalism. I think his personal life, he has demonstrated that he will not live within Christian ethics in any way, shape, or form.
Well, bear in mind, this dude is peak Christian nationalism right here. You know, the like, just the whole style. You know what I mean? Even the way he talks, it just screams Christian nationalism.
More so than any president in recent history. And I think both culturally and politically, he has moved our country farther away from Christian ethics than any president in recent memory. I can go into any one of those three
Well, can
areas.
I ask you a question first?
Sure.
Do you like Christian nationalism?
No, but
So then what?
Beautiful question. Because I would have said, okay, what are you calling Christian ethics? Where are you pulling Christian ethics from? That would have been another question you could have went down. But again, that's kind of more technical in terms of like that aspect. Andrew just exposed it straight away with the, do you like Christian nationalism? No. So then why should we trust your judgment? Because remember, the prompt is Trump is good for Christian nationalism, right? So what this dude has to do is he has to take on the perspective of a Christian nationalist, but he's not doing that. He's taking the perspective of the liberal or the lefty, saying, oh no, like that's not what I think Christian nationalism is. But what they think Christian nationalism is and what Andrew thinks Christian nationalism is are two completely different things.
Wouldn't you want Trump to be back for it? Let me answer. So
Okay.
there's a lot about Christianity that I don't particularly like, but there's also a lot that I do like. I really like the aspects of, love thy neighbor and helping the hungry, the sick, the poor, and all those aspects.
You like the hippie
of-
Jesus?
Yeah, I like the hippie Jesus shit. Yeah, of course. Yeah, it's wonderful.
The hippie Jesus shit. Oh my God. Oh my Lord. Craziness. Craziness. Yeah, exactly. Just look at him. Just take one fucking look at him. You know what I mean? I trust Trump more than 90% of Christian nationalists. Oh shit. Oh shit. And William saying, I've got an idea for tomorrow. Hit me with the spice, William. Hit me with the spice. Let us know. Let us know. We got El Picasso saying he looks like he's going to go into the wrong bathroom any day now. Yup. Bro, that's what I was about to say. I was like, that voice, I've heard that voice before. I know exactly what that voice does. You know? It is what it is.
I really like that aspect of Christianity. And do you disagree that that's a core aspect of Christian ethics is feeding the hungry?
No, I don't disagree. I just think that in context, you're only going after one dimension.
Sure, but I'll just approach with the one dimension.
Yeah, so
right?
what I think you guys do is you treat Christianity as a buffet, and the things which agree.
Everybody treats Christianity as a buffet.
The thing that you guys think in present day matches your current liberal progressive worldview, that's what Jesus is going to reflect. And if that progressive worldview changes, then that's what Jesus is going to reflect.
So I think he's opposed to the hippie Jesus shit, which is absolutely a part of Christian ethics. The hating gay people, maybe that's
well, let's just start
within his
there.
purview.
Isn't
But
Trump?
I'm
Just
gonna
tell me
ignore
how
the
Trump
hating
hates
gay
gay people.
What? Let's move on to like the core part.
So you don't think Trump hates gay people?
So basically, it's like, like Jesus. I think Jesus is a socialist. So it's like you guys need to be more like socialists. That's basically what the argument this dude is gonna try to make. You know what I mean? But it's like you can't just say, "Oh, I like these parts of Christian ethics, and I don't like these other parts of Christian ethics." But I'm gonna say that Trump is bad for Christian ethics because he's not. He's doing the full 100%, and he's not doing only the parts that I like. You know what I mean? Because Trump's not a hippie socialist Jesus, then that means he's bad with Christian ethics. It's like, motherfucker, you don't even know what Christian ethics is.
I honestly don't know. I don't think he's an empty vessel of values. So it's
no?
hard to tell.
So no, he doesn't hate gay people?
I really don't know.
You just don't know.
Well, he says both. He says two things constantly. Sometimes he's very pro LGBT, and other times he isn't. And I don't know what's in his heart.
Okay, well, you can move to whatever you want then.
But yeah.
So, like, and this is the most frustrating thing because it's like, when he says that, like, it's like the find people both sides hoax when he done that whole thing. Do you know what I mean? And like, this even came up on the channel where it's like, oh, he's saying this shit, but then we really know what he's saying. Okay, so when he says the thing that, like, literally is what you want, like the whole, like, when he says good things about gay people, you're like, well, no, he actually really hates gay people. Do you know what I mean? So it's like, what am I supposed to say then? Because no matter what I say, you're going to say, well, we know what your true intention is. Do you know what I mean? It's ridiculous. And Jiraiya is saying, I like when Jesus is weak, but when he's strong, I'm challenging him. Yeah, but like, that's the thing. I only want the Christian ethics or the Christian things that suit me. Like the buffet kind of thing. Do you know what I mean?
It's your prompt.
Cutting USAID. USAID is a program that feeds the hungry, gives water to the thirsty. It
okay, and then what? Okay, so why was over $20,000 spent for a transgender musical in Ireland? Why was millions spent on a LGBT Elmo scheme in Iran or the Middle East? Why is all this money being spent on shit that's not about food and not about water?
Cures people of real debilitating diseases. The Lancet recently came out with a
It does
study.
this all by itself, or does it do it with my money?
Yeah, $67 a year.
Yeah. So let me ask you a question. You're just talking right now about the AIDS funding in Africa and this type of thing, right?
No, it's way more than that. Malaria is a really deadly disease that kills children.
Yep.
And right now, children are dying because of the cuts to USAID. There are children that are dead right now because Trump cut USAID. You talk about the importance of family.
Yeah.
There's a young woman. Her name was Yama Freeman. She was 21 years old. She was pregnant with her third child. She started hemorrhaging blood. The villagers called the local clinic to transport her there, but the gasoline came from USAID and they couldn't pick her up. The villagers tried to carry her there, but she died on her way there, and she left her two children orphaned. That destroyed a family. We could have saved her life. Isn't that in the teachings of Jesus? I have a Orthodox pastor, Reverend, who said that the cuts to USAID are
An Orthodox
anti-Christian.
Reverend?
So he's a Orthodox Dr. Reverend.
He's a Dr. Reverend?
Yeah, he's a doctor and he's a Reverend.
And he's Orthodox?
Yes. That's why I read his bio.
I don't think so. But
But
go ahead.
anyways, and the Vatican
Reverend is Protestant, not Orthodox.
Church has said that the cuts to USAID are in opposition to the teachings of Jesus. And of course they are. It is literally
that's not true.
feeding
anyway.
the poor, the
Yeah.
hungry.
So let's dive into this. USAID is not actually feeding anybody. What's
Yeah, it is.
happening is the government is by force taking money from people and then giving it to other people. That's what's actually happening, right?
So the Lancet
Can we
estimates...
start? Hang on. Can we start with the facts? Isn't the facts of the matter that
taxpayers' dollars
what's-
pay for
yeah,
USAID, yes,
that's
correct.
what's going on.
Correct.
Right.
Yeah, of course.
Now, how do you reconcile a conflict between the idea of theft from one group to another group, and then at the same time the conflict of, but you deserve to have things stolen from you so that we can benefit this group over here? How do you reconcile that in Christian ethics?
It is so unbelievably cheap to help these people out. It is $67 a year per taxpayer.
Then why don't you liberals just go pay for it?
I have been. As soon as USAID was cut, I started donating more money to organizations
So then
to
it
help
sounds
out.
like we
Although-
don't actually need the program then?
Actually, yes, we do, because
Why?
the government has diplomatic and a bunch of resources that private NGOs don't have.
Yeah,
and able
fucking
to
right.
Get into
I
these
bet you that all of
areas.
that. I bet you all that aid is distributed through NGOs like the Red Cross
Yeah, they
and
help
the
out.
Salvation Army. No, they don't help out. That's the whole fucking program. Guarantee it. They're using NGOs like the Red Cross, Salvation
they
Army,
contract. We're
others
a
like
capitalist
this.
country.
It's
We
going to be.
ca- we
Hang on, bro.
contract it
Hang
out.
on, my turn. It's going to be a bunch of NGOs, by the way, who are going to be paying administrative costs, by the way, to all their people off that those tax dollars are going to be making a profit, even though there's nonprofit with millionaires at the top of the nonprofit. And what's actually going on is that a bunch of NGOs are the ones who are distributing all that aid. You're saying that you can't send all that aid to the same NGOs? You can. You just want them to take it from me. And then what you want to do is come to me and say, how dare you? You fucking monster. How dare you not send all of your money to the poor AIDS kids in Africa? Let me ask you a question.
Of course.
Where the fuck were you? Where the fuck were you people when I was underneath my car, right? And it was snowing outside and I had $2 in my pocket and I didn't know how I was going to get to fucking work. My heater was broken.
We should
And I
help
thought
people
to
here too.
myself,
We should
oh
help people here
God,
too.
I don't think I'm going to
We
make
should
it
help
through this
people here
one.
too.
I didn't see you
Absolutely.
fucking nowhere.
I
didn't see any
am
of you
so in
fuckers
favor
anywhere.
of
Let me tell you.
expanding social
Let me tell you
programs.
another thing.
Hang on, all right.
Hang on.
Yeah, he's so in favor of expanding social programs. Like, no, I'm so in favor of doing the social programs. But like, notice, like, what Andrew's trying to say here is like, right? When I was struggling, when my fucking motor wouldn't even work, and I have to fucking fix the motor myself, and the heater's not fucking working in the house, and I have all these bills and all this kind of shit. Government wasn't there giving me aid, wasn't there helping me out. But along comes Sally over here and says, oh, we need to increase social government spending so much so. Well, if you can pay $65, let's move it up to $130. Let's move it up to $1,000. You know what I mean? Let's expand all the social things. Like, why do you even need money? Like, that's the kind of logic that they have. These people don't understand. You know what I mean? It's ridiculous. And it's like I said, it's not to go too deep in terms of the whole manosphere or red pill or whatever, but it's like, it is like a weak man kind of mentality. Where it's like, I want more government spending, but I'm not going to actually hold myself accountable. I'm not actually going to hold like these other people accountable that maybe some of these people mismanage their finances, and that we should not be there to say, oh, don't worry, every bad choice you make, we'll be here to fix it. So even when you make bad choices, you can still get good outcomes. It makes no sense.
I'm totally in favor of hand.
Let me finish.
All right, you filibusters.
I'm not
Far enough.
filibustering. I'm right
All
at
right,
the
one
finish
last
line.
point, and I'm taking over.
Okay, you fuckers were nowhere. All you're
I would
doing.
love to help people out like
all
that.
you're doing.
Love to help people out
Okay,
like that.
great. You're buying my lunch. All you're doing is pointing out, right, that it's perfectly, from your view, it's acceptable for me. I have to pay for every single thing for every other nation.
I never said that.
Then why am
It was
I
never
morally?
my argument.
Why am I morally?
Don't straw man me.
Why am I morally obligated to pay for this, but not morally obligated to pay for all forms of suffering?
I'm saying that this is at the center of the bullseye of Jesus's teachings. This is like, so right now we have.
That would apply to all suffering.
Hang on. Right now we have a warehouse
Yeah.
in Southern Africa that is filled with ivermectin. Yes, that ivermectin, and is about to expire. It cures river blindness, which is this parasite that gets in people's
And
eyes and makes them
COVID?
go blind. It does not cure COVID, but it does cure river blindness.
Anyway,
did you notice, like, when they were saying, it's like, oh, ivermectin, that's a horse dewormer? Remember when they done that whole shit? And now he's like, oh, we got a warehouse full of it, and we need to use it, but we can't, like, all this kind of shit. Like, hang on a second, I thought you guys were against ivermectin. You know what I'm saying? And this is a good point by Al Picasso saying as well, he already eats more than his fair share. Like, that's the whole thing. He's going to be here, like, he's on his soapbox, like, preaching about, oh, there's kids starving, all this kind of shit. But, bro, clearly you're overeating. You know, you got a nice double chin there. How about you start spending more of the money that you usually spend on food, and divert that and, like, make personal investments on it, or personal donations on it. If you are so passionate about this, you first, motherfucker. Rather than you mandating that we all have to chip in, because you clearly, like I said,
You can just look at the double chin on this cunt.
It is going to expire. Is locked behind a warehouse, and NGOs are coming like, "Hey, you shut this down. Can you please just like give us this so we can distribute it and stop people from going blind?" Which was one of the miracles that Jesus performed. And we're refusing to distribute it. We're going to burn it.
Yeah, but
we are going to burn medication that will stop children from going blind out of spite. How is that in alignment
so
with
I'm just
Christian
going to grant.
ethics?
I'm just going to grant all of this.
It's
right?
true.
And
So you don't have to grant it.
And
It's
just point,
facts.
And just point this out, right? Why am I morally obligated to pay $67 to AIDS kids in Africa or whatever aid that USAID is giving, but I'm not morally obligated to give all of my money and earnings to any form of suffering which is out there?
I mean, it's kind of a weird maximalist argument. I think it is really cheap to save a lot of lives, and it is.
You're not answering my question.
I think as a good Christian,
do you realize
should
that
want to feed hungry people and
you
cure
know
people
what?
of blindness.
And guess what?
And
there's hungry people here who are blind who need my money that I can give to my church.
Why can't we do the church and the government can both provide?
Do you think I have endless amounts of money?
Because we can only afford one. You know what I mean? Like he's trying to go to the people who are literally just about getting by and saying, you need to, like doing the whole finger waving, you need to pay more. Because remember, when they say, like, you know, tax the rich or eat the rich or whatever, they're not talking about Jeff Bezos. They're not talking about George Soros. They're talking about you. When you look at the average, if you were to take the GDP of per capita for the American citizen, and if someone's earning that average wage, right? Like those people are in, like, globally part of the top 1%. So just remember, when they say, "Oh, we need to tax the 1% or we need to get the top 1%," they're talking about you.
And USAID.
Do you think that the government? Do you think the government's going to stop at $67?
It was a third of 1%. Yes, it was a third of 1%.
Okay, let me ask you this. I'll just ask you a quick question. I just want you to actually answer it.
100% of the
If I
budget.
have $500,000 in the bank, somebody gets a hold of me and says, "Hey, man, I need a new heart. It's exactly $500,000. Am I obligated to give it to him?"
I don't think you're obligated.
Why?
I just think you'd be a good person if you did.
Yeah, okay, but there's no obligation.
All right, hang on. One more point on this.
Wait. What makes me a bad person by not giving it to him?
I think it doesn't necessarily make you a bad person. but
Okay,
it
so
makes you
then
a
how
further
does
good
this make
person.
me a bad person?
Look, it is so easy to save a life.
You're
in
not
Africa.
answering my fucking question. If that's a neutral that I
This dude, it's so easy to save a life in Africa. Oh my god. Like, this dude genuinely thinks that it's like, oh, I gave $5 to this charity. I saved a life today. Like, that's literally their mentality. I, like, literally filled out a form online and paid $5. Oh my god, I've now saved Africa. Do you know what I mean? Who said it earlier on? Jiraiya. They are pride first. Like, that's why they do the pride parade. But someone should have taught them, like the Christians, like, more than happy to teach us that pride cometh before the fall. How do we reach these kids?
don't give them the $500,000, how is it not a neutral for me not to give the $67?
You don't have to. I just think it's in line with Christian teachings, and I think the Vatican agrees with me. I think the Orthodox Church agrees with me.
my
and I
God.
think
Well, I guess the
Protestants
Vatican
agree
can go
with me.
fucking pay for it then. They
And
got plenty of
and
money, don't they?
do, but
They got plenty of money, they
do,
go
but
pay
they
for
get,
it.
They get help from USAID to get into places where they couldn't alone because we are a government.
Oh, yeah.
And as
NGOs
a
could
government,
never go give people AIDS medication. Give me a break with this
I
shit.
mean, to airdrop food into places that just
oh, yeah.
had
There's no way an NGO could hire a pilot to airdrop food.
with,
you need the
with
government for
military
it.
planes. Yeah.
Why do you need military planes to airdrop food?
Because they have the storage capacity to actually do
So
the
do private
airdropping.
aircraft.
I mean, do you know how expensive that is? I mean, they can use.
Yeah, it's fairly
They can
expensive.
use.
I agree.
They
So
can
don't use my money
airplanes
for it.
That are not dropping tanks can drop food instead. This
Okay.
is the teachings of Jesus Christ.
That we
and
need to
you
drop
reject
food-
Them.
that we need to
the
drop
only
food
part
from
you care about
C-130s?
Christian ethics is hating gay
Yeah, I
people.
get it.
But when it comes to
Uh-huh.
feeding the poor, when it comes to curing people of blindness, you all of a sudden all your Christian ethics vanishes. Where is it? Where's the teachings of Jesus
I
here?
love the fact.
What
that
would
you
Jesus
make-
do?
What,
Hang on, what would Jesus do? What would Jesus do?
I'll tell you what. Are you familiar with the concept of the Trinity?
Yes.
Then Jesus nuked Sodom and Gomorrah. Now get off the fucking stage.
Yeah.
The prompt is the founding fathers.
What a bombshell thing to land on. You know what I mean? Like this whole thing of like, oh, like what would Jesus do? All this kind of shit. It's like, get the fuck off the stage with this whole like, Jesus was a socialist and this is my interpretation, but I'll never go to a church and all this kind of thing. It's ridiculous. It is ridiculous. And like I said, right from the get-go, Andrew hit him with the direct question of, what do you like Christian nationalism? No, I don't like it. So how can we trust your interpretation? You know what I'm saying? And again, shout out to William saying, chat, we're almost halfway into the donut goal. 48 out of 100. Let's go. Let's go. Halfway through the stream, halfway through the goal. Let's get her done, boys. Let's get her done. Like I said, William he will do the 4 script breaks, you know? So I don't know what you heard.
I don't know what you heard, but this show ain't free.
You know what I'm saying? And we're talking about the Christian nationalism. Let's hear about what the Christians would want.
How in the world is a dying, lost world ever going to hear the gospel if we don't have some Christians that's got some money in their pockets to propagate it?
To propagate it. You know what I'm saying? I'd much rather that than the fat dude saying, so what would Jesus do? Much better argument. And then people say, okay, what about the Christians? What about the Jews?
If you go into the old covenant, do you think the Jewish people believe you should be broke?
No, sir. I've never met a broke Jew. We got El Picasso saying, when you airdrop food, criminals take it and keep it for themselves, overcharge for it, and the poor don't get it. Exactly. This is the whole thing of like, oh, like we'll just airdrop it, and like that will get, like that'll go to the poor people. But like we're seeing in Gaza on this kind of shit, they will literally take over the shit and then charge double price so then they can fund more of the terrorism. You know what I mean? It is what it is. Jesus, God piss, let's try a different path. That's what I'm saying, man. That's why Andrew hit him with the Trinity. You know what the Trinity is? Jesus is God. All aspect. Welcome in, JS. Welcome in. Just to remind us all, the panel technically is open. So if you have any hot topics, any spicy takes, let me know. And we got Jack saying, let's make it an even 50. My man. Thank you very kindly, Jack. Like I said, folks, that puts us up to 1 out of 5 for the YouTube Donald Gall. Like I said, we got plenty of new premium memes, and I know for a fact you guys will probably like the next one. I have a strong feeling you guys are going to like the next one. And again, massive shout out to Jack. Thank you very kindly.
Did not intend for this to be a solely Christian nation.
Solely Christian nation.
Or I'll make it more broad, so contentious. A Christian nation.
Okay, got it.
Okay, I guess I'll start. So basically, when you look at the way the founding fathers have framed a lot of things, and if you look at their private diaries, they basically wanted this country to be founded under, I wouldn't say a secular perspective, but the idea that it was supposed to be like specifically, oh, this is a Lutheran nation or whatever, was not under their purview. They believed in the justness of laws. You could almost say, this is what was argued, a theistic rationalist kind of thing, where they prioritized rationalism.
Let's start with something else. What's a Christian nation to you?
So a Christian nation would be a nation that is explicitly in law, or what is it, de jure Christian. Like it says in the, like, we are a Christian nation square. Like it's written in the whatever.
I guess in this, semantics are important. When I think of Christian nation, I think about the people groups which are the ones that make up the nation and are wanted in the nation. And so my argument to you would be, I agree that there was a compromise for a separation where it wasn't even a separation, but just the idea that the federal government couldn't make a national religion. That's true, but that's because the 10th Amendment was there. And the idea was that the prospective states could impose their own religious virtues in the state, and did.
Well, it depends what you're looking at. If you look at the writings of like Thomas Jefferson and John Adams, at one point Thomas Jefferson.
Yeah, Jefferson was, yes, I agree with you.
And Adams also agreed with him. They have writings
Yeah,
back
but
and
do you
forth. where
realize
they-
that there was a conflict between anti-federalists and federalists, and that they were consistently arguing over these topics? But even if even if you go back, hang on, to a lot of the Enlightenment thinkers, that a lot of them even said that you can't really have a moral nation unless it's a Christian nation.
No, they said you
Yes.
couldn't have a moral nation without religion. They didn't specify. I mean, if you look at
Which
Jefferson, I know
religion?
you hate
Which religion?
Jefferson said that one of the most I forgot the exact word, but basically one of the most religious or orthodox texts that writes like the laws of man perfectly, paraphrasing, was the introduction to the Hindu Shastras. And so just going on that, like
So he wanted a Hindu nation, bro?
he just wanted a religious, like basically.
Yeah, you're talking about one specific. You're talking about one specific founder here. Okay, I was talking about Enlightenment thinkers themselves, like John Locke, who said you shouldn't even have people who voted who weren't Christian.
Well, if you look at things like, I believe it was in Virginia, they passed the Religious Freedom Act, which again Jefferson had
at the
put on
state
his
level.
tombstone. At the state level.
Uh-huh.
Well, that was like before, like I'm trying to remember if it was before or after the Articles of Confederation.
Mm-hmm.
But once they created the Constitution, they made it clear that there was no one religion that was supposed to be the dominant force in society. And almost
Because it was-
Jefferson, Adams,
yeah.
Ben Franklin,
When
Washington.
you say this,
they
here's what's
all
really funny
agreed
when you
with
say
that.
this, though. When you say the problem was a problem of denomination. The problem was they couldn't, because Protestants had different denominations. They knew at the national level, if they imposed a denomination, it would lead to all-out war. Okay, it would lead to just a massive fight among the states, especially as they're moving away from the Articles of Confederation. Okay, so yes, it's true at the national level they weren't going to impose one denomination of Christianity. They left it to the states. The states, though, definitely were. And the idea that our founders didn't want the majority of the population to be and stay Christians, absurd. They did.
They absolutely
They
did
did.
not. They did not.
Then give me an advocation of a single founder who said that they wanted to import non-Christians in the nation. One.
I mean, Ben Franklin said
Ben
that.
Franklin didn't say that. I guarantee
Well,
it.
he didn't say that specifically,
Yeah.
but he basically said that, there's two. There's Ben Franklin and John Adams. John Adams bragged about how welcoming they were to Jews and how he's proud to have them in his country. I always get them mixed up. But Ben Franklin said that, if the Imam of Constantinople came to the America, he would more than be welcome to find a pulpit there. I mean, clearly he wants freedom of religion, not one specific religion to dominate over the social
but you
class.
think that the founding fathers...
Because here's the key question. I mean, when they like to throw all this shit at you and all this kind of stuff, here's the key question. Why didn't they just ban Christianity? Why didn't they just ban it? But like, notice that it's like these simple, what I call the simple questions that always catch them out. Never able to answer them. They're never able to answer that question. Why didn't they just ban Christianity? Why did they do the freedom of religion? Why bother with that shit? Just say, no, we're banning all religion. Because the founding fathers knew how dangerous atheism is. They knew that unless there is some sort of structure for people to, or some sort of like, the best way I can describe it is like some solid ground or some solid footing for people like to unite under, or to kind of what'd be the best word to use for this? Like if there's not a solid structure of, like, let's say rules and we could say rules, regulations, laws, guidelines, or something like that,
there's not really like anything tying you to that. And what I mean by that is, like, think if we were to play a game, right? But I'm to tell you, I'm not going to tell you any of the rules. Now, sometimes you can do this, like, it's like, oh, like you know, let's say we're over at a party and we're playing Monopoly, and you guys never played Monopoly before. Like, I could say, I could sit you down and go through every single rule and all that kind of stuff. That'd be more boring. I could say, well, we'll learn as you play along. Let's play again. We learn as you go along. But as I'm doing that, like, I'm telling you the rules in advance and all this kind of stuff. You know what I mean? As we go along, as we're kind of interacting. But if we were to say, no, we're just going to get rid of all the rules, but then we can't even have a fucking game to begin with. You know what I mean? If you were to say, we're playing a game and there is no rules or guidelines or laws to the game, well, then we're in quite of a predicament here. There needs to be some sort of base or some sort of like, I keep if anyone's watched me long enough, they'll constantly hear me say something along the lines of, there will always be a throne. There will always be some sort of mechanism for there to be some sort of governmental or kind of like some kind of like structure that's going to be able to enforce what the base set of rules are. If you don't have an enforcement mechanism or anything like that, then it's just the Wild Wild West. Laws, rights, justice, all this kind of shit is a fugazi. Is a fugazi. You know what I mean? So, like I said, they do this to themselves. They do it to themselves, folks.
Who owned slaves, and the founding fathers, the very people who were making the advocation, and the fact that all these different states had their own state religion, that the view of the time was not that this nation should be filled mostly with white people who were Christian.
Well, most states didn't have a specific Christian religion. Some made laws.
You know, we looked that up after that was told to me, and turns out that was wrong. 9 of them did. So I was right.
Well, you had to be a Christian, but they didn't even specify. And back then, like, with their conception of religion, if you have like a Presbyterian and you have like an Anglican, those are basically different religions to them.
Yes,
so,
agreed.
So
but they were still under the purview of Christianity.
They did not see it that way. They beat Quakers out of Rhode
Island. They still didn't like.
They whipped people.
They still had a preference towards those people over. Then why did they chase them out?
How come they're like, it's cool if these Presbyterians?
They chased out everyone who wasn't them.
Exactly. So clearly, when the founding fathers, when they drafted the Constitution, believed that having any kind of one single dominant religion in the country would lead to social unrest. They all placed priority over logic and reason over biblical thought.
So let me ask you this.
I mean, Jefferson even said.
Hang on. I'll grant it. Let's pretend that this entire audience is all founding fathers.
Okay.
And you asked them this question. You looked at them and you said, would you prefer that we had different denominations of Christianity at the state level where you guys could, decide that on your own, right? Or would you prefer that we had tons of different religions in a hodgepodge and everybody could just come in and they had total freedom to practice it everywhere?
The second one, obviously. I mean, when you look at their writings, like when you talk about, come on, hey, eyes up here. Okay, you're just going to go to sleep? Okay, cool, I'm just going to monologue. But basically, when you look at Washington's writings, he specifically did not advocate for any kind of social dominance. He specifically avoided answering preachers who pressed him on whether or not to say he himself was a Christian. So he doesn't even want to profess to himself that he's a Christian. You have Gouverneur Morris, the dude who I believe that's his last name. He had his first name was Gouverneur. I remember that because it's weird.
I just want to make sure I got this right though. You think if our founders were all in a room and you asked them if they would rather have a hodgepodge
because they believe,
of global religions moving into the various states, that's what they would want?
Okay, here's where you hit him with the very simple question. What happens if a state turns into the same situation that you have in the Middle East, where you have a group of Islamists living right next to a group of Orthodox Jews? What do you think is going to happen? Do you think that's going to be a stable structure for the country? Or do you think that maybe, just maybe, there might be some strife, some conflict there? You know what I mean? And why would we say, no, we have to allow both? It makes no sense. It makes no sense, but it's in terms of the ideal or the ideology, it's no, this is a noble pursuit, but it does not address what would be a nightmare situation.
Uriah says they just end up moving. But like, this is what I'm saying. It's like, what happens if the country ends up like that? It's going to be a nightmare situation. Rather than saying, you know what, if you're an Islamist, don't bother coming here. You're not welcome. Oh, you can't say that. That's racist. That's how retarded these motherfuckers are. You know what I mean?
Is that they believed that
I can't even take
rationalism,
you seriously, bro.
they believed
I can't even take you
rationalism
seriously.
took priority over any specific dogma or any specific creed. They believed that Enlightenment thought was the primary
That is
driver of
dogma.
thought. That they believed that came first. They believed Jefferson rewrote his own Bible because he took out all the
Jefferson was
stuff.
not. Listen, first of all, the Constitution had thousands of contributors.
Yeah, but some are more important than others.
Yeah, that's
like,
true.
No offense.
And the thing is, like with Jefferson,
Hey, I think you're a cool dude, but I wouldn't say he's contributing to this debate. You're important, but not like the main guy in this debate
yeah, but
right
do you
here.
understand the difference when you're talking about contributors here with Enlightenment thought,
Right.
things like this, that they prioritize? Why did they prioritize white?
Because they were like racist dudes from, the 1700s. That was just kind of standard fare back then.
So, like, bear in mind, it's like, oh, these dudes are racists, but we need to listen to them when they're talking about freedom of religion. But they're racist. See, like, how this dude is now in a very awkward position because he's now the people that he's saying we have to listen to. He's also saying these people are racist. And we probably shouldn't listen to him about that part. You see this whole, like, buffet ideology stuff that they do? Oh, I like this, I like this, I like this. But I don't like the other half of them. And then I'm going to try and fuse these together and act as if there's not going to be any problems whatsoever, even though you're ignoring half the shit, taking half the half that you like. Not even half, probably like 20-30% of it. And then, like, fragmenting that across, like, all these other cultures and religions and all that stuff. Say, oh, I like this, I like this. And say, like, I take 5 different cultures, I take 20% of each and then try to fuse it together and say, oh, this is going to be beautiful, this is going to be amazing. And then you try to mix all of them, and then all the 80% start clashing, and then you have an absolute shit show. They never think about that. They never actually think it through.
White guys were just kind of
Why
racist.
did they prioritize that?
White guys were just kind of racist. He just shrugs his shoulders. Let's go through that again.
Because they were like racist dudes from, the 1700s. That was just kind of standard fare back then. White guys were just kind of
Why
racist.
did they prioritize?
White guys was kind of racist. Not everyone was just kind of racist or anything like that. White dudes, kind of racist. You see the problem? You see the rose-tinted glasses that they're trying to view history under? It makes no sense. They're going to learn today. They're going to learn today.
Prioritize that.
Probably because they believed that other people weren't people.
Yeah, because they thought that other people who weren't them, right, and followed different kind of practices and things
But then
like
how
this.
come you have people like Ben Franklin saying that, the Imam of Constantinople could come in here
do you
and
think that
find
you
pulpit?
can't have one?
Clearly he didn't want an
Do you think you
established
can't have one
religion. I mean, they all
hang on,
put,
bro.
like, if
Let me
they- no,
respond.
Hold on.
I just let you monologue.
They're not
My
even Christian.
turn.
You wouldn't even consider.
Holy
they all
shit! I
disagree.
just let you monologue. Let me
Okay,
respond.
all right, fine.
Let me respond. So you saying one founding father or 2 founding fathers,
8
right?
or 9.
9 of them.
Okay, I would say 8. Like 8 of the most key founding fathers.
And you think all of them wanted a hodgepodge of religions?
Yes.
Which ones do you think that they would have preferred?
Any of them. So
They
long
wanted
as
Muslims
they wouldn't care.
and Hindus.
They wouldn't care.
Satanists.
Jefferson literally said Hindus
Would they
produce
want-
some of the most
would
like
they want
influential
Satanists?
texts. I don't know if they had a conception, but maybe not. You
Now,
might
did-
have me on that
did-
one.
did
But they
Hindus-
didn't
did
even-
Hindus-
Okay, they
hang
didn't
on,
even
hang on,
believe in
bro,
a
bro,
triune
hang on,
God.
I'm
They
just
didn't
gonna- I'm
even
just
believe
following the
God, Father, and
logic.
Holy
I'm-
Spirit. They're not even Christian by your standards.
Oh my God, this guy.
They're not even Christian by your standards.
Well, let me know when you're done. I'll respond.
So if they want a nation based on a unitary God, I mean, by definition, by your definition, they're already not a Christian nation. They don't want that. They want a unitary nation.
Okay, so let's try this. Do Hindus usually come in one color?
If you're talking statistically, they're typically from like Southwest Asia. So generally, yes.
So how many of those do you think that the founding fathers would have wanted here?
They wouldn't care so long as they obey the laws of the land. They wouldn't give a shit. Their priority was that people followed the laws of the land. They placed priority over the Constitution and the written law over any specific sect.
What about Muslims? Do you think that Muslims come in a usual particular color that's not white?
Actually, I would say no. Like statistically, Muslims are becoming. There's more and more white Muslims. So soon you're going to see more Muslims than
at the time.
Oh, at the time, probably at the time.
So how many of those would they have wanted?
Infinity.
Yeah, infinity.
Infinity. A million Muslims.
But you see the way, like, how, like, even that dude, he's just kind of like infinity and all this kind of shit. He's not actually able to put the, like continue the whole ideology. And this is where you get captured by the ideology. And speaking of which, William saying, let's get some more super chats. We got Jiraiya with the super sticker. Unfortunately, Jiraiya, the super stickers with the app that I have, it doesn't include it. And also YouTube as well. It's a bit of a pain. It doesn't include the super stickers, but I am able to add it in regardless. So we're up to 55. We're past halfway there, baby. Let's get her done. Let's get her done. Absolute legends. And like I said, give you I'll give you an LGBT lesson for that one.
One of the things they do is called anal leaking, where a man's anus is leaked like this by the other person, like ice cream. And then what happens, even poo-poo comes out, the other poo-poo's out, and then they eat the poo-poo.
They eat that poo-poo, as they say. Thank you very kindly for your donation, Jiraiya. We also have JS saying Ben Franklin was a Rosicrucian. Like, this is the whole thing. Like, when you actually look into it, right? The main reason why it's like the government shouldn't favor one religion over the other is like they're talking about like the different churches of like Protestantism or Christian in general. You know what I mean? Like they didn't see an issue with like Christians because the vast majorities of Christians agree over a vast majority of the central or core teachings to Christianity. Obviously, nowadays when you have the LGBTQ churches like doing the whole pride parade flags and all this kind of shit, or the gender neutral God and all this kind of shit, clearly that's it going out of its fucking mind. But that's going to happen because you're going to see like Christians going to say fuck that shit, and they're going to gravitate either towards more so the Catholicism or Orthodoxy. You know what I mean? But the key thing is that the government should not show preference of one church over another church, right? But when you start when you start adding in Muslims into the situation, and you have like a neighborhood of Orthodox Jews, and you start like filling that neighborhood with Islamist Muslims, that's going to descend into chaos. Any sociologist should be able to tell you that. The history of the Middle East should fucking tell you that. But like I said, they get captured by this ideology. And then it's all of a sudden, it's like, oh, well, back in the days, it was the white man that was racist. White men were just racist back in those days, bro. You just have to understand. It was the white man that was racist, and that's why all the shenanigans went on. Okay. Let's talk about Spain in 700 AD. Remember when Islam came up from North Africa and like tried to conquer all of Spain? Was that justified? Like, what was going on there? You know what I mean? And they won't have a clue because they don't know about any of this shit. They don't bother looking into any of this shit. They just follow their scripts. When you look at Spain, like 700 AD, it was like 90% Muslim. And then Crusades happened. And then notice that they'll always say the Crusades was evil. That was the Christians trying to do like, trying to take over these poor countries, all this kind of stuff. When, like I said, they'll ignore what Islam was doing up until that point. Up until Islam got its absolute ass handed to them. And then, once they, like, it's clear that they're winning, then it's like, oh, well, you're clearly the bad guys because you're winning. You know what I mean? These dudes that get ideologically captured have this false notion where just because someone is downtrodden, that means they're moral. You know what I mean?
just because they're in a bad situation, just because they're poor, just because they're in a weak situation, does not mean that they're immoral people. Just because you don't have the power to do something to me does not mean that if you do have the power that you won't do it to me. This is the same misconception that you can see in feminism, where especially the feminist dudes, but also feminist women will do the rah-rah sisterhood, where like women are just like pure, innocent, angelic beings. They're like butterflies and all this kind of shit. They'll never do any harm. But then when you look at the DV cases, we all hear, a woman would rather be with a bear than a strange dude because men are so bad and evil, all this kind of shit. But when we look at DV cases, domestic violence cases, right? They have, and this is what they like to use, like being gay is so happy and all this kind of shit because gay men don't abuse each other at the same rates as a man and a woman. Like it's not as high as DV cases, domestic abuse, DA, I don't know, domestic violence, whatever the fuck. There's not as much as that. Like there's less in gay men couples. Like, yeah, okay, I can grant you that. But then you also have to grant me that it's actually worse in lesbian households. There's more domestic violence in lesbian households. Which means this whole notion that like women are all innocent and all this kind of shit, that they would never use violence and all this kind of shit. It's like, no, when women have the strength advantage, so it's like when women are against other women or when women are against children, they will use violence far harsher and far quicker than men do. But this is what happens. You get this rose-tinted glasses and you say, well, these people can never do any harm because they don't have the power. But just think about this for a second. If they did get the power, what do you think they would do? Oh, they wouldn't do any harm. I swear. I would swear it. And then they give them the power and shit goes down the fucking drain. You know what I'm saying? And we're saying thank you very much, Jariah. Appreciate you. Jariah says, I wish I was there. I wish there was a slap button for that dude. You'd be a millionaire. Double the chin, twice the clap. My man. El Cid, man was ridden out dead. The Muslims turned tail and ran. Exactly. You know what I mean? Like that's what I'm trying to say. You know what I mean? In terms of like this whole kind of like dynamic that we're seeing play out. This is what I was trying to like point out in the Rob debate as well. It's like this conflict is coming. And I know it's like it's not the popular thing to say or whatever. It's just something that it like you can see like the trains are heading directly towards each other. And it's like if nothing is to be done, if we're just to continue on with the what is it? The norm or the status quo, if we're to continue on with that, these trains are going to collide and it's going to be a massive fucking explosion, accident, turmoil, whatever word you want to use for it. You know what I mean? It's like Teriak, no, like, you know, like rationality will win out. Like the whole like meme, like reason will prevail. It's like, yeah, I get that. But like, what reason or what rationality are you going to use to these people who are dancing on Charlie Kirk's grave? You know, these people who would say, oh no, I don't think that was justified whatsoever. But I understand the shooter's motivation. I understand the people that like are celebrating. I understand their mentality. When things like that are being said, it's like, bro, there is no conversation to be had. And like this is not a thing that we're just gonna like, you know, walk into a liberal town or whatever. None of that shit. What I'm saying is that it's like we are going to change this shit. And these guys can either get on board or they can keep doing the shit that they're doing in, you know, Minnesota and like all around the country, all this kind of shit. Not just Minnesota, but we can use European examples. They're going to continue doing what they're doing in London. They're going to continue doing what they're doing in Paris. All this kind of shit. Well, if that's the case, then either Putin or Trump is going to come in. And as we discussed with Rob, either way, it's coming to a head. And from that aspect, something needs to buckle. And I'm praying to God that it's the EU. But speaking of which, more from modern day debate, we have ourselves
Does God exist? From Mike Jones, aka Inspiring Philosophy, versus Dr. Richard Carrier. Let's get into it, folks. Let's get into it.
Logically, necessarily, from how I've described it. It's
How is that
inevitable.
not God?
Well, it doesn't have a mind.
Well,
It's
wait a
not
minute, wait a
thinking,
minute.
it's not
How
intelligent.
does something without a mind cause other things on its own?
I
It's
already
not being
explained
acted
that.
on and has the ability to do anything it wants. We can see computation without actually consciousness coming out or actually understanding or knowing. So you have computation. Okay, that doesn't actually show consciousness coming out of it because we can see computation without it. So you have a correlation in the brain. I agree. That's not evidence of a causation. You say it is. I'm asking for that evidence. You've not given it so far.
We want to welcome Zach from Maine First, which is kind of the premier organization from New England fighting for conservative influence. So Zach is a sponsor for DebateCon 6 as well as Maine First, and we are so grateful for them because they believe in free speech and fair debates, just like modern day debate. But as I had mentioned, they also believe in fighting for conservatism. Welcome, Zach. We're thrilled to have you back with us to share about Maine First.
Thank you, James. And thank you very much for everyone who's here. Maine First Project is grateful for the opportunity to sponsor this event. And we at Maine First Project have been taking the fight to the leftists in Maine and have been fighting fire with fire. And the reason folks should really support Maine First Project is many of the leftist policies that have permeated throughout this country have stemmed from Maine, such as Trump being taken off the ballot, the trans agenda, illegal migrants, it's a big magnet for them, and ranked choice voting, which a lot of states don't have that, but it will be coming to you soon, so watch out. So we'd love your support. Go to mainfirstproject.org and see what we're all about. Thank you very much.
Thank you. We're going to jump into it. I'm going to introduce our debaters for this debate on whether or not God exists. First, as he'll be going first, Mike Jones runs the YouTube channel Inspiring Philosophy. He's a Christian apologist. He has a master's in philosophy from the University of Arizona, and he's debated the top atheist debaters in the world, such as Matt Dillahunty, Dr. Lawrence Krauss, Dr. Michael Shermer, and many more. Please join me in welcoming Inspiring Philosophy's Mike Jones. Also, please join me in welcoming Dr. Richard Carrier, who is a world-renowned author and speaker, as a professional historian, published philosopher, and prominent defender of the American free thought movement. Dr. Carrier has appeared across the U.S., Canada, the UK, and Puerto Rico, and on American television and Canadian and London radio, defending sound historical methods and the ethical worldview of secular naturalism. Please welcome Dr. Richard Carrier. We are going to jump right into it. Thank you very much, gentlemen, for being here. I have the timer set for you, Mike, for your 15-minute opening statement.
All right, thank you, James, and thank you, Dr. Carrier, for agreeing to the debate. I'll be arguing that God does exist, and we have more than enough evidence to establish this. I'll present 3 arguments for God's existence, and then make an argument from parsimony. But first, I'm going to argue idealism is true, which in a nutshell is the belief that all is fundamentally mind. We can infer this from what I would call the introspective argument. Okay, premise 1, the mind exists. No one with a mind can doubt this. As Descartes said, I think, therefore I am. Premise 2, the mind and the properties of mind cannot reduce to matter. The hard problem of consciousness exists for a reason. There is no path forward to explain how consciousness could emerge from matter. Plus, everything we experience is qualia. Take bundle theory, for example, which is that physical objects exist as bundles of properties. For example, you could describe an apple as red, round, shiny, smooth, and tasty. But if you remove these properties, what is left? Well, nothing really. But these are all mental experiences, not physical. As Susan Schneider says, pure property ontologies need to take physical objects as metaphysically derivative, even objects that physics regards as fundamental. Objects are instead bundled out of properties, or they are properties. The atheist philosopher Thomas Nagel had to admit, if a mental event really is a physical event in the sense and nothing else, then the physical event by itself, once its physical properties are understood, should likewise be sufficient for the taste of sugar, the feeling of pain, or whatever it is supposed to be identical with. But it doesn't seem to be. It seems conceivable for any physical event. There should be a physical event without any experience at all. Experience of taste seems to be something extra continually related to the brain state. But we can't reduce the physical to the mental, because as we noted, everything we experience is mental. And using the logic of bundle theory and the binding problem, we can infer what constitutes as the physical can reduce to the mental. But as noted, the mental cannot reduce to the physical. Premise 3, substance dualism is false. As noted, there is no reason to posit a substance beyond the qualia we experience. And substance dualism suffers from issues like the interaction problem. Therefore, from the 3 premises, the conclusion would follow that all is mind, and that would mean idealism is true. If idealism is true, then our background knowledge makes it more likely that theism is true, and this will become apparent as I go through the 3 arguments. First, by God, I just want to say I mean a necessary immaterial mind whose nature would be ideal or absolute perfection. So the first argument is called the emergent universe argument. So if the universe is emergent, it's emergent from a mind. The universe is emergent, therefore the universe is emergent from a mind. Pretty simple. I'll start by defending the second premise. The common belief today is the universe is fundamentally like particles or something like quarks, but quantum field theory doesn't show that. Physicist Walter Schmidt says particles are actually waves in different types of fields. This goes for all the particles we are made of. We are all just made of waves in a field. What looks to us as a billiard ball on a billiard table is actually a bunch of waves moving from the cue to the pocket. Now, some try to say, well, everything might reduce to quantum fields, but that doesn't work either, as the philosopher of physics David John Baker notes, that many of the problems that particle interpretations have also apply to field interpretations. And as other experts have noted, Baker's conclusions are pretty decisive to this day. Now, this can get complicated, but in a nutshell, there are mathematical problems with saying quantum fields are underlying objects, like the inability to assign Fock space to quantum fields, and other issues like spontaneous symmetry breaking. As Baker concludes, it seems that in many ways, fields in particle interpretations must stand or fall together. Next slide. So just appealing to fields to escape the problems that show particles cannot be fundamental doesn't work, because a lot of the same issues come up. Philosopher of science Minor Kuhlman notes physics lacks a coherent account of fundamental issues, such as the definition of objects. And it's not at all clear what a particle or field even is. Quantum field theory doesn't suggest fields are entities. Instead, at the most fundamental level, we only find structures, relations, and properties, not a material substance there. So this is one reason physicist James Glatfelter says the very notion of materialism now appears misguided. Our worldview is shattered. Philosopher Jan Westerhoff agrees. The moral to draw from the reductionist scenario seems to be that either what is fundamental is not material, or that nothing at all is fundamental. And I'm citing so many experts so you're aware this is not something I made up. It's coming from experts in the philosophy of physics. Essentially, our macro reality appears to be emergent from underlying information, not fundamental objects that we can call fields or particles, thus supporting the second premise. Now, as for the first premise, if all of material reality can reduce to mathematics, properties, and abstractions without any reference to a substance, then it can better fit with an idealist worldview, where the macro reality is merely emergent from information contingent on mind. Instead of posing an undetectable material substance to give rise to quantum fields and particles and then somehow builds conscious agents, we stick with what we know exists, consciousness in a material reality reducible to information. So shave off all mind-dependent objects and stick with what we know. Similarly, philosopher Doreen Fraser has to say about our reality, multiple lines of argument support the conclusion that quantum field theory does not describe a world that contains particles as fundamental entities. These arguments rely on special relativistic or general relativistic premises. I've added the proposal that particles be considered fictions in another sense. Particles and quasi-particles in condensed matter physics supply physical intuitions that are useful for formulating mathematical framework for quantum field theory, but which do not represent the world even approximately. So no need to posit some sort of substance beyond that. We stick with an idealist ontology. Mind is fundamental, and the physical is just information or qualia. Next, we can use another correlation using quantum cognition, and this will be an inductive argument. In 2009, physicist Diederik Erch published a paper noting that our cognitive processes can be readily modeled using the mathematical formalism of quantum mechanics. Now, this is not just hypothetical. Psychologists have been applying quantum cognition to their field and finding it is more successful than traditional models, and has provided principled answers to the puzzles and challenges. My opponent knows of quantum cognition is independent from quantum mind research, and he's endorsed the field recently. However, the point I'm getting at is that if our inner mental world can be modeled in terms of quantum processes, similar processes that give rise to space-time and matter, that means space-time and matter are emergent from the underlying quantum world, but our inner mental world of consciousness and mind can be modeled via quantum processes through the study of quantum cognition. This would suggest that what space-time emerges from would be similar or indistinguishable from that of a mind, or something that looks and acts an awfully lot like a mind. But I'd say the most parsimonious explanation is the universe is just emergent from a mind, instead of it emerging from something that isn't a mind yet resembles and acts like a mind. In private correspondence with one researcher in this field, he said it could all just be a coincidence, but the correlations, i.e. the similarity in behavior between human concepts interacting with human minds and quantum entities interacting with fermionic matter, could be caused by the fact that both entities share the same conceptual nature. This can also be strengthened through the research in quantum mind theory, which I don't have time to cover now. But we can also look at the work of astrophysicist Franco Vazza and neurosurgeon Alberto Felitti, who wrote a paper on the similarities between neural networks and the cosmic web of galaxies. And they show that the properties of neural networks within the human cortex are similar to the cosmic web of galaxies, something we would expect if the universe is emergent from a mind. This is less likely if physicalism is true, but it would be predicted by idealism. Because, as philosopher of mind Bernardo Kastrup notes after drawing on their works, brains are the images or representations of conscious minds. Elsewhere, he says a brain, or the whole body by extension, is just the external appearance of a conscious agent. If the universe is emergent from a mind, we would expect the universe would in some way be the external appearance of that conscious agent in the way your brain, on idealism, is the external appearance of you. So we have good reason to support the first premise as well. Now, as for the second argument, start here. It's called it's a consciousness argument. Premise one, contingent minds have either a personal explanation or a natural explanation. Theories of mind will fall into one of these two categories, or a mix, I guess you could suppose. And by personal explanation, I mean that if our consciousness cannot be reduced to natural processes or parts, and is irreducible as is, then it must come from a personal source. Premise two, idealism is true, and thus all is reducible of mind. There are various ways I could argue for this. I can refer you to the prior arguments, but for the sake of time, I need to move on. So this would mean that if all is mind, one's individual consciousness cannot be reduced to natural parts or processes that are not mental in nature, therefore, conclusion one, a natural explanation cannot be the reason for contingent minds. Premise three, the explanation of contingent conscious minds is a personal explanation, and then the source would be a necessary personal source. Idealist philosophers seem to be recognizing this fact one way or another. Bernardo Kastrup says the whole universe is a mind, but not in your individual psyche alone, for mind extends far beyond the boundaries of personal introspection. Helen Yetter-Chapel says external reality is a vast unity of consciousness independent from all finite minds. But this would lead to a theistic conclusion. If all is mind and yet we are individually contingent, then we still must come from somewhere, but we as conscious agents are irreducible to smaller parts that make up our consciousness. It would reasonably follow our minds come from a greater mind that is the grounding of all contingent minds. Therefore, this is who we would call God, therefore God exists. Now, the final argument I'll present is the moral argument. Premise one, non-natural moral realism is true. This is the view that moral facts exist objectively and are not reducible to natural properties like happiness or anything in nature. They cannot be natural because of issues like the is-ought problem or G.E. Moore's open question argument. Something that is in nature is not evidence of something we ought to do. But as numerous philosophers note, moral realism is intuitive, and the way that moral values and duties manifest in reality implies they are objective. So, moving on, premise two, if objective moral values and duties exist, they are personal in nature. Take moral prescriptions. They do not exist in physical nature. The natural world only contains descriptions. Prescriptions exist between minds. I could prescribe you the task of guarding me at this event. But that prescription exists between two minds. So if we are bound to objective prescriptions, that implies they come from a prescriber. As Peter S. Williams says, I have moral obligations, but since I can't be obligated by anything non-personal, e.g. the evolutionary history of my species, I must be obligated by something personal. Since there are objective moral obligations that transcend all finite persons or groups thereof, there must therefore be a transcendent personal reality to whom we are fundamentally obligated. Take the moral ideal. If there is an objective moral ideal, you will picture an agent who always acts right and is perfectly virtuous. But that is necessarily an agent, not mere abstract principles divorced from something personal. If there is an objective ideal, it would be a perfect moral agent. From a perfect mind would come perfect principles of behavior. Take moral guilt. Peter S. Williams says, since it would be inappropriate to feel guilt or shame before an abstract, impersonal moral principle, and since it is appropriate to feel guilt and shame before the objective moral law, that moral law cannot be an abstract moral principle. In other words, objective moral values must be ontologically grounded in a transcendent personality, before whom it is appropriate to feel moral guilt. So the very ontology of objective moral values and duties are personal in nature. Premise 3, if objective moral values and duties are personal, then they are grounded in a personal source. Premise 4, this personal source is what we call God. Now, it is more parsimonious to posit one entity which encompasses all of objective moral values and duties, rather than multiple ones. So we can simply posit objective goodness itself, which would encompass all values and duties, and that would be personal in nature. Therefore, God exists. Now, I fully expect my opponent will be able to come up with alternative explanations to the point I raised. But a major obstacle for him is offering an alternative explanation of reality that is more plausible and parsimonious. What I mean is I suspect he will have an alternative explanation for consciousness, for moral realism. I read his paper recently, and the contingency of the universe. But notice what will happen. He will be demonstrating theism is more parsimonious, because we can explain all of this data with one explanation. A fundamental mind exists, which explains why the universe exists, why consciousness exists, why moral realism exists, and many other aspects of reality I don't have time to cover here, like other issues, for example. So theistic idealism has better explanatory scope, power, plausibility, is the least ad hoc. Unless my opponent can offer a simpler explanation that can account for all this data I presented, we will have to conclude that theism is the best explanation of reality until we can come up with more data. Now, my opponent has said on his blog, that in articles like The Problem of Nothing and his reply on Kuhn's cosmology, that he thinks an absolute nothing brought about the universe. Not what Lawrence Krauss says, he's very clear about that, but in literal absolute nothing. He says in his blog post Kuhn's cosmology, whereas if you just let it go without any intelligent control, then a nothing will almost certainly collapse into something. That is absurd, though. That's like saying 0 plus 2 equals a million. It doesn't make any sense. To collapse into something, it has to be something. He's also said an actual nothing is therefore even more likely to randomly create rabbits and Death Stars in his article The Problem of Nothing, which is, of course, absurd. That doesn't make any sense. This is what he has offered as an alternative to theism, as an explanation for why there is something rather than nothing, I guess, or why the universe exists. But this is absurd. He will need to defend this tonight against a theistic proposal, show that is more plausible, more parsimonious, and in fact is logically coherent. Let's remember the Dune-Quine thesis, no theory can be confirmed in isolation from its background assumptions. If that's one of his background assumptions, he'll need to defend that as a better explanation than theism. Thank you.
Ah, shit, I was on mute. Like William saying, we're going to be going on a scheduled grift break. So like I said, I will be giving my thoughts on this whole introduction, all this kind of stuff, the mistakes I think that were made. But I think Jiraiya kind of already knows like what the main key mistake was by our boy here. And again, like I said, we're going to be doing the scheduled grift break, but make sure you send the donations because William will do a forced grift break. Like I said, like we'll do the scheduled grift break, and then William will say, you know what, we didn't get enough donations. Go straight into the forced grift break, and like I said, we'll be looping until we actually get the donations. Then, so don't let us down, chat. Get the donations rolling, as they say. The curtain's going down. This is the second possible grift song, so let me know your thoughts on this one. Grifting little leprechauns, they say, baby.
I've got
So again, chat, let me know. Like I said, I was going for that kind of like that type of genre. Like think of Shipping Up to Boston, like that kind of genre of music. But I think it may be a bit too heavy. But again, let me know. Let me know your thoughts. Like I said, if you want to check out the first Griff song, all you have to do is go back on the stream to when the curtains are on screen. You know what I'm saying? We were saying that we want to bring back the curtains. Curtains bring an extra little bit of spice to it. You know what I mean? So let me know, chat, especially like with the premium memes and all this kind of stuff as well. Chat, we're only 1 out of 5, and I've only done two of the new premium memes. Where's the donations? Do we not like the premium memes? Do we not want to see what the new premium memes are? Let me know. He's got 40 minutes to do it, chat. Get her done, as they say. But yeah, the main problem, like I said, that Mike Jones or Inspiring Philosophy has made here is, I think he got so caught up with his opponents that he forgot about the audience. And what I mean by that is pretty much what Jariah was saying in chat. Also, shout out to Darwin. Welcome in. Like, for example, like you raise shit for believing in a higher God. You sound like a thesaurus on random. Huh? Transcended what? Syllogism. Like, what are we talking about here? Like that's the main thing here. That like Mike basically got so caught up in, oh, this is what my opponent thinks. I'm going to basically put my opponent in such an awkward position. But he's gone so technical, so scientific, or so philosophical in it that the audience literally does not even know what he's talking about. You know what I mean? You're supposed to take those arguments and simplify them down for the audience to digest, and then make the case to the audience. Not like do the thing of like, this is what my opponent thinks. Like this, like, because a lot of people will make the case like, oh, they should have researched his opponent. Oh, they didn't research the opponent enough, and that's why, you know what I mean, they made X, Y, or Z mistakes. You know what I mean? That's typically a valid criticism in terms of like the back and forth that you see online, because people will get so focused on what they want to say or their own argument that they're not going to think about their opponent's argument. Right. So technically what Mike was doing was like a smart thing to do is look into your opponent, predict what arguments they're going to make, and then cut them off at the pass. Good. But he went too far into it, where it's like, I'm just going to hit him with all this kind of stuff. And then his end conclusion here is he basically makes 3 kind of like arguments that you need to flip around, or you need to combat these. But at the same time, like your own audience, or the main audience that you're trying to convince here, they're not going to have all this technical expertise in terms of like for example, like why does it have to be personal? You know what I mean? It's like, oh, I explained that. It's like, no, you basically put a bunch of quotes up on like with all these philosophers, all these doctors that your opponent probably respects, all this kind of stuff. But the audience, odds are the audience don't even know who these people are. You know what I mean? So like putting up quotes to this, it's like, oh shit, like can you not just like simplify it down and give me like explain it to me as if I'm 5 years old kind of thing? You know what I mean? That needs to be kind of like one of the main things. But this is kind of like one of those things where sometimes you can quote unquote do the right thing, but you go too extreme with it, or you go too far with it. And like I said, it's about kind of like, where's the line? Where are we drawing the line in terms of that aspect? Do you know what I mean? So like that's kind of like one aspect to what was going on here. And like I said, in terms of like my critiques to it, it's like basically fundamentally what he's trying to say is that it's like the only thing to explain the fact that like we have like minds and like that there's universal meanings, for example, to words that like transcend the particular language. Like for example, like we have like H2O or water, like they call that aqua in Spanish and all this kind of stuff, but it's still referencing the same thing. It transcends the language. It's an actual physical phenomenon. You know what I mean? So like in terms of like the back and forth we're probably going to see unfold is that like I think Mike got too kind of tunnel visioned on his opponent and like forgot that like you need to simplify this shit down for the audience to explain what you mean. Because even like Mike's final conclusion here, like he's saying, oh, like I can use God for all these different questions, but it's like just because you got one answer for all these questions doesn't necessarily mean it's the right answer. You know what I mean? The whole was it Occam's razor kind of argument. The simplest solution is oftentimes the best solution, or the answer, or true, or whatever. But this was using the house show, a TV show. It's like, okay, if a baby appears, and Bobby is telling you that two people got together and inseminate each other, and that's how it was born. I tell you that there was one stork that came and dropped the baby off. Who are you believing? Well, my solution only requires one stork. Your solution requires two people. My solution is simpler. It should be right, correct? That's the flaw that he's basically making, or he made in terms of that aspect. Like I said, that's kind of like sometimes where it's like you're doing too much in one aspect and you're forgetting about another aspect. Do you know what I mean?
Thank you for that opening, Mike. We will kick it over to Dr. Richard Carrier. I have the timer set for you on your first word, Dr. Carrier, for your opening.
All right, first mic check though. Does this sound good? Sounds good. If I sit right here, we're all right. Okay, I'm ready to start.
Perfect.
So the big question here is that we have to start with how we decide what is true. So in terms of best explanations, better and worse explanations. So a good explanation will have parsimony, as Michael said. It will have parsimony means fewer assumptions. So you're starting with a simpler model to explain more complex models rather than the other way around. Another thing that you're looking at is precedent. What has usually turned out to be the explanation of things? So for instance, God does not usually turn out to be the explanation of things. No supernatural agent usually turns out to be the explanation of things. When we investigate what explains lightning, evolution, the species of animals, and so on, we always find natural causes. So we should expect natural causes for any future explanation that we haven't caught at yet. Now that doesn't prove it. It's just this is a good explanation. A good explanation builds on precedents that we already have, and it starts with simpler hypotheses than we're trying to explain. And the third principle is that if the evidence is more likely on your explanation, in other words, if it's exactly what you expect on your explanation, then that's good evidence for your theory. Whereas if that evidence is not quite as expected on an alternative theory, then your theory is better than that other theory. How much better depends on how much the evidence is unexpected on that other theory. That's how you compare quality of evidence. Strong evidence is when the evidence is exactly what you expect on your theory and not at all what you expect on the alternate theory. Small evidence that teeters in a correct direction, one direction, but isn't overwhelmingly powerful. That kind of evidence is maybe slightly expected on the alternative explanation, but it's totally expected on your explanation. So when we do these kinds of comparisons, we want to look for these three things: precedent, simplicity, and how likely is the evidence overall. And we got to bring all the evidence in. We can't leave evidence out when we ask these questions. So I'm going to test Michael's case using these principles. Also, I should point out that I'm going to defend naturalism. Every time I say atheism, I mean naturalism. I'm not defending supernatural atheisms or any other form of atheism, and that matters because if we define naturalism as the view that mindless natural causes explain everything that happens or exists, then that leads to certain predictions about what can and can't happen and what we can expect and not expect. And that will matter as we continue through this argument. So let's look at Michael's arguments here then. So he starts with this idea of idealism, and that mind cannot reduce to matter. I think what he really means is what we call in philosophy qualia, which is a particular term for what it is like to be conscious. We can explain everything about mind, like thinking and reason and understanding and knowledge and stuff, without reference to qualia. But so I think what he's referring to is qualia, the state of it, the redness of red, the smell of an apple, and things like that. What it's like to be conscious. His argument is that cannot reduce to matter. Now, I actually, there are several people, Daniel Dennett and Alan Cottrell and Patricia Churchland and many others, Andrew Melnick, Yegwon Kim, and so on, have all argued that you actually can reduce qualia to essentially computational physics and physical operations of the brain as a computer in a sense. And so we know it's theoretically possible to do this, and I actually do it in a much more specific way, explaining how qualia is an inevitable outcome of processing distinctions in the world. So when you are building a model, when your brain is building a model of the world that you're in, it has to make distinctions between things in that model, vision, hearing, colors, shapes, distances, and so on. The very fact of computing those things cannot be experienced any other way than as qualia. So that in fact, qualia are an inevitable product of any model computing, which means that certain robots we've built that do this kind of modeling probably also experience qualia. Now, of course, they won't experience in relation to a person because what we are is a model of ourselves. So, and we have a lot of evidence for this from mind-brain physics about how the model can go wrong, which teaches us what is actually happening in terms of how our mind is building a model. Our brain is building a model of what's going on in itself. The brain is actually trying to model what's going on in itself, and it can make mistakes doing that, and it can make mistakes in a way that only makes sense if what it's doing is trying to build that model and making those mistakes sometimes when it does. So even the relation to yourself, the qualia of consciousness itself, that you are a person seeing a thing and hearing a thing and thinking about other versus you, even that is a product of model building, and there's no other way it could be like than to do that. And maybe we'll get more into that in rebuttals and so on. But that's the basic position I take. And for those who want to find the breadcrumb to begin following all my articles on that, my article, Touch All the Way Down, is the key article to go for that. And I'm not alone in making these arguments. This is, like I said, many physicists and philosophers have done this. In fact, most philosophers, according to the latest Phil Papers survey, are physicalists, mind-brain physicalists like me. We think it can all reduce to matter as essentially in some form an inevitable product of computing. So that gets rid of the first part of Michael's argument. Then he gets into the quantum consciousness argument. Before I get to that, though, I want to bring in evidence that was left out. And this is key here. If we want to understand things correctly, we can't leave evidence out. We've got to bring it back in. And when we look at all the evidence, then we can decide what is a better explanation for all that. So if we take the argument from consciousness generally, like the usual version of this argument, if God does not exist, the only way minds could exist is as the output of a complex physical machine that evolved slowly by natural selection over hundreds of millions of years, from ultra-simple worm brains to fish brains to lizard brains, mammal brains, monkey brains, ape brains, hominid brains, and eventually human brains, which is exactly what we observe. The only way consciousness exists on atheism is as complex evolved computers, and we observe complex evolved computers. And we know this because we can take parts out of the brain or deactivate parts of the brain, and we lose the qualia, we lose the consciousness element that it was controlling. So we know the brain is actually generating consciousness as a computation in some sense. Now, God would have no need of this. He could just install disembodied minds in our body. No delicate, easily damaged, nutrient, oxygen-hogging brain. We wouldn't need that. It would just be a soul in control of the body. If I was God, I could do that easily, and there would be a lot of actually moral reasons why I would prefer that, to make people that way. And certainly God could make it that way. And the key thing here is, if naturalism is true, we could not be made that way. If naturalism is true, the only way we could be made, and therefore if we wake up in a naturalist world, a world without God, obviously we're there, we're conscious, the only way that could be is if we have a complex machine that evolved after millions and millions of years to produce that thing. That's the only thing that could exist on naturalism, and yet that's exactly what we observe. Whereas on God, on theism, that isn't the only way we could observe. It's not even the most likely way that we would exist and observe. We would be disembodied minds. And by the way, if we had that, if we had no brain, we could locate no physical organ whose computations can explain anything we're doing, and yet we're conscious, etc., that would actually be really good evidence for God, or at least the supernatural. And so, but we don't have that. We have, surprisingly, exactly what we would expect if there was no God, which means God had to specifically go out of his way to design the world to look exactly like a world without God in it, which now you have to explain why he would make a strange decision like that. So this is the reason why the argument from consciousness, when you put the evidence back in, actually the evidence is more probable on naturalism than on theism, and therefore that actually ends up being evidence for naturalism against theism. Now, if we get to the specifics of qualia, all the particulars of qualia, redness, smell, even emotions like awe. I have an article on the evolution of awe on my site. You can check that out for a breadcrumb on that. All the particulars of qualia track specific evolutionary stories confirmed in genetics, animal behavior, and comparative neuroanatomy. So we actually know that there are parts of the brain responsible for generating these kinds of qualitative experiences. And we know they evolved gradually over time, and we know why they evolved, why they got selected to survive and others didn't. Now, qualia come and go with the parts of the brain that generate each, in animals as well as humans. And again, in Touch All the Way Down, I show that qualia appear to be the inevitable outcome of computing models. And so we don't really need God to explain any of this, and therefore we don't get the premise that Michael needs on this. When we get to the quantum consciousness argument, I think a lot of that depends on philosophers like Kastrup and those who want to actually follow that up. I have an article on Bernard Kastrup's idealism, so that's a great breadcrumb for you to start into that adventures. Michael's aware of this, and so that's the place I would go. I'm limited on clock, so I can't go into detail on that. But the basic idea is, if he's starting with the idea that we can't explain what particles are, or what waves are, or whatever. That's not really inherently a problem in physics because we have lots of theories as to what they are. Just because we don't know which theory is true doesn't mean that we don't have a theory or that we can't explain it. So I'm going to pick an explanation. It doesn't mean I think this explanation is necessarily true. I don't think we proved it yet. My only point in presenting this explanation is to show that we do have possible explanations. It could be true. There could be other physical explanations that are true, that turn out to be actually true. So I'm just presenting basically a possibility here to show that we actually have possible ways to explain this. And one is if we do superstring theory fundamentally to space-time. In other words, all waves, all particles, etc., actually reduce to waves in space-time through manifolds that are at the Planck scale. They're really small.
Yeah, it's hard to see, Gerard, because like they're both kind of like have voice cracks and they're both being confused and all this kind of stuff. But basically, the first dude is for God being real. The second dude is against God being real.
Excuse me, I'm losing my voice here. So if you can look into superstring theory, but if you do superstring theory with waves of spacetime, you can end up explaining all the phenomena of quantum mechanics, and therefore all particles, the whole standard model, and so on. And really it comes down to how do things change direction or move, essentially. So for instance, solidity, the table, this thing right here, really this is force fields. We see it as a solid object, but it's actually mostly empty space. And what we're feeling, what's stopping my finger from going through this podium, is actually a force field, and we can explain that. Oh, I have one, thank you. But thank you so much. So we can explain that in physics that way. So we don't actually have this problem that we can't explain particles, we can't explain things. We actually have those things. And a good example is when Michael says that you can reduce things to mathematical formalisms. It's worth pointing out that all mathematical formalisms describe physical behaviors. So really a formalism is just a description of what's happening physically. And that means that the formalism corresponds to some physical thing. So you can't argue from the fact that a mathematical formula describes a thing that there's no physical thing being described. It actually is a physical thing being described. Force fields is one of these. Force fields arising from space-time, warping of space-time at small scales and so on. All of this would work. So there's not really a problem coming up with an explanation. He gave another example of the cosmic web and the mind. This is a thing that, again, I don't have time to go into it in great detail. You can Google this and look into it to find what are the explanations of this. So look for scientists and physicists talking about it, not the sensationalists. And what you'll find when you do that is that it's actually a thermodynamic effect of systems evolving by deterministic physics into the most efficient geometric structures. So the same kinds of thermodynamic action that builds stellar clusters is also pushing the cells of our brain to organize in a certain way, because that's the most efficient way to do the thing that the brain is doing. And when it comes to the arrangement of galaxies in space, it's the most efficient way for the exchange of energy. So it actually just sort of forms that way naturally. It's very similar to the fractal physics that we find in like the formation of trees and the way their branches go, and then compared to the way that coastlines look and so on. It's just deterministic physics actually explains it. There's nothing special about it, and it doesn't mean that the universe is a giant brain or anything like that. It couldn't do that because information doesn't travel around it fast enough for it to think. So when we look at all of this, we see consciousness is a process caused by physical processes. The history, all of the physics, all of the neuroanatomy, everything we've learned tells us this. And so it is reducible to those systems. There's no reason to believe that it's not. So that takes care of all of that stuff. And I think, is there anything more I want to go into before I continue? No, I think I'll skip. How much time do I have? 1 minute. Okay, the is-ought problem, real quick. We'll get to the lucky God problem later, hopefully in rebuttals. So the is-ought problem, that's actually been solved for a while. This is a misunderstanding of what Hume said. We prove oughts from ises all the time. So like if you want to build a bridge that will stand up, you ought to act a certain ways. If you're a surgeon who wants to save the patient's life, you ought to sterilize your instruments. So we can easily reduce oughts to ises. And so the question is, what would be a moral reduction? What would be a moral imperative instead of just these utilitarian imperatives? Moral imperatives are the oughts that arise from the things that supersede all other imperatives. So empirically proving imperatives is something that we've done. I have a paper on this.
Empirically proving imperatives. You know what I'm saying? It's ridiculous. And the mere fact that both of these cunts have that voice crack going on, holy shit, bro. What the fuck? Let's hear from William. William will add some stability.
Oh shit, I just realized too. All right, it's 4:30, guys. Oh shit, right on the button. William's like, I'm not letting that. I'm not letting that.
Get it. Like, imagine if John Cena had as much voice cracks as these motherfuckers. And then, like I said, they take a topic to is God real? And get so fucking technical with it, no one literally knows what the fuck they are talking about. Do you know what I mean? Oughts to ises. What the fuck is an ises? Do you know what I mean? And like, here's the conundrum that this dude has just laid in front of himself. If you're saying that you can get ought from ises, what does is mean? My dear gentlemen, is denotes truth. It denotes ontology. What is? What exists? And if you're to say that oughts or shoulds can be gotten from ises, that means that oughts are based on ises, meaning oughts are based on some sort of objective truth. Meaning that oughts, or what you ought to or what you should do, this whole moral duty thing, there could just be something to that based on this dude's concession right there. But like I said, it's like there's so many fucking verbose terminology being used. Like no one knows what the fuck's going on. Like, what did he just say? Empirically prove what?
Need all other imperatives. So empirically proving imperatives is something that we...
Empirically proving imperatives. And Jiraiya says, is time that we are in, but an is can ought to be an is. See what I'm saying? It starts to break down language. This is why I had the whole rant on VK the other night. Like, where people was like, oh, like people need to think more deeply about existence. It's like, no. Because you'll break the motherfucker's brains. Like, when I come on, I ask, what does is mean? Everyone's like, Terry, get the fuck off the panel. Go home, Terry, you're drunk. You know what I mean? So unless like that's like a genuine question you want to engage with, then like I said, majority of people should be doing. GT says my brain is not braining right now. Exactly. Can you not empirically prove, imperatives? See what I'm saying? They're complete like at this stage, both of them have completely bastardized topic. I think this dude was trying to do the whole like simplification down, all this kind of thing, but even he's not doing it.
Done. I have a paper on this about all objective moral facts exist in all possible universes. That was published in Religions. Michael referenced that. I would recommend you check that for the complete starter case on it, and it's available free. It's not behind a paywall. Anyway, so the is not problem doesn't create a problem for us because empirically proving oughts in science does that all of the time. I have other arguments to make on that, but I think I'm running out of time. Is that the? That's right. Yeah. Okay.
Thank you very much for that opening as well, Dr. Carrier. We will switch it into the rebuttal mode. I wanted to take a moment to say thank you to our friends at Maine First Project for sponsoring DebateCon 6, as they also believe in the values of free speech and fair debate. Maine First Project is fighting for conservatism in New England and beyond, so check out their link in the description box below. This is 10 minutes. I have the timer set for you, Mike, on your first word.
All right, thank you, Dr. Carrier. I really appreciate that. I want to start out by saying I know I'm totally aware we have a limited time, so I would please press you to use that limited time to offer a better explanation other than just random possibilities. As I said in my opening statement, there are plenty of possibilities we could posit. Why is that a better explanation given the data? If we have different aspects of reality, emergent nature of the universe, contingency, consciousness, moral realism, can even throw in things like fine-tuning or reason, we can explain all that with theism. If we want to posit various different other possibilities, that would be actually conceding, because that's my point. You have to do that, and that just shows that you're not actually offering a plausible and parsimonious explanation. He said...
like, what does parsimonious mean? Like, why are you even bothering to use that fucking word?
Supernatural explanation is not an explanation. I want to rebut that by saying, could you define what natural and supernatural are? How do we distinguish this? Because I think there's a lot of gray in that, and these terms are not properly defined. He said, physicalist philosophers have argued qualia can reduce to computational physics. I don't think I disagree. I'd like you to explain more on that. My point was that qualia does not reduce to a material substance. So if you have an idealist ontology, we experience qualia, which I would say could be reduced to information. Totally agree. Not a problem there. So I don't see that as really challenging what I said. You said minds can exist out of being complex machines, or they're complex evolved computers on your view. That needs to be justified. We just can't say brain, magic, therefore consciousness. We have the hard problem of consciousness for a reason. If you're going to posit a physical theory, you're not going to say consciousness is fundamental. You need to explain how it emerges. Okay? My argument is that it can't, and it's best explained as a personal explanation because of issues like that, and because the very nature of consciousness cries out for a personal explanation. So we need more than just, well, it happened. I need actual data for that, because there's no evidence that brains are actually generating consciousness. Correlation is not causation. We have correlations in the brain. Idealists predict that. Physicalists can predict that. That doesn't change anything. Now, we need to talk more about your whole worldview. Because you're trying to argue that naturalism is more probable given what we observe. I would argue that on your entire worldview, it isn't. You said in your article, Kuhn's Cosmology, you said this reifies the principle of indifference, but the reification is a logical necessary outcome of the state of nothing as described. It is the absence of all limits and controls. All logical possibilities are ontologically possible outcomes. And in the absence of anything rendering one outcome more likely than another, every outcome must necessarily be equally probable. In other words, because you are arguing from this nothing state, which you've not defended yet here, you have to say, and you've said, everything is equally probable. So how could you say the universe we observe is more probable on your worldview? It isn't. You've said everything is equally probable. So if everything's equally probable, nothing is probable. So you can't say that on your worldview, the universe we observe is more probable. Now, he talked about, well, why did God design the universe this way and not another way? You can correct me if I'm wrong or if I'm misunderstanding you there. This flows out of two principles: the nature of God and axiology, which is the study of value. God is going to create value, things that are valuable. Bodies have value. Creating a universe that slowly evolves or slowly gets better has value. Creating creatures that can come to learn and study the universe has value in that. God is going to create value, analogous to a author who creates various different worlds and stories. There are value in those. Some may be better than others, some are not. They're still creating value through those stories. God, who is perfectly good, would also want to increase value, and that is what he's doing. He's increasing value in how he's creating. We don't need to posit that he created a certain way or another way. Imagine if, like, to give an analogy, Let's say we came across a crime scene and there was a guy there. We found video footage of a murder in the room with him for an hour, and then he stabbed him and walked out. And we're like, well, we know a murder committed. It'd be absurd for us to say, no, because that couldn't have happened. The murderer could have created elaborate saw exercises from the movie and puzzles and schemes and tortured him. Why would he just have stabbed him? It doesn't matter. We may not know the intentions or the thoughts of that murder, but we know a murder happened. Likewise, we have evidence in this universe that God exists. We can point to it. So that still follows. So again, and I didn't say we need God to explain qualia. That was a first initial argument arguing for idealism. So idealism is what I was basically positing. That what we see in terms of qualia, there's no need to posit a physical substance beyond the mind, is my point. A second substance. I'm not a substance dualist. I'm an idealist. All is mind. So I would call myself a dual aspect idealist. You posited superstring theory. Well, that's highly speculative. Physicist Tom Hartsfield has published a lot of articles arguing that string theory is circling the drain. He said this in 2014. It's riddled with problems. But even if string theory turns out to be true, this isn't a challenge to my view, because string theory would be a scientific theory, not a metaphysical theory or hypothesis, if you want to use that term. Okay? Could be perfectly posited. Like, we need to actually show that the strings themselves refer to an actual underlying physical substance. So we have that problem there. Well, I'm going on what we actually have, though, which is in quantum field theory. And as of now, we have no reason to posit some sort of underlying substance there. It's just information at the bottom point.
How many of the audience members do you think even understand what quantum field theory is? You know what I mean? And bear in mind, the whole thing is like, oh, well, I'll explain it, and I'll get my slides out, and we'll do a nice presentation. It defeats the point. You know what I mean? You are saying they both say, yes, this is why we're doing it. Like, we can put up Andrew Wills and say, yeah, this is Andrew doing a great job and all this kind of stuff, but this is why we showed Destiny first and then showed Andrew afterwards. Like, here's the tricks that they play. Here's the GOAT doing the back and forth. Do you know what I mean? The reason why we showed this is like, because there's plenty of like, is God real debates, and everybody in the audience has actually understood what's being said. This one, no one knows what the fuck's being said. And to top it all off, the cherry on the fucking on the cake is they have like voice cracks, so it's fucking super annoying to even listen to. It's like what listen to Zizek, you know, where he's doing this constantly, and then she's talking like this, and you're like, shut the fuck up. You know what I mean? Like that's the kind of aspect here. Like, just think about how easy like my argument is in terms of motion or flux, right? Where I can literally go into debate and I can say, okay, everything in the known universe is in motion. Even that like rock, that inanimate rock that's like sitting on a beach or whatever, that is still technically in motion. It's on a planet that's spinning, and then even the individual atoms in the rock are spinning themselves. The motion is constant. And motion is the only constant that we know of in the universe. Or sorry, is one of the main constants that we know of the universe. That is empirical. It is physical. Because what our boy, what's his name again? Mike Jones is trying to do here is he's trying to meet him on like the science ground, on the scientific ground, and all this kind of shit. But you're trying to meet him on modern day science. No, ma petit chéri. Where did science come from? It came from philosophy. So let's go back to the ancient Greeks. Let's go back to the basics. Let's talk about Heraclitus and the flux, the motion. What is your, like, what are you attributing all the motion in the universe to? Because unless you have some sort of solid grounding for that, you have what they call infinite regress. Now, whatever caused X particular motion was caused before that, the pre-motion to that, what caused that, or the pre-motion to that, and you just have, it goes to infinitum. You know what I mean? He's fighting on the wrong way. Exactly. Simplify it down. You know what I mean? I can move that. No, but even the rock itself, the little atoms that make up the rock, they're all moving. That's all in motion. So even quote unquote inanimate objects are still in motion. You know what I mean? So in terms of the whole dynamics of play, it's like anything that is in motion has some sort of energy behind it. So what's causing the energy behind the universe? And this is where we get back to the creator.
That's why they say God is the creator. God is the source of all energy in the universe. Energy is not created nor destroyed. You know what I mean? And to see how easy and simplified that argument is, and then the nice thing about doing, like, a lot of people think, oh, that's too simple because the science dude is going to use all his fancy words and all this kind of shit. It's like, yeah, go ahead, let him use all his fancy words, because the more fancy words he uses, the less the audience is going to understand. And remember, debate is about convincing the audience. And what I think Mike Jones was or Inspiring Philosophy was trying to do is he was like, oh, I'm going to like praise this argument and put my opponent in such a weird position that like I'm going to get like all these clips and everyone's going to understand it. But it's like, no, like you've lost the audience because you've basically tried to meet them and tried to basically, yeah, like rather than play a home game, you decided to play the away game. You met him on his terms. You know what I mean?
Which would align more with an idealist perspective, and specifically a theistic idealist perspective. Now, to be clear, many of the physicists I quoted, I'm not saying they're theists. I'm saying the implications of what they're saying, though, better aligns with theism. So again, if there is some sort of underlying physical thing that explains all of reality, then we need evidence for that. And then we also need to know why it is non-sentient. If the underlying...
No, Gerard, what I'm saying is that everything in the universe, not saying that like I can move this or like this can be moved or whatever. It's by saying like it like appearing to be stationary and not moving, it actually is moving. Do you get what I'm understanding? Or do you get what I'm saying? Like just by saying like trying to do is like, oh, like I can move a rock, like that's not what I'm trying to say. What I'm saying is that even the rock itself, everything in the known universe is in motion. And it's impossible to the contrary. Like humans would not be able to exist without motion. The rock itself, atoms themselves, even the fundamental material that makes up the physical universe is impossible without motion. Because how can the atoms spin? They cannot spin without motion. Ergo, what causes motion? What causes all motion? It must be some sort of higher power. Well, hey, it is what it is.
The underlying foundation of reality is able to create a complex universe. It can't be acted upon. It has to somehow act on its own to bring about the universe. It sounds an awfully lot like God. That's my point. And of course, we talked a little bit about the quantum cognition correlation. To recap, gave a couple different points here. Actually, it was the Franco Vazza and Felitti argument that we see the way the brain is sort of is similar to the cosmic web of galaxies. Now, Vazzo and Felitti are basically saying that, Bernardo Kastrup by extension, saying that, look, idealism says the brain or the body is just the emergent picture of what you look like as a conscious agent. If you're in a physical space-time, you look like something, it's going to look like a brain or you by extension. Likewise, if idealism is true and the universe emerges from a mind, the brain itself would be the physical appearance in the same way your brain is the physical appearance of you. Now, in response to that, he said it's arranged in the most efficient way. Well, I mean, there are many ways to arrange efficiency. We have created very complicated computers and now quantum computers that are not arranged in the way our brains are arranged. So network efficiency is not necessary in the current way that our brain are designed. So we need another reason as to why the structure is the way it is and why it resembles a mind. Just being at network efficiency, I agree. Now I want to ask, why does the universe on a godless view have to have network efficiency? What's the point of that? This is an arbitrary assumption. This is another brute fact being posited here. Whereas it's theism, as I pointed out, we're positing a far less brute fact, which is important. So again, what I'm arguing is I'm saying that on theism, we have a well-rounded explanation that can account for multiple lines of data, as I presented in my opening statement, and it's a very simple and parsimonious explanation. Now, he did talk about simplicity. He might get to a specified complexity argument coming up. If he does that, though, he's going to have to take that to its logical.
But again, his argument's not simple, and the mere fact that he uses the word parsimonious again shows that he's not simplifying the argument. He's using the complex words because he thinks that I'm going to sound smart, or a better way to phrase it, he thinks that he needs to sound smart. But like I said, like the only explanation I'd come to is that like he got too much in the like, this is my opponent, this is the way he's going to speak. I have to mirror his terminology rather than doing the opposite. It's like, okay, if he's going to go like technical and all this kind of shit,
Let him go off on all this technical and all this kind of shit. I'm going to make the simple case for the audience and let the facts stand for themselves. You know what I mean? Particularly in terms of when you know that if they're going to use the complex words, it's going to be harder for them to instill the meaning. You know what I mean? A beautiful example of this was when Jordan Peterson and Stephen Fry went against Eric Dyson and the other bitch. It was at one of those IQ debates where the dude, like the Eric Dyson, was using all like these fancy words, all this kind of shit, but he wasn't really saying anything. And Jordan basically exposed them, and when he done the "you're a mean old white man," and then Jordan's like, "Thank you very much. Thank you for bringing race into this. You proved my point. You are the racist, my sir." You know what I mean? We have Avarice off American Culture says the laws of physics determine the properties of motion. The properties of motion are not created; they are. The universe is inside of a black hole, which is itself inside a black hole. But what causes the motion? Is it possible for the universe to exist without motion? And then what kicked off all the motion? The only explanation is a higher power. But the atheists don't want to give that to the religious. Even though you can look back at ancient Greek philosophy, and there's plenty of ancient Greek philosophers that point towards this. Aristotle's the unmoved mover argument is very similar to it. Do you know what I mean? It's black holes all the way out, all the way in. This was all black holes, baby. Makes more sense than anything else I've heard so far. The spin of objects entering. Maybe the universe itself is conscious. Maybe we are conscious, the conscious part of it. Well, when you think about the whole aspect of like how you're able to view yourself kind of thing, there's a lot of things, even in terms of observation, is another thing that science like the double slit experiment. You say there's a galaxy of neurons in your own brain. He wants you to think you're too small for the universe, but maybe you're too big for the universe. Maybe you should question why you see the stars. Again, like it's just we're overcomplicating it here. Like, what is the cause of motion? Because without motion, life would not exist. None of this, nothing in the known universe would either exist or even make sense if there's no motion. So what caused motion? Gravity. This guy. Even Jack's like, I'm going to sleep. Good night, Teriak. Take it easy, Jack. Have a good one, bro. Have a good one. It's gravity. Okay, so what is gravity? And if you say gravity is a force, well, then we're back to the whole thing of, well, what causes forces? Because what you call force, again, is just another way of saying motion, or flux, or energy. The warping of space-time. So, yeah, the motion. Correct? Without consciousness, there is no recognition of motion. Even puppies wonder where a ball goes outside. Yes, but what I'm saying is, even for consciousness to be a thing, there needs to be motion. There needs to be time. Correct? Warping of space-time or yes, but that is motion. That's what we call motion. This is what I'm saying. Like, one of the fundamental things, physical phenomenons that we can observe is motion. Something that's undeniable to the atheist. Or to the non-theist, I guess, or like atheist is probably the best way of saying it. When they say, give me the empirical evidence of God. Motion. Explain motion to me. They can't do it. Objects entering a black hole have either counter clockwise or clockwise spin. That spin is the origin of all motion. Okay, does the black hole move? And if so, what causes the black hole to move? Agreed. Electromagnetic universe, EMU. Velikovsky. Still not, like I said, explain the universe without motion. You can't. It wouldn't be possible. It's one of the fundamental phenomenons of the universe. Like I said, what caused that, or what kickstarted the chain, we go back to Aristotle, because I know, like, Christians don't like Heraclitus, but we can, I know for a fact you just fucking love Aristotle. Aristotle's unmoved mover argument. You know what I mean? Now, if you just want to say, oh, well, that higher power is a simulation, well, that's a completely different argument. You know what I mean? That's like the whole aspect of, okay, I'm accepting that there is a higher power, but I'm arguing that the higher power is not personal. Whereas inspiring philosophy here, Mike Jones, and like the Christian stuff is like, no, it has to be personal. Like, otherwise, how can you explain like emotions and all this kind of stuff? Do you know what I mean? Is gravity possible without motion? No, I get that. It's like if it is a black hole and all this kind of stuff, I get that. But what I'm saying is just in terms of, like, forget about the whole black hole and all this kind of stuff. Just in terms of what you see. Yes, gravity is not possible without motion. So, like, motion is the fundamental. You know what I mean? All time exists simultaneously. We just experience it one slice at a time. The action that caused motion was the Big Bang. The Big Bang is inside of a black hole. Each black hole is a universe. Yeah, I guess you could say it's like the black holes were caused by a unicorn. If that's what we're going to say. Like, how would you prove that we're in a black hole? What even is a black hole? You know what I mean? Gravity is, but yes, all these phenomenons, like the fundamental thing is motion. Gravity is disproved. Okay. We're going flat earth. The moon is a block of cheese. It is what it is. According to Stephen Hawkins, black holes and baby universes. Wasn't he on Epstein's Island? I'm just saying, ask for a friend. GTGT says consciousness, the source of creation, the self, God, etc. are all different labels used to describe the same phenomenon. Exactly. We're all basically saying the same thing, but we're talking past each other. That's my theory, at least. Cat King says, with the pink unicorns. My man. I don't think the Big Bang is still a theory under this. I'm not sure. Try not to think beyond my five senses. Hey, it was. Yes, he was. But he wasn't there for the kids. He was there for the snorkeling. Yeah? It was like Frank in Always Sunny. I know what you're thinking, but I wasn't there for the kids stuff. I was there for the snorkeling. I jump, I get pushed down, back down, feel it in my legs. Yes, but all that is motion. Even being able to type these messages in order for, like, information to be transferred from one person to another requires motion. All you know is everything is bullshit. Sorry. All you know is everything is... Yeah, well, that's... All we have to do is look at CNN to realize that. This is all bullshit. You only got 5 senses. Humans. Shake my head. I blame avarice of American culture for bringing it up. That's what I'm saying. I welcome it. It's like, Terry, what about this? Have you thought about this, Teriak? You know? But, like, that's what I'm saying. People need to think about this, but then when the question comes up, and everyone's like, yeah, no, everyone should think about this. And then when you point out, yeah, like, motion is the fundamental to everything. Without it, nothing would be possible. And it's an observable phenomenon. It's measurable. You know what I mean? And they say, Teriak, you're a retard. Go take some more Tylenol. And then I say something roughly along the lines
From
of...
doctors, nurses, and pharmacists to moms, dads, and caregivers, they have all put their trust in Tylenol.
I'd like to thank Tylenol being the unofficial sponsor of this show.
Average says, I don't know. It's just my best guess, and I'll update my view when confronted with superior evidence. That's what I keep saying. It's so simple, though, that, like, that's the other kind of aspect. You make such a simple argument that, like, people can't see it. It goes both ways. Dry says, requires fiction. If I lost all knowledge we had now, the sun would rise and still need to get food. Gravity would still be in effect. The universe works on rules we didn't make. Yeah, 100%. One of them being fundamental to it is motion.
Extreme in posit solipsism. Because why posit beyond himself complex minds when he could just posit them as figments of his own mind's imagination? Sometimes positing complexity is necessary. For example, physicists posit a multiverse to explain fine-tuning. That is vastly complex to just explain the fine-tuning. So just positing complexity is not wrong. We have to posit something that accounts for all the data. And sometimes we have to posit things that are more complex. This is why we got quantum mechanics. Newtonian physics wasn't accounting for all the data. We had to come up with something else. Physicists posit a multiverse. Why? Because of complexity, fine-tuning that needs explained. So we need to have an explanation that accounts for all the data. And I would say, given the data, the best explanation is a mind. And I can argue that the mind itself, from philosophers like Richard Swinburne, Dr. Joshua Sijuati, actually has a very simple ontology. Again, it's just perfect being theism. We don't have to posit complex parts because the mind is not composed of physical parts. So it's actually a much simpler explanation. And I hope we get more into that because there's more I want to talk about. Finally, you said consciousness is a process. Question, who am I talking to? How's that different than talking to a river or an avalanche? You know, consciousness, if you're just processes, this is a meaningless conversation. There's no agents here. He brought up the Izot problem, but he said he only talked about hypothetical imperatives. Yeah, no one denies that hypothetical imperatives can be explained naturally, but we're talking about moral oughts. And you can't get around that. This is why I brought up the open question argument, because I can just ask, why is something natural good? And this also doesn't account for the argument I gave, which is that when we look at the very ontology of moral values and duties, objective goodness, it's personal in nature, which is what we call God. So why would the very ontology of moral values and duties appear to be personal and not also be God? It doesn't, it seems like, again, we need another ad hoc explanation to account for that. But I think I'm out of time, so I'll just yield the last few seconds. Appreciate it.
Thank you very much, Mike, for that rebuttal session. We'll switch over to Dr. Carrier for his 10-minute rebuttal as well. The floor is yours.
All right. So, do we have a better explanation for the data? And that is actually what the point that I made. Let's go back through them. Precedent. So, when we look at how things end up getting explained in the past 2,000 years of what we've done in terms of explaining the world, the least likely explanation is always supernatural. The most likely explanation is natural. So we have the background of precedent saying that any further thing we need to explain is more likely, based on precedent, to have a natural explanation. That's item number one. That's why naturalism has one epistemic merit to it on that point. Then there's simplicity. I'm glad Michael asked about this. So where are we getting this simplicity idea? So if you look at like fine-tuning or something like that, it's either a lucky universe or a lucky God. Can you tell me which one is more lucky? So a lucky universe would just have a finite specified complexity because the universe is not infinite. The actual structure of the universe fundamentally is very simple relative to a God's mind, for example. So the universe is actually less lucky than God because God actually has infinite specified complexity. So if you think of like all the possible arrangements of knowledge, including one piece of false information versus a million pieces of false information, different kinds of false information, and God is supposed to know everything, or at least everything it's possible to know, which it would give you a number of connections that is equal to Aleph Omega in terms of infinity. It's the highest possible cardinality of infinity. The thing is that God is only one item out of all possible infinite options. So if you're going to randomly pick a mind or a universe or something like that, almost all of them are going to have false information, less information, etc. They're not going to be a God mind. There's only one option that is God that's absolutely perfect to every connection, to every single thing that he has in his mind, every memory, every piece of reasoning, every connection he makes between two things. Every single thing has to be perfect. There's only one to a field of options of infinite. In fact, LF omega infinite, super infinite. So the probability, the simplicity of God is not there. God is literally the most complex thing, is the highest specified complexity that anything can have, possibly. And so you'd have to explain why that exists. Whereas a lucky universe has a finite specified complexity and it's vastly less, so it's infinitely more likely, infinitely more simple by any system that you choose. So you can pick any kind of starting cosmology, Guth or Vilenkin. They have different models that start with very simple principles. Entails multiverses, by the way. They don't just posit multiverses. They start with a simple set of physical rules and principles, way simpler than God's mind, way simpler than God's power, simpler than anything you could think of. It's one of the simplest things that you can get. Now, it's not like 1 digit simple, but it is simple compared to God. And when you start with that assumption, then you get multiverses, and therefore you get universes like ours, because fine-tuning is washed out by so many replications. So with a very simple model, and that's what populates cosmological science today. There's no God theories in cosmological science because none of them actually have this epistemic virtue of being based on precedent and actually having this simplicity. So that's why our explanation actually is vastly simpler than the God explanation. And there's no way to get God to sort of magically be more likely out of this, because we would need something like an absolute proof that there's no possible way God couldn't exist. And philosophers will tell you that no one has really successfully done that. Now, there's actually one particular model. I have an article called "What if we theorize?" I can't remember the exact title, but it's "What if we imagine nothing as a field state?" And there, I actually cite scientists in a published paper. It's Lincoln and Wasser. So if you go there, you can find the Lincoln Wasser paper about creation ex nihilo in dark matter physics. And they show that you can start with a very, very simple set of assumptions. In other words, you start with the assumption that there are no physical laws yet. The inevitable result you can work out deductively is unstable. So that state without any physical laws means there's no laws to keep it that way. It can't stay nothing because there's no law that says or forces it to stay nothing. So it's actually extremely unstable and has to collapse. And so what they show is that when that happens, you end up with something like a Guth or Vilenkin model, where you end up with some sort of simple multiverse cosmology that starts from a very simple beginning that collapses out of nothing naturally, inevitably. And it's entirely logically coherent. It has just very few posits to get it to do that. It's probably one of the simplest models that I've seen in terms of cosmology, and it's certainly way simpler. Just assume a few statements and it entails everything that we observe. And that's way simpler than God. Just saying we just have God for no reason. God is a way more complex thing. So we have.
And again, no, ma petite chérie. Because you're presupposing that nothing would have rules. But if there is rules to the nothing, see what we're saying here? There's something to nothing? How does that make any sense? How the fuck does that make any sense? And also, like the logical entailment here is that something can come from nothing, which again makes no motherfucking sense. And then like I said, when we flip it over to the whole motion argument, if there is no motion, then you would have nothing. That makes sense. But because there is motion, we know that there's something. And like I said, motion is fundamental. In order for there to be something, there has to be motion. And if there is nothing, like there's no motion, etc., etc., but if there is something and it's motion, what created all this motion? Because when you talk about power, talk about energy, all this kind of shit, wouldn't the creation of the universe, whatever that is, that higher power, as we've been calling it, wouldn't that be all powerful? And furthermore, all the knowledge that we get is from the universe. Like there's all these observations that we make from the universe, right? So isn't the universe itself the source of all knowledge? So the universe, whatever created the universe, is all powerful. And the fact that it's also the source of all knowledge. And then motion is ever present. It's everywhere. You know what I mean? Like we explained, the rock on the beach, even that's technically in motion. So then motion is omnipresent. So it's omnipotent.
omnipresent, and the source of all knowledge. That sounds familiar. Where does that sound familiar from? Pretty sure there was some group of people that were saying something about omnipotent, omnipresent, and omniscient. I don't know, let me know, chat. I'm pretty sure there's a group of people that keep saying something about like all powerful, all knowing, all present kind of thing. I don't know. Find out more.
No precedent for God, and God is way more complex than we need an explanation to be. Those are the reasons that we need to get rid of that concept. Okay, so that's that. How much time do I have?
A little bit less than 5.
Okay. All right, so let's rush through these. I've got a ton of time. So we get to the, really quickly go back over the consciousness point. Remember, the brain has to be a complex machine. Remember, it evolves slowly over time. Remember that we know the parts are necessary. The actual working parts are necessary for each piece of qualia that we experience in our consciousness. These are all things that would be absolutely expected. In fact, they would have to be the case if naturalism is true. Surprise, surprise, that's what we observe. But they're not necessary if God exists. God wouldn't even use this mechanism. But even if he had some reason to, you can't prove that it's 100% chance that he would choose this way of doing it as opposed to all the ways that he has, whereas this is conveniently the only way it could be if naturalism is true. So it starts to look weird why God is creating the universe in exactly the way that looks like a universe without a God in it. And you can show this with cosmology, with fine-tuning, with biogenesis, over and over again. All of the things turn out exactly the way we would expect, the only way that it would be if naturalism was true, but not the way it would, not certainly the way it would be if God were doing it. So that's why that argument actually holds up and actually hits the third principle, which is evidence is more expected on naturalism. The same evidence Michael's referring to, when we put the evidence he leaves out back in, it ends up, we get evolution of the brain anatomy, the brain's complexity, its necessity, each part of necessity for each part of consciousness. All of that is evidence that is more likely on naturalism. So that's why we get to that. And when we get to the things like what is the difference between a river and a mind, they're both processes. Obviously, different processes work with different causal systems. The brain is arranged in a particular way to have a particular causal system that a river is not arranged in that way. This is entirely physics, so there's not really any...
But this dude, because he's saying it's all just a bunch of processes, he would have to concede that conceivably it could be possible that a river does develop a brain. Because a river has processes, the brain has processes. And if not, then why? Oh, but it goes even further, Jiraiya. Like, there's a thing called Heisenberg's uncertainty principle. And again, like, they say, oh, well, that's just the theory. And it's like, okay, bro, so then why are you grabbing theories that you do like? It's like the whole thing what we had earlier on with the buffet Christian dude. Where it's like, oh, these are all like the socialist hippie talking points of Jesus. That's what I like. I don't like the rest of the stuff where it's like, you know, marriage is between a man and a woman. We don't like that stuff. Be more like the hippie Jesus, the delusional Jesus that I have in my head, even though I'm not a Christian and all this kind of shit. Be more like that. I'm going to dictate how you can be a Christian. Like, that's basically what they do. It's ridiculous. It's like a buffet.
Anything I have to explain there. Different processes work differently because they're arranged physically differently to have different causal effects throughout them, and that's pretty simple to do. And we can show that also with the cosmology, the organization of galaxies. I didn't say that we just posit that they're seeking thermodynamic efficiency. What I meant was that you can actually do the math and show that it is an inevitable outcome. When you start the system and it inevitably condenses into that structure through deterministic physics. So there's no like posit or assumption about this. This is just an inevitable process. Once you have the starting rules, the end result is inevitable. It requires no intelligent assembly or design. And also with string theory, the model that I used just now was where ripples in space-time itself, not strings. So in fact, he said there's no underlying physical substance. Well, the physical substance underlying everything is space-time itself on that model. This is a different model than, for example, quantum field theory, which has space-time being emergent. The the superstring camp actually thinks space-time is fundamental and fields are emergent. And if you take that position, then what is fundamental to everything is space-time. That's actually everything. All particles, all fields, all force fields, everything is just twistings of space-time, and it explains everything that we have. So we can reduce everything that way. That's at the basement, space-time is all there is, and so on. And then all you need is what can expand space-time, what can twist it up, and so on. And that's when we get to Lincoln-Wasser, and that's where we get Guth and Vilenkin, and so on. We have all these cosmological theories that work. They're fine. He asks to defend the nothing argument. I don't have time to go into the specifics of it, but the nothing argument is similar to that Lincoln-Wasser argument that I mentioned before, which is that once you define a state of nothing correctly, where there's no laws governing what will happen, it inevitably happens that everything has an equal probability, but that does not mean that you're going to get everything. So I think this is a confusion that Michael is making. He mentioned Death Stars and rabbits earlier. Actually, so like if you were to pick of all random universes, every possible one, infinitely many different arrangements, Death Stars and rabbits they're like infinitely improbable. They're like the least likely things that you'll ever get. If you pick randomly several from there, most of the things you're going to pick are going to be sort of messy, semi-messy, complicated universes like ours. So there's not really a problem with rabbits and Death Stars. That's not really a thing. The issue is that when you look at fields of probability, if you're randomly picking from there, eventually you're going to pick a universe like ours, sufficiently like ours, relevantly like ours. You're not going to pick rabbits and Death Stars. They're extremely improbable compared to the fields of things. And that's because it's the specific different ways to configure the universe to produce life is actually, there are infinitely many ways to do that. And so you're not picking one thing out of an infinite array. You're actually picking randomly from all of that stuff. And when we get to the moral oughts, what is the question? Michael agrees hypothetical imperatives are empirical physical facts. Moral oughts are just the imperatives that you ought to follow over all other oughts. And so you get to moral theory in terms of reciprocity and so on. Time, you said? Yeah.
That's right. Thank you very much for that rebuttal. And now we're going to go into our final rebuttal. These are only 5 minutes. Got the timer set for you. Mike, the floor is all yours.
All right, a lot to get through. So he says space-time is the underlying thing. Well, then we need to start asking questions comparable to the God hypothesis. What type of relations, properties, or underlying terms? Is it one field? How many excitations? How complex is its geometry? Is it unlimited? How many properties? What do these properties have? Does it have any boundary conditions? Does it have arbitrary limits? These are all assumptions that go into a naturalistic explanation that need to be explained. Whereas with theism, we have a far less brute facts. Just God is a perfect being who is unlimited, explains where value comes from. Very simple.
But even this nothing argument makes no sense. Why are you applying something to nothing? You're dictating that nothing has to have a rule set. It is nothing. So the presupposition, or the brute fact, is what Mike Jones is saying, is you're erroneously saying that like there has to be some sort of rule set to nothing. There is no rule set. It's nothing. You know what I'm saying? It's not even good cop, bad cop. It's just both total fuckery. Yes, this is why we're doing it. It's painful to watch. I'm like fucking like trying my best not to pull every single fucking hair out of my head. You know what I mean? But like I said, this is what can go. This is the like what can go wrong. You know what I mean? When you like the best way to explain it is like when you get too cute with your arguments. You know what I mean? And I'm trying to be fair to Mike Jones here and all that kind of aspect, but it's like you got too cute. You basically kind of said, "Oh, I'm gunning for my opponent," and you forgot that the main reason you're having the debate, the main reason why an audience is there, is that's who you're supposed to be making your argument to. You know what I mean? Like, yes, the vast majority of people make the fundamental mistake of not researching their opponent, but this is the mistake of over researching your opponent and getting like tunnel vision, or putting the what's the thing they put in the horses, the blinder on the horser, where you're just looking at your opponent and you're not actually engaging the audience. You know what I mean?
your main goal here was to take all the technical stuff, simplify it down for the audience, and say this is bullshit because it's simplified. Then he has to do the same thing. And the problem with a lot of these scientific atheist folks is they can't do that. They can only speak in their complex languages. You know what I mean? Like they'll do the things, oh, we don't have time to get into that. Like they're forced to do all that kind of shit. And then because they can't get into it, you're going to win the meaning argument or the understanding argument with the audience. You know what I mean? Agreed. God made the rules. Like that's basically what Mike Jones is saying. The only explanation is that there had to be something that created this something we call the universe or the cosmos or whatever you want to call it. You know what I mean? The other dude is saying, yeah, it was nothing, but somehow nothing has rules to it, which means nothing still has something, which means you're saying something then created something, not nothing. You know what I mean? And we got Chris Lestrange in the house. Welcome in, Chris. Welcome in. We're going into the last hour of the show as well. It's open panel, so if anyone wants to hop on, let me know their thoughts. More than welcome, boys. More than welcome. Cat toy ball of fuzzy yarn string. Exactly. It just gets ridiculous. Both sides would bury an equation that proves God because it'd ruin their arguments. You're not wrong, Jiraiya. You're not wrong. Miasma War. Miasma. Mama.
He said Death Stars and rabbits are improbable, but again, according to his own research, he says and he just said there are infinitely many things that can come out of the nothing state. So how could he say they are improbable? What in nothing, your nothing state that gives rise to the universe, what in there makes this kind of rule that says Death Stars and rabbits are more improbable? Nothing.
No worries, Chris. No worries.
Unfortunately, it appears you're contradicting yourself there. And again, nothing cannot produce everything or something.
Actually, I'm going to use this opportunity to give a special shout out to Chris. Chris, I'm going to be on Chris's show. Like I said, going to be not going to restream myself. Just want it all to be on Chris's. Going to be doing a guest appearance like I did a while back. I actually can't remember when I was on it, but there was one of the shows that I was on. It was a very, very good experience. Like I said, go check out Chris Lestrange, folks.
Nothing state is completely illogical. It cannot give rise to anything because there is no things there to cause. So but he said somehow nothing collapses to nothing naturally. What? That doesn't make any sense. Nothing is nothing. It doesn't collapse into anything. He brought up the paper, Spontaneous Creation of Universe Ex Nihilo, which he cited, but what they're saying actually more aligns with my view. I'm not saying they're theists, but I mean, they say the notion of bit-based information at the core of the universe evolvement is not new. This trend suggests that the physical world is made of information with energy and matter as incidentals. They're not saying the universe came out of nothing. They're saying it came out of information processing, which is not nothing, it's something. And that's more in line with the idealist perspective. I'm not saying they're going that far, but I'm saying this is not in line with his nothing state. It doesn't even logically follow. He said that God is so complex, why posit that? Well, again, now you have to just posit solipsism. Because if you're gonna say we need to just go.
And this is beautifully put, Jiraiya. Like if it all is just entropy, if it all is just chaos and there's no order, no structure, because that would be the typical counter to my argument. But like, yeah, it's all motion, bro, but it's just chaotic motion. There's actually no order to it, which means there's no meaning to life. Let's all be nihilists, right? But here's the contrary. When we look at this motion, we know that it has rules. For example, an atom or like whatever you want, like the solar system, if you want to go big scale with it, right? That there's patterns to this motion. Rules, laws, regulations, or paths that these things follow, right? And if it was just complete random motion, then again, you wouldn't have cohesion. You wouldn't have some sort of like meaning start to take place. Like I said, if it's just pure randomness to it, like motion itself, if that is changing, then we would see states where there wouldn't be any motion. It would be intermittent. It would be constantly changing between motion and no motion, but we know that motion is constant. So, because it's constant, it means that it's governed by some sort of rule itself that's causing the motion to be constant. So, another word for motion is change. So change is unchanging. What's causing change to be unchanging? The higher power. aka God. You know what I mean? And also make sure you go to the Chris's channel, give him an L cheeky like and sub. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? Chris is saying, I'll jump up later this week, buddy, for sure. And yeah, if I hear back from Brick, my dude, been 2 weeks since he last played. It is what it is. It is. But like I said, there's no particular rush, Chris. Like I said, enjoy yourselves. You know, life's a marathon, not a sprint. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? But yeah, like the Wheel of Madness would definitely be like Friday mornings. Definitely come check it out. Or just after VK as well. We do the Wheel of Madness. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? Solar system is tiny on a galactic scale. Yeah, but we can even do the galaxy. Like the galaxy is like the motion of the galaxy is following some sort of rule set. You know what I mean? Change and time are synonymous. Exactly, Jiraiya. You know what I mean? So if time is constant or change is constant, that means that time is unchanging or change is unchanging. You know what I mean? Much love, Chris. Much love. 100%, bruh. 100%. More than welcome. Let the madness unfold.
So with the simple, you should just posit your mind and we're all figments of your mind's imagination. Why posit a bunch of extra complex minds out there, billions on this planet, if we just are going with simplicity here? It's more about...
Oh, speaking about... We got Barney Gumbo Burp saying with the 20 Australian dollars says, I never met a non-cool and screwalious. I need to actually look at that word. One sec. We need to look at that word first before we get to the memes. Let's just make sure we come correct. Scrupulous. A person or process careful, thorough, and extremely attentive to details. Thank you very kindly, sir. And like I said, let's get a meme for that one. Let's get a meme for that one, boys. Let's get the L guitar solos. Where is it? No, actually, on second thought, I'm going to hit you with a little bit of Indian wisdom. A little bit of fucking up. Don't worry about fucking up, boys.
Don't beat yourself up over past mistakes. You are going to fuck up again in the future. Quite possibly in the most spectacular fashion. Why worry about yesterday's fuck-ups when you have tomorrow's fuck-ups to look forward to? You are a fuck-up, and fucking up is part of your growth process. Embrace the process.
Embrace the process, folks. Okay? He says scurrilous, which is basically making or spreading scandalous claims about someone with the intention of damaging their reputation. Like a slanderer. You know what I'm saying? But, like, to be fair, like, there are, especially the Irish women, man. Like, you know, women, you know how they be. Like, they do be like, they do be doing the gossiping and all that kind of stuff. You know what I mean? But I do appreciate you, bro. Thank you very kindly for the 20. And, folks, we're up to $75. 3/4 of the goal. Absolute legends. Absolute. No, I need to think of a better word for it, because William's been calling on this, saying, Teriak, you're calling everything legendary. Stop calling everything legendary. You know what I mean? And he's right. I need to expand the vocabulary. So I need to think of more synonyms for, like, great or greatness, or like, I could just use the word great, but then you'd have, well, you're overusing great, and you know what I'm saying? Illustrious, distinguished, principled, noble, yeah, things like that. You know what I mean? You gotta expand the vocabulary, as they say. But yeah, appreciate you very kindly, Barney. You're saying, damn leprechauns. What can I say, bro? What can I say? Pepe needs to fill his pot of gold. You know what I'm saying? Look at these shoes. Look at these fancy shoes. They're shined every morning. This Dickie bow ain't cheap. You know what I mean? Look at that Dickie bow. If that's not the cutest Dickie bow you ever seen, I don't know what. You know what I'm saying? We've got the shamrocks and everything. We've got the pot of gold. You know what I'm saying? And like anybody saying, Teriak, what the fuck is this? I say, please be patient. My mom did take Tylenol, okay? And Tylenol is an unofficial sponsor for the
From
show.
doctors, nurses, and pharmacists to moms, dads, and caregivers, they have all put their trust in Tylenol.
Like I said, unofficial sponsors. It's the only explanation of why I'm so retarded. I'm telling you. Chris says, Aussie, oi, oi, bro, and happy birthday to Straya for today. My man. epic, rad, dope. Yeah, but I want like the more sophisticated. Like think of like Sherlock Holmes. You know what I'm saying? Like that kind of like level of like that 1920s kind of period of like sophisticated English. You know what I mean? That's basically what I'm kind of going for. Magnificent high tier. Actually, magnificent. Yes, I think magnificent might be it, Chris. I think you might have struck gold there.
Parsimony. Now, again,
Regal.
you could say his explanation is simple, but it's not explaining things. It just is. Okay.
Exemplary. Oh my God, we're coming up with nice bangers here, boys. I don't know if I can say that. Indubitously. My dear Watson. Elementary, my dear Watson. And we got Barley again with the $10. Says, pardon misspelling. Sprulius is their meat and potatoes. Irish people are superb, as are the vast majority of Canadians. My man. Let me hit you with the money clip for that one. The first OG money clip we had. Like low key, like that's literally like when I get paid from YouTube, like I just take the money out in like all like $1 bills. Even though I'm in Europe and we use euros, I just take them out in all $1 bills. I put it into a big bathtub and I go, oh my God, the money! You know what I'm saying? But appreciate you kindly, Barney. Memes aside, folks, we only need $15 to hit the daily goal. How are we going to hit it? I'll tell you what, if we hit the daily goal, folks, because I did forget to set another goal on the YouTube. So if we hit the daily goal, I'll give you 2 of the premium memes, okay? I'll give you 2 of them. So again, $15. We get it. If we make it, we'll get it, baby. Appreciate you kindly, Barney. Thank you very much.
We still need to account for why the universe exists, why brains somehow produce consciousness, why there is moral realism, and many other aspects. This is not an actual full explanation at this point. So that needs to be talked about. And again, positing complexity is not wrong. We do this all the time in science to explain phenomena we see. But again, if we read, for example, many philosophers like Gage and Doherty, they say this, but of course many theologians have thought that God must not reason decursively as we reason, but in a simpler manner. Following Augustine, Aquinas thinks that God knows everything that can be known in a single timeless act and has a single all-conjunctive thought. Dawkins could quibble with the theology, but this just shows that one simply can't do philosophy of religion without doing theology. And he does not seem ready or willing or able to do the requisite theology. Also, Swinburne argues that some in detail, that attributing infinite power is simpler than attributing a finite quality, and illustrates this from the history of science. So it's much actually simpler as form of an ontology to posit a being that's just unlimited in power, knowledge, goodness, than having some sort of arbitrary limit. Why does it only go this far? Well, you need an explanation for that. So when we posit perfect being theism, as Brian Leftow, Joshua Sijiwadi's pointed out, this is a very simple ontology. You're just positing a mind that's unlimited. So, for example, to give an analogy, many centuries ago, people used to think that you just keep going faster, infinite speed. Well, that's just a reasonable assumption until we found an actual limit with Einstein for like the speed of light, for example. We have a reason to posit a limit, but without that, there's no reason to posit a limit. That is a simpler explanation that's more parsimonious. Same with God. God is a simple explanation, although a simple ontology. That of the mind can have a complex thought or do complex things. It's still a simple ontology, which can account for the data that we have in a much better way than positing something like space-time somehow is the explanation, but it also appears emergent, appears to come from a mind, somehow creates conscious minds and moral realism, and has all these weird arbitrary limits, arbitrary properties. This is about a very complicated explanation. We can't confuse explanation in ontology with the actions or the beyond that kind of aspect of it. So again, it's about a simple ontology. As philosophers have noted, the mind has a very simple ontology. And again, we can account for all this data. Unfortunately, when it comes to the data I presented, we still have not got a better explanation that can account for all the data I presented in a more parsimonious manner.
Thank you very much for that 5-minute rebuttal. Final rebuttal. 5 minutes from Dr. Richard Carrier. The floor is yours.
Yeah, I'll start with the last one. I think again, Michael's misunderstood the argument. So let me give it in a different form. So let's say you have a collection of all possible things. It's infinite, and there's every possible God is in there. Every possible godless world is in there, and if you look at like the possible.
Shout out to Dryer for the 2 books. Says, hope you don't spend this on crypto. Hey, it is what it is. I already got my crypto thing I'm holding now. Hopefully we have a good point to sell. We got Vanta Black, his voice annoyed. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. That's like the extra cherry on top for this thing. It's like not only is it annoying in terms of the arguments that they're making, but even the fact that both of them have voice cracks constantly is upsetting too. Barney says Thomas Aquinas was a good man, yet he being scurrilous to Tom. Typical. Hey, it is what it is. And he's dry says, yeah, atheists always wonder where did your morals come from. Exactly. And bear in mind this dude admitted to moral truths. Because he says that you can get an ought from an is. You know what I mean? He made a little whoopsie there, but folks, we do have a guest backstage. Let me introduce him. 1 sec. Sorry, my memes are all mixed up. Wait, where the fuck?
Somalians.
Our boy, Vanta Black, welcome to the show.
Salam alaikum, Tarek. Salam alaikum.
I'm Salami Bacon.
Yes, exactly. I just want to say real quick, is this Reddit to debate? Like what is this?
This is the Bacon, bruh.
No, I feel like I'm back in 2016. Are we back in 2016 again with this whole Reddit atheist debate? Bro?
No, I think this was done about 2 months ago, I do believe, or something along those lines.
God. No, I'm just saying. I feel like I went back 10 years behind. Because I was still debating Christianity and theology and all that stuff, Teriak. Because that man was saying nothing the whole time.
Yeah, but this is what I'm saying. Like this is why atheism needs to go.
Yep.
Because when you just look at this debate as in general, you had like this dude on screen now, the atheist. Who's basically, he does all this like scientific terminology and no one literally knows what the fuck he's talking about. I mean, meaning like the audience on this stuff. Maybe it's his colleagues or whatever, like they have all this like terminology on this kind of shit.
Yeah.
But equally, the other dude, the dude that's like arguing in favor of God being real, he made the mistake of like trying to take this dude on his ground rather than just like posing the argument to the audience and letting the audience decide for themselves.
Right. I mean, I'll keep it very simple. I was Muslim turned atheist, currently agnostic, but I think there is something about a need for a God. I think humanity needs a God because without God, humanity will crash out and end up being insane. We need order and structure. But yeah, that's my point. Carry on. I'm sorry.
But like, here's the thing. Like your whole statement there was like we need gods. Like that is a correct statement because we need to be able to ground these things. So like for example, when I point that motion, like that the cosmos, like reality, whatever like word you want to use for it, none of that is possible without motion. And then the observation is motion is constant. Everything is constantly moving. So then motion or change is unchanging. So you have to explain why change is unchanging because everything else changes. And there needs to be some higher power that causes it.
And exactly. And I challenge these people because they, atheism, Big Bang, what's called the universal fine tuning. I'm like, but who tuned the universe? Who? Why is everything in order? Why is there a sun, and why is there all these planets rotating? Because it's heliocentric, right? Like we all rotating around the sun. Like what is making this whole system happen? Oh yeah, it's just order out of nothing. I'm like, what do you mean order out of nothing, atheist? I don't know. And again, I'm not arrogant. I'm not saying the opposite is true too. Like, I don't know. Nah. Yeah. Am I crazy? When you look, am I crazy, Tarek? Am I crazy? Like, did you get my point?
Well, like. Yeah, 100%. Because when you look at like the whole thing of like, oh, nothing, like even the argument that he was making earlier on, where it's like, oh, nothing, but like when you apply rules to nothing, you get that something has to come from nothing. It's like no, because you're applying something to nothing.
Right. Exactly.
Nothing means there is no rules. There's nothing.
You know what I mean?
It is a proper head scratcher because I scratch my head the whole time, like, God damn, Big Bang and all this. But yeah, my apologies. But yeah, let's watch the video if you want to play it.
Yeah, 100%.
Worlds, and there could be a world that you choose that has one universe in it only, a world that you choose that has no universes, that would be nothing, and nothing stays nothing. Or you could pick out of that hat essentially a mass, like 10,000 universes or whatever, the number of universes that exist, the multiverse you pick out of there. All these possibilities are in there. Any one of them could be any possible multiverse or single verse and so on. But if you look at, when you pick through all of that, the probability of picking a zero universe, in other words, nothing, is infinity to 1 against, right? Picking one single universe by itself, also infinity to 1 against. And even picking either one of those, 0 or 1, is also infinity to 1 against, because there's always an infinite number of larger multiverses to pick. So in fact, if you pick at random out of that hat, you are going to almost certainly pick a godless multiverse because of all the possible things that are in there. That's the most common thing by far. There's infinitely more of those things and more rare things like a god. Now, God has infinite specified complexity because he has absolutely he's literally Aleph Omega. You could look this up of all the connections that he could possibly make in his mind. To be omnipotent or to be omniscient is the most specified complexity that you can even have. It's like nothing can be logically more complex than that and more specified complex than that. But there's only one of those. Out of all the things in the hat, only one of those is that God. But almost all, in fact, infinitely many in that hat are godless multiverses. So if you're picking at random, you're not going to get a god. You're to an infinity to 1, you're going to get a random godless multiverse of vast size. And so
here's the thing about random. We cannot reproduce random. When you look at the random functions that's used in programming and all this kind of shit, they all have a sequence to them. They all have an order to them.
And that's because of technology. We use technology for random, X, Y, Z. But random biologically on a universal level, again, is it God's design? Who designed the randomness, Teriak? Who designed it?
No, there is no random.
There's no random. Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Okay.
Random is just a word we use for the unexplainable, something we cannot understand.
You took the word random, the unexplainable. Well said. Oh, well said. I agree.
Or the unpredictable kind of aspect. But just because we're not able to predict it, that just means that we don't have the understanding to know what the order is or what the sequence is. But like we kind of said, the greatest minds in terms of technology and stuff, they cannot replicate something that is truly random, that is truly unpredictable.
We're still a young human race. How old are we? 200,000 years old, apparently.
Apparently,
yeah. What are we? Hominids. We are hominids right now. Yes.
Mm-hmm.
We're still a young race. We're still studying. We're still learning. We're still adapting. But the arrogance of these scientists. I mean, I'll be honest with you, Teriak. I think we are witnessing scientism. Because these people, they want us in their cult. I call it scientism. It's oh no, you're wrong. This is our way. Reject God. It's physics and astronomy and this and that. I'm like, can we all keep talking? I just want to talk about the world and evolution and structure and mythology and this and that. No, Vanta. No, Vanta. The Big Bang, Teriak. Big Bang. Order out of nothing. I'm like, I can't do this. But yeah, go ahead, Teriak. Go ahead. I'm sorry. No. I'm saying. This reminds me of 2016 because I had a lot of debates on Twitter, on Facebook, and all of that. These Reddit atheists, just the arrogance and the narcissism. I'm tired, man. I'm tired. I can't. Are you tired, Teriak? Are you tired with this shit?
This shit. I'm tired. These motherfucking snakes in his motherfucking plane.
Well said. Perfect.
But I'm 100% legit in saying that atheism needs to go. We do not have time to be fucking talking about this nonsense. Because like I said, the dude that's arguing in favor of God completely fucked this debate up
because he got too focused. He had the blinders on for his opponent and forgot that like the whole point of a debate is the audience. You're trying to convince the audience. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So like
that's I agree. Yeah.
like it's a fatal flaw because like a lot of people, the typical advice or critique you can give to someone is, oh, you should have done more research on your opponent, right? Rather than just focusing on your argument, which is like the typical like main critique for a lot of new debaters in the sphere and all this kind of stuff, where it's like they're so focused on trying to nail their argument that they forget about their opponent's argument. Because if you're able to anticipate your opponent's argument, you can head them off at the pass because you already know what they're going to say. So you can already think of the counters that you have or what way you want to guide the conversation down. Now, the mistake that our boy made in this one is he went all the way for his opponent and started saying, okay, I'm going to start using all these technical terms and get lost in the sauce, so to speak, in terms of all the scientific terminology. And then like everyone in chat and everyone in the audience there were saying, it's like, we've no idea what the fuck you cunts are saying. Like, you're talking about like quartz and fucking like all this kind of shit. Like, you're using like very sophisticated technological or technical terms, scientific technical terms that like, and even though you admit multiple times, I can't explain this whole theory because it literally would take me 2 hours to explain it. The advantage, knowing that that's going to be his argument, his strategy should have been, okay, he's going to go complex, I'm going to go simple, and I'm going to win the audience over. Yeah, go ahead.
No, quick comment. All of this is just, a lot of these guys that want to smell their own fart. Yeah, they're smelling their own fart the whole time. Like, yeah, look at me. You know, I'm intelligent. I'm high IQ. Smelling your own fart, bro. Teriak. It's played out. It's very played out. Like, I don't know. Like, the more they talk, the more I get pissed off. But yeah, that's me.
Like, this is the thing that it's like, if you put me in the ring with them, like me, like they don't have a leg to stand on because they'll say saying, oh, well, you're a Christian. I'm not a Christian. You know what I mean? I'm saying, like, from pure phenomenon that you can observe in the cosmos, the universe, reality, whatever word you want to use for it, a fundamental fact to it existing is motion, is change. You know what I mean? Yeah. And once you have that and the fact that it's like that is unchanging, now the atheist is going to look retarded if they try to deny motion. And even if they say, oh, there is motion is constant, but it's random. Okay, now you're starting to deny science because you're saying there is no order to the universe. There is no order to the solar system. They start sounding like a flat earther, and then you just pin them in that corner and you ground and pound them. And the only way out of it is if they are to admit, yes, there must be a higher power to explain motion. The fact that motion is constant and it's everywhere.
Yep, I think Jariah in the chat, Jariah is correct. You can't prove God, and neither can I, but I still believe. I have the same sentiment because I'm not arrogant, Teriak. I'm not arrogant. I don't know shit. Big Bang, who started it? Out of nowhere, or a divine being? I have no clue. We again, like I said, Teriak, we're still a young race. But the fact that these goddamn atheists want to be, oh yeah, I'm smart, and you guys are low IQ and this and that. Be quiet. Be quiet. You know, like even I was that guy, Tarek. I was that guy at one point. I was that guy. Yeah, I'm superior because I left the religion and science. And guess what? I got humbled because as I'm getting older, I'm realizing I don't know anything, Tarek. I don't know anything.
Just like Socrates says, the only thing I know is that I know nothing.
No, that's real. But again, it comes with age. It comes with time. I don't know nothing. All I'm doing is engaging in this current common space. That's all I'm doing. I'm just here. I could be dead tomorrow, and poof, who cares about Vanta anymore? But in the meantime, I'm talking to you, Teriak. I'm engaging in the chat. The sun is active. Sun, moon, sky, all that shit. We are living. And here comes this atheist and they goddamn harumph bullshit. But yeah, go ahead. I'm sorry.
Like Gerard says as well, ecclesiastical terms, they are just sounding smarter than they actually are. Like, and I said, like, look up the Jordan Peterson and Eric Dyson debate, and it's like a perfect representation.
I remember that. Eric Dyson was a fool, absolute fool. Yeah, I saw that.
And it's like, even Trench does the same thing where when he starts talking about like, we have like principality, and he starts talking about like we're in a battle of like spiritual principalities, and he's like just listing off these words, and you're like, bro, it's when you're trying to transfer meaning or transfer like understanding and having a conversation. Like there's the people who just read off the script. It's like just like the telemarketers. You know what I mean? As soon as you like throw them a line that they're not expecting, like let's say the Indian scam callers. You ever see the videos of the Indian scam callers? And then there's the chick on the phone, and she starts like saying, it's like, oh well, I just broke up with my boyfriend, and it's like starts like talking about this like tragic fucking thing that's happened to her. It's all bollocks. She's laughing along and all this kind of shit. And the dude's like, okay, can you send your credit card? He just keeps reading off like whatever the last line is. Yes, but please just enter your credit card details. Like that's all he can say is just enter the credit card details. You know what I mean? Yep. And like that's basically the same thing. It's like they just get stuck on the big words and then they just repeat the script.
Yeah, I agree. It's silly. Like Terry, I keep telling people, I'm like, just speak simple. You know the old saying, right? Less is more. Less is more. Like you don't have to be, be all this verbose with your words. Like relax, speak proper, and speak from the heart with logic too. Like don't be emotional, but at the same time, logical is a balance. Everything's a balance. Emotion and logic works hand in hand. But yeah, I'm saying too much. Go ahead, Terry. My bad.
You know, like it's 100%, and like that's why we do the film room, so we can like look at like particular dialogues that take place and say, you know, like first you kind of like show good examples, like for example, like Andrew Wilson making points, or Jim Bob, or Rob, or whoever, right? But we also need to show us, okay, this is like basically fucking up, or this is like the strategy going completely wrong. You know what I mean? That's why we show, like for example, like Destiny, or we show like this debate right that's taking place right here. Like I could have shown the Jordan Peterson, Eric Dyson, and shown like this is it actually, like when you work at it, when you're at like the next level to it, knowing that they're going to do the whole like overly sophisticated like terminology on this kind of shit, and you just play to your strengths, play the fact that you're able to simplify things down for the audience, because at the end of the day, the debate is mainly about influencing the people, not necessarily your opponent. If you can get your opponent as well, oh well and good, but especially like in modern day, a lot of people are trying to play into the clips, they're trying to play into the gotchas and all this kind of stuff, and all they're doing is focusing on their opponent rather than focusing on their audience. And that's a key marker here, because like I said, with the newbie, the main problem is that you're not focusing on your opponent. Problem with the intermediary is that they focus too much on the opponent, and then like the experts themselves, like Andrew says, like Andrew's like, you know, Orthodox Christian, like conservative, all this kind of stuff. Yeah. But he doesn't make religious arguments, or he doesn't preach the Bible at these hoes. He's making secular arguments, and that's why so many people listen to him, because that's the power of truth.
That makes you're correct. That I have the same grievance with Andrew, because if you're going to claim an orthodoxy and Christian, I need to hear the reason why. With proper detail, instead of caping and trying to attract. See, the problem is Teriak. People it's confirmation bias, right? He knows it's confirmation bias. He knows what the people want what the people want to hear. Just like Destiny. Look at this Queen. What's her name? Queen something. Destiny's goated. Destiny. I hate Destiny with a passion. I despise him. I despise Destiny, Terry. Because he does that same thing. Talk. Big word, verbose. And he attracts certain people. Everybody's looking for a confirmation bias. Am I wrong, Terry?
Well, like that's the thing. Like they're saying, what did they say again? One second. Did I just hear this guy basically say that anytime they do what you're saying is don't get bogged down with sophisticated facts. You got to dumb things down and simplify it. It's like, yes, taking something complex and simplifying it down is an actual skill.
Exactly. Exactly. Again,
I mean,
less
'cause
is less.
what is it? What is the
yeah.
teacher supposed to do?
Simplify, and at the same time,
Yeah, I mean-
educate using simple terms that people can adapt to quick. Yeah, that's a teacher. You don't have to be, big words like verbose. Again, Teriak, what does verbose mean again, Teriak? Verbose.
I mean, it means like extremely like overly detailed, essentially.
That's the point. Less is more. So I don't know why this queen person, because I think they're attracted to that destiny babble. Less is more, my dear. He, she, whoever that person is. But yeah. Mm-hmm. I don't mean to be vulgar or offensive, but like I prefer people.
I don't know.
that
The trolls would say anything. The trolls say anything. You know what I mean? It's like, bro, Republicans are allergic to the facts. I swear. You don't even know based on my accent, not American, but it is what it is. You know what I'm saying? And again, like, but one second, like, Jariah understands exactly what we've been saying, all this kind of stuff. But like, the whole thing is that like, don't get bogged down with sophisticated facts. And it's like, we're not talking about sophisticated facts. We're talking about using sophisticated terminology to try and explain a point when you clearly cannot simplify it down. Just use simple terminology to explain a complex point. The point can be complex, but you use simple terms to explain it. You know what I mean? About reaching a wider audience. You know what I mean? Well, hey, it is what it is. It is what it is. But he sounds like he believes what he says. And that's the thing. It's like you say something confident enough and all this kind of stuff, and people will go along with it. You know what I mean? Yeah, go ahead.
No. Final words, Teriak. People, confirmation bias. People are gonna find their confirmation bias, whatever. So, I'm tired. I can't. Listen, I've been doing this for 10 years. I'm tired, Teriak. I can't do it. Like this whole destiny shit and all this blah blah blah. But you know what? I will listen. So let's listen to this video, Teriak.
Yeah, 100%.
Lincoln Wasser model, they don't actually have any positing of limits. There's no ad hoc anything in there. They just say that if you start with a state that has no physical laws governing what will happen, it logically necessarily follows that what will happen will be random. It'll be a random pick out of that hat. And they build this out in terms of describing it in terms of field theory. There are no assumptions that are plugged in there. Nothing's ad hoc. It's just simply once you define the state, the conclusion follows necessarily. And I bring this out in my many articles about this, but the best one to start with is nothing is a field state, is where I talk about Lincoln Wasser and tie it into my other argument. So if you're picking at random, you're going to get a multiverse, and therefore it's actually a much simpler explanation. God is a much more complex piece of information. So Swinburne was actually wrong about that. So that argument doesn't work. It actually works the other way around. God is actually the most complex thing that you can pick. A multiverse is the least complex because of all the random things that you could pick at random. And that's the simplest thing you can do is pick at random. You're not specifying anything. It's zero specificity. You're picking at random. You're going to get a godless multiverse of all the possible things in that hat. So that's why I'm saying that's a simpler. So it also hits precedent. Again, we have no precedent for supernatural causes. God is the least likely explanation for anything you run into. It's always been thousands and thousands, millions and millions of things have been explained with natural causes. And so the probability is going to be one of these natural causes. Lincoln Wasser is an example of this. So we got precedent. Then we've got simplicity.
One sec. We got it. Simplifying things is a skill meant to be used, like you said, in teaching. Yes, what are the audience there for? What are the audience there for, Queen? And just to give you an example of what I mean, right? Here's a bit of Aristotle, right? Valda love that. You love that. Here's Aristotle, okay?
Speaking. Okay, now let's fast forward to Greek and let's compare it. This is Aristotle. Harmony is celestial, since its nature is divine, noble, and wonderfully wrought. Being in its operation naturally quadripartite, it has two means, arithmetic and harmonic, and its parts and magnitudes and excesses are manifested in conformity with number and equality of measure. For melodies are given their form in the range of 2 tetrachords.
What the does that mean?
Oh, do you feel as dumb as I do?
Yeah.
It turns into huh. After a while, it turns into huh. Okay, that's Aristotle.
So, question, Queen. What does harmony mean? What does Aristotle mean when he says harmony? Do you think that he could just say that and like everybody in the audience would know exactly what he means? Because not even Ammon, who read it, and Danny Jones, neither of them understood it. So in terms of like using sophisticated or verbose vernacular, is not a great way to go in debate, because when you look at a debate, the audience there to be taught. You know what I'm saying? That's the whole reason why you go to a debate, so you can learn something. No? It is what it is. Then Queen says, you say something confident enough and people go along with it. Says the Andrew Wilson fan, I'm done. Oh my God. See the way like I can rage with them? Yeah, like, just by giving my opinion. Do you know what I mean? It's beautiful. Buddy posits everything as a fact and never shows primary sources. Never actually shows or quotes studies. The best he can do, I say, is studies say, because all he does is confidently say lies. Like I said, what about this? What about this? Where's the studies for this? They say. Where is the studies for this? Let's say.
I think that women should be grateful. They should be grateful. They live in the best society ever, and it's all built on the backs of not them. The air conditioning, which enables them to even exist, everything which allows them to exist in modernity, is built by men, and they're the most ungrateful, snot-nosed brats about it that you've ever seen. And there's really no cause for it, because they bring nothing to the table, none of them, including the old bags here, who bring nothing to the table by their own admission except their and that, to me, is why, and when asked, this is all you get. I bring love and affection. You don't bring to the table. And that's why you can't even answer the damn question, no matter how many times we ask it. And it makes me sick, because that is modernity.
Absolute mic drop and a half. But notice that now he's out. All right, that's it. Y'all learned the facts. I'm out. That's what Aristotle does. You just hit him with a little Aristotle, and they're like, "Oh fuck, oh shit." Yeah, and
and Terry, I can't lie. That vaporwave music was hitting. I was feeling that music. Like, yeah. Yo, Queen. I think it's done. Bye, Queen. Bye.
Bye, Felicia.
Bye, bitch. But yes, back to the video. I'll also shout to Jiraiya. Jiraiya's on point. Salute to Jiraiya.
You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying, boys?
Vastly simpler, has vastly fewer posits, and requires less specificity of choice in terms of what happens than the God hypothesis does. And so I do want to revisit, what's my time on that?
1:21.
Okay, let's see if I can get through the moral argument, because I think that's been, he mentioned that a little bit, and I should hit that some. So let's do the same thing I did before. Let's put all the evidence in that Michael's leaving out. So atheism predicts that moral rules will only come from human beings, and thus will begin deeply flawed, and will be improved by experiment over a really long time, each improvement coming after empirically observing the social chaos and dissatisfaction and waste that comes from flawed moral systems. Atheism also predicts that will happen only slowly over thousands of years, because humans are imperfect reasoners. And that is exactly what we observe. Just look at the examples of endorsing slavery and the subordination of women in the Bible, 1 Timothy 2, for example. By contrast, theism predicts a universe directly governed by justice laws, or a kind and just stewardship, or the enacting and teaching of divine justice and mercy everywhere from the start. But we observe no such laws built into the universe, no stewards or law enforcers but us, and no perfect moral code has existed anywhere throughout history. The best moralities have always just slowly evolved from human trial and error. That's exactly what we would have to observe if God doesn't exist, but it is weird. It is not what we expect to observe if God did exist. If God did exist, we should see perfect moralities taught from the beginning for the last 40,000 years or 2,000, 4,000 years of writing and so on. And so that's why morality establishes my position.
Thank you very much. We have the 20-minute open dialogue. Got the timer set. The floor is yours, gentlemen.
Thank you, Dr. Carrier. Question about what you said there. You said pick something out of.
I don't think we'll get through all of that. Queen typed all that earlier, then you show a video several minutes later, then act like they ran away after seeing it when it was just typed before they left. I'm pretty sure this is Queen coming back now on an alt account because it's like I already rage quit, so now I have to come back on the alt account and type all the shit. You know what I'm saying? It is what it is. It is what it is. But like I said, that's the power of Aristotle. They're like, fuck that shit. You know what I mean? And like I said, when you go to Christians are like Aristotle's based.
Tarek, a simple giveaway. They said, so queen is, what is a queen? A woman is a queen. And then I see the soul for whatever the fuck. They say they. Who is they, sir? Sir, she, they, them. Who is they? See? Tarek, it's the simple things you notice, right?
Mm-hmm. But like that's the thing. It's like get the word or the terminology, but it's basically like the same way that we all have fingerprints. We all have particular ways that we type. You know what I mean?
Yep.
So it's interesting again. Like there's literally everyone else in chat, regular kind of like long-term viewers, regular long-time chatters. But then we get weird names show up, and then literally just as we wreck them, another weird name shows up. You know what I'm saying?
No.
The panel, we got an open link. We've got an open link. You could have joined the panel and had the back and forth.
CC.
Mm-hmm.
And you confirmed it, sir. Teriyaki, you confirmed it, because guess what? She said, bro, Shadowbox if you want. I'm just text. Wait, what? Teching you. What they said. What that is a teching? TELKING. What else is a telking? I don't know. Please help me.
I like I said, I can't translate retarded. It is what it is. Like I said.
Also, my avatar's pissing me off because I'm not a white Muslim. Let me change this ugly ass bastard. Give me a second. The real Vanta. Here's the real Vanta.
My man.
I'm joking. That's not. This is the real Vanta. Yeah, this is me. You and me talking right now, Terry. I'm calling you from Africa. Yeah. Hello. Yes, I'm calling.
Hello. Can you hear me now?
Can you hear? Feel me now. Yes. But yes, I'm fascinated.
That's the interesting thing about like all these kind of like lefties and all this kind of shit. Like they'll say all this shit, but then it's like, bro, like the panel is open. An open link. Just hop on. Let's have the back and forth. Clear up any misunderstandings. You know what I mean? But like I said, you just kind of like rage out.
Yeah, at least the Australians have more heart. They pull up every single time, unlike these weakling Americans. Come up here, America, weaklings. Huh?
You know what I'm saying? But we already know. Like all we had to do was just like we were just talking back and forth on stuff, show 1 Aristotle video, and then it's like, oh, I'm gonna run away. You guys just can't deal with the facts. You guys just can't deal with reality while they run away from the reality. It's quite ironic, but that's why I say, like, I'm not one of these people that's like, oh no, get rid of the trolls. Like, no, welcome them in. Let's show these clowns for what they are. You know what I mean?
Exactly.
I ain't afraid.
No. Now they're saying, bro, I'm not a communist. The fuck? Well, then if you're not a communist, pull up and defend yourself and say you're not a communist.
I never called him a communist.
Yeah. I mean, is it even a him? That's the question. Is it a him? Or is it a queen? I don't know.
Either way, one thing's for sure. They definitely have mental problems. To say the least. Holy shit, boys. You know what I mean? Like, even kids can tell you, like, boys can't be girls and girls can't be boys. But, like, these motherfuckers with their college degrees, holy shit. You paid $100,000. Like, that's a scam. Like the American college system is a fucking scam. They pay $100,000 and you don't get taught shit. You know what I mean? They come out of college and like Andrew Wilson and like fucking like Jim Bob and all this kind of shit. None of these motherfuckers went to college and they're absolutely roasting them in debates. They don't even know what the laws of logic is. You know what I'm saying? It's ridiculous.
Tarek, I lucked out. Yes, I went to a liberal arts college. I have a degree in illustration. I am an artist. I can draw. However, the good thing is, the only thing I paid was like probably $3,000 a year. You said $100,000.
Yeah. Bro, they have to take out a loan. They take out loans and they put themselves into debt for multiple years. You know what I mean?
And Terry, in the UK, right? When you work a 9 to 5, full work time, do you know how much I pay for my university loan payback? £5 from every paycheck. Only £5. Simple. £5. I don't care. 30 years, 20 years, or whatever, 100 years, £5 from every month for my paycheck.
Bro, imagine taking out a bank loan of 100 grand.
Stupid.
Go and learn gender studies.
Goddamn
You know what I mean?
Americans, man. Yeah, my God.
I would love to go to the same. Well, if I done it, I'd actually get done for fraud. You know what I'm saying? Like if I gave the loan, it's fraud. But if the government does it, then or the banks do it, oh, that's okay.
Yeah.
But imagine, like, I'd love to go up to these cunts and say, "Bruh, I own this bridge in Brooklyn, right? Now you could put tariffs on it, and like put the old toll on it, and make a good bang off your money here, like all this kind of shit. But like, I'll sell it to you for 10 grand. You'd make that back in a single day. You know what I mean? And they probably take the fucking offer. You know what I mean? Like, seriously, just think about the individual who's like signing the fucking bank loan, saying, I'm going to pay 100 grand because I want to go and learn about gender studies. Like, not factoring in how am I supposed to pay this money back? Like, I think numbers is too difficult for them. You know what I mean?
Exactly.
Like
No.
using a calculator it's too sophisticated for them, apparently. You know what I mean?
I mean,
how the fuck are you going to use that degree to get the money back? Like, this is the whole thing about capitalism. I don't think someone should be entitled to call themselves a capitalist unless they can show me their portfolio. What are your investments?
Correct.
If you don't have any investments, you're not a capitalist.
Correct. And to be fair with you, Teriak, look at this character. What's the name? Soul, whatever. I know a dude went to school for liberal arts. Now he's getting a master's for it because he says the bachelor's is useless. You know what, Mr. Soul? Miss Soul, whatever your name is. Master's is the new degree because the degree is a diploma. Master's is a degree. We don't care. What was that? What was that Stephen A. Smith thing? Can you play that? That shit was fire.
Well, let's. Round one. That's wrong. We've got multiple Stephen A. Smiths. Not gonna lie. He's a good character. Stephen A. Smith is a good character. I cannot lie. I can't lie,
bro. That shit. You know, every time I see Stephen A. Smith, I'm like, goddamn Teriak. Goddamn Teriak.
This guy. But wait, where is the clip? I've reorganized all the clips. That's why I can't find it.
You know what? We don't care.
My man. Yeah, where the fuck is that clip actually? Did I delete it? No, there's no way I deleted it. Here we go.
I'm here to tell you right now, we don't care. Let me tell you.
Beautiful.
Beautiful. Soul. That part, Soul, in the chat. We don't care. We don't care about masters. We don't care about degrees. It's all shit. Pure shit. Exactly. Even Jiraiya knows. Jiraiya knows. Yeah, we don't care.
You know what I'm saying? Jiraiya has a beautiful picture as well. He's got the yak, you know what I'm saying, as the profile pic. Beautiful. Well, folks, we do have to sign off. 1 sec. Let me check who's live right now. Hopefully yes, Rob is live. So we're going to return the favor. We're going to be raiding back into Rob. You know what I'm saying? We had a good 1v1 against them. You know what I'm saying? It was like a proper like heavyweight bout and everything. Make sure you give him, you go over, you give him a nice wave and all this kind of stuff. Yeah, go ahead.
Terry, before you sign off, so what's the moral of the story of your stream? What would you say of the video and all that, the atheism, Christianity, all that debate, babble? What say you?
Like basically, like I was saying, like with today, we kind of like started off with the Destiny stuff, and we showed like how bad Destiny is, but we also showed in that clip that it's like you can engage in a debate in Destiny and actually look worse than Destiny. But I mean, even though you're on the quote unquote right side. Then we showed Andrew Wilson just smoke some motherfuckers in his Andrew Wilson, because that was the Destiny versus 5, and then they had the Andrew Wilson versus 5. We just compare and contrast how Andrew just smoked them. And then we had this debate where it's basically kind of showing that it's like you can be on the right side, but you can employ the wrong strategy or implement the wrong strategy that just ends up destroying your own argument. You know what I mean? That's the whole thing. Like, don't get the blinkers for your opponent. Research your opponent, but the top priority is the audience, the people listening in the debate. That needs to be your mentality behind it. But yeah, go ahead.
No. You know, that was words of wisdom. Right side, wrong strategy. I'm gonna have to marinate on that one.
100%. And Saul just confirming everything we said by saying Andrew Tate instead of Andrew Wilson. Unbelievable. Thank you very kindly. And Shante says, I just came from Rob's. Don't worry, you're going back. You're going back because, folks, this is a damn good show.
That was a damn good show. For more damn good shows, click the video over there or the link in the description box. Oh, you getting pumped up. Don't forget to red pill the morons in the comment section below. This is all BS. It's all a bunch of lies for votes. Yeah.